Hello, hello, hello. Monday, June 14th, 2021, Euro 2020, Spain versus Sweden and AC Milan, guys. A lot of shit. A lot of shit to talk about. A lot of football. A lot of great things. A lot of great things. But in the meantime, guys, I'm just going to get ready here. Set up. We have Laert joining us in a few minutes. And we're going to be watching Spain versus Sweden. We're going to analyze a little bit how the Spanish play and see how Sweden plays. The Spanish more so because you can expect them to go far in the tournament. They're one of the favorites of the competition. Spain always playing beautiful football no matter what. Spain just, these past weeks we were talking about a DNA and what it means to have a technical DNA, a traditional DNA that certain teams have built for the past 100 years. When it comes to Spain, just their vision and their ability to see football is truly incredible. And Jean-Mario, what is up? Jean-Mario, you're welcome to join me if you want. I haven't heard from you in a while. I'm going to put the link right here. Light is coming too. A lot to talk about, Jean-Mario. But anyway, so Spain, always interesting to see how Spain holds the ball. Now, I did see this formation, and I'm going to show you this formation. Where is it? Now, one thing that I kind of take solace, well, first of all, I just want to say that Sweden is already dominating possession, playing playing beautiful football. Like they're dictating the pace. They're playing with so much ease, so much calm. The thing about the Spanish, the Spanish have figured out, this is what the Spanish have figured out, that as long as you play in space, you can play at any tempo you want. You can play football at walking pace against, let's say if you had a team that was filled with 11 Usain Bolts, that super fast, you can still play football at a walking pace based on spacing. And the Spanish have just figured out how to do this in an incredible way. And they can dictate a full game of 90 minutes with absolutely not even breaking a sweat. And it's just because understanding how to manipulate space and technique. Of course, you have to be very technical. You have to have trained and have to have developed that style of football throughout your career as a student of football. And then once you get on the pitch, you have to apply it. So these are players that have been playing this style since they were 6 years old, 7 years old. And it's truly incredible how well the Spanish do it. Now, I wanted to talk about their formation. So I'm looking at their formation. And there's a big difference between this formation and the formations that we usually have seen. So first of all, like none of these names are the same names that won that World Cup 2 Euros in a row, except for Jordi Alba, pretty much. So this is a complete new Spain. This is the new generation of Spain. And now, the thing about Spain is that they had that incredible generation that was unbeatable. But Spain, no matter which generation, always plays the same style of football. So what it is that will determine whether or not Spain also can build the same generation is whether or not the charisma and the personality of the players. If they can bring that same mentality as Xavi, Iniesta, Pedro, Busquets, who did you have? Villa, Puyol, Sergio Ramos, all these super players that just completely dominated teams. If they can bring that same kind of personality, then guys, it's going to be tough because the style Spain plays is a winning style of football. All right, so So far, right now, pretty much it's all Spain. Nothing else going on. Just Spain holding the ball, not being very dangerous. So let me talk a little bit about what I've seen so far in these Euros. Well, first of all, let's start with the first game I saw, Italy versus Turkey. Now, when it came to Italy versus Turkey, that's exactly what I expected. As a matter of fact, I even had a review, and you can literally go check that review, and I'll tell you exactly what that review. I told you exactly what was going to happen tactically. Spinazzola was going to be the player nobody was going to know about. Everybody's surprised. Spinazzola, man of the match. I'm listening to ESPN UK, and everybody's saying, wow, I never heard of this Spinazzola guy. He was crazy. I told you guys, Spinazzola is going to be the player right off the bat. Guys, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Right off the bat, Spinazzola, first player that people are talking about. Right off the bat, okay? 2, I told you that we were going to see what Mancini was going to do, either keep Florenzi as a 3 and basically do. Italy is kind of doing what Milan does with Teo Hernandez and Calabria, right? Florenzi goes back and participates in the line. It's basically a line of 3. You have Chiellini, Bonucci, and Florenzi, and then you have Spinazzola that starts to make his way up the field to double up as the striker. This is exactly what I put. I told you this is how Italy was going to play. And then you have the 3 midfielders, whether it's Verratti, Locatelli, Jorginho, Barella. Now, unfortunately, we're missing a bunch of them. Unfortunately, we're missing Zaniolo. We're missing Chiesa. Hey, what's up, Larry?
How's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. How's the live going? Just started, yeah?
Yeah, about, 8 minutes. Good. Now, I was talking about Italy, and I was just saying that how in the review I made, it went exactly that way. So Italy played this very possession-based style, and it came out really well. I expected Turkey to be a little bit more competitive. Turkey definitely did not come out. Did you see the game?
Yeah, I saw the game, and I think Italy was well organized. I don't think it's Turkey's problem. I think Italy was really well organized. So fair enough. Turkey is inferior to Italy for sure. It's quite good as a team, and I think the approach of Turkey was a bit wrong, in my opinion. They should have been more braver and attack a bit more. Try to play a bit more football.
Yes, and also, you bring that up. So basically, Turkey played this tactic where you have one striker and then everybody is behind the ball, right, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I saw Croatia do the same thing against England, and you just saw and because obviously I was watching Croatia and I'm watching Rebic. I want to see how he does. So Rebic was that one striker. And I'm just looking at the difference. When you have like 3 strikers in that area, it's so easier to attack. Like these teams that only play with one striker, like Turkey did, how are you going to attack? It's impossible. And Croatia too. Like Croatia had that one striker, very impossible to attack. It is a very strange decision they make. I mean, I guess we're trying to play it safe. That's what they want to do. But
yeah,
you don't play football though.
Yeah, that's another thing. And if you want to play it in that way, you need a fast-paced striker, not Rebic, not the one Turkey has. You need a player like, for example, I will say Mbappe or Leao. You cannot do that type of game with Lewandowski, for example. As much as Lewandowski is a great player, he's not going to perform if he's alone over there and with no service at all. But if you have a fast player, you can actually try to go on the counter attack. So Lukaku is the best example for that type of game.
Yeah.
If you don't have those players, try to play football. Try to give yourself a chance.
Yeah. Now the thing is, though, that of course, if you commit all those players up top, and you have players like Insigne, Immobile, Barella, Berardi, like with space, you know, they're going to score a lot of goals. But one thing I want to ask you, Lart, now, what did you think? What games have you seen so far?
I've seen a few of them. I've seen England against Croatia. I've seen Italy. I saw which one? How's it called? Oh my God, I forgot. Wales against Switzerland.
Yes, that's what I wanted to get to. Right. So you saw Wales against Switzerland. The striker of Switzerland is very interesting. Did you see him?
Yeah. That's why I was telling you that that guy was pretty good physically, not bad technically. Was playing basically alone as a striker, and which is the type of striker we need. Basically, was alone and the whole team surrounding him.
So do you agree with me that out of all the players, that would be a great player for Milan?
That would be an interesting option. I don't know where he plays.
I don't know either. I think he, but he's very young. He's what, 23 or 24. He doesn't play in a big team.
He plays in Austria or no?
I think he plays in Germany. I don't remember. I don't remember actually.
It's interesting. I don't know how much it cost, the experience, how many good seasons he had, or how was his season. There's a lot of things, a lot of variable. You can play a great tournament but not be a great player, you know what I mean? Not the one can perform the entire season.
Right. Yes, he seemed very interesting. Now, speaking of Italy, Switzerland, which is coming up on Wednesday. So now that striker is a striker that, yes, you can play with one striker, like with him, right, up top. So now Switzerland has a very technical team, a good team.
Yeah.
Very, very organized. They don't have many elements that are great, but they have some elements that are great. But they have a striker now that I don't think Switzerland has ever had. So it looks like a very dangerous striker. So this game against Italy is going to be a little bit more complicated than Turkey, Italy. Italy, Switzerland is going to be a little bit more complicated. I want to see how this striker does. I hope Chiellini and Bonucci can stop him, and with the organization of the team. But this game is going to be a little bit more difficult, I think.
Yeah, I think if Switzerland is going to play like Turkey, so going on the counter, they're going to be more effective because they have that type of striker. And it's going to be a great test for Bonucci and Chiellini to see if they can handle that type of player, because I doubt that Chiellini and Bonucci are quite Romagnoli type of defender, you know?
Yes, they definitely don't have a speed for sure, but
quite knowledge in tactical knowledge and everything, but not physical ability to run.
Yeah, and Bonucci especially, you would say. Bonucci definitely probably the slowest defender in Serie A. So I guess it will really come up to the organization of a team and how they organize themselves. And buonasera, Carlo. Come stai?
Oh, buonasera, Carlo.
So it's going to be.
Even Jamar is here. Is he joining us?
Maybe we'll see. Maybe. I asked him earlier. We'll see.
Since the season finished, we never had, at least me and him, we never had like a live together.
I mean, he just came here and he just tried to put it in everybody's face, but he was right about Pioli. So I guess he got it out of his system.
Okay.
Because here everybody was Pioli out. He was the only one Pioli in. So he got it out of his system. But no. If he's here, that'll be great. I would love to talk to him more.
I will text him on Twitter. Let's see if we can do something like once a week, something related to AC Milan. You know, because the Euros are great, but we love our team. We want to talk about AC Milan a bit and see what's going on. Have you heard any news, Roy? What's going on?
With AC Milan,
Yeah,
I gotta say, for me, it's different. For me, the Euros and the international competitions are like my favorite thing. Like they are my favorite. When it comes to sports and competition, they are my favorite. The World Cup is my favorite. The Euro Cup is my second favorite. And so for me, right now. I'm very focused on what's going on in the Euro Cup. I'm watching every game. I'm trying to see all the players that could be interesting for Milan. I'm trying to see which teams are going to go where. I'm trying to do a lot of predictions. So my focus right now is mostly on the Euros, to be honest with you. When it comes to AC Milan, it's kind of boring, really, Mercato right now. Nothing is really happening. We have Tonali that might be official right now, um, either today or tomorrow, from what I'm hearing. Then Tomori should be. Let's see if he's okay. Now these journalists that I'm reading, let's see if we're going to put him to the test. So the journalists said that Tonali should be either official today or tomorrow. All right. So this is what the journalists said. They said that Tomori should be official this week. Okay. We'll see that what they're saying. They're saying that Giroud is pretty much done. We'll see if that's real. They're saying that Brahim Diaz is now. They're thinking 2-year contract with Real Madrid. But Real Madrid wants the obligation, while obbligo, while Milan says por el diritto. So I don't know what is that in English exactly.
Yeah, just to clarify, obligation is like you have to buy the player at the end of the loan. Option to buy is actually you can buy the player, but you don't have to.
Right.
And the price is decided before the loan. So even if the player gets a great season and Real Madrid wants to change the price, that is not possible. The price is already done. Right. So just is between the player and the club to decide for the contract, and the other club needs to accept the offer was decided in the beginning of the season.
Right. Yeah. So now, according to that, Ancelotti is all in. Brahim Diaz wants to stay at Milan. There was also reports that Brahim Diaz doesn't really want to let go of Real Madrid either. There's that. Then there's the fact that Ibrahimovic might be more injured than usual. And now I'm just going to go all over these points, and then later we can talk about it. So Ibrahimovic more injured than they thought he would be. Berardi price tag just went up.
Of course.
And also Gazzetta dello Sport linked Berardi with AC Milan today. So that was interesting. I read another report. Berardi says he wants to play for Inter.
Yeah.
Talk of Dzeko. As far as I know, I actually don't know much about the Dzeko thing. Do you know anything about the Dzeko thing? I just know that he's. I can't say anything for sure.
I think Dzeko is not going to come to AC Milan. I don't think. If Zlatan doesn't play any more football, let's say Zlatan does this injury is so serious, then he's like, seriously, guys, I cannot play anymore. I'm done with football. Going back, all the training and everything to get back fit is just something I don't want to do anymore. Maybe Dzeko can be the plan B. It's basically same type. It's not same type of player. Zlatan is way better than him, at least when he has the ball. But it's same type of operation. You get for free. You sign a contract to him, and he's gonna play 15 games a year, and that's it. And hopefully, he's gonna score between 10 and 15 goals. But I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I feel so sorry for Pioli. I feel so sorry because looking at reports, it looks like he's not going to have an incredible team next season. It feels like the top the options in the attacking side is going to be a bit poor next season again, which is a bit sad.
Well, I don't know. I don't know because I want to see what happens in August. I think that I can see why you're concerned based on, and this is kind of why I was also saying that right now the mercato is just not very interesting because I kind of have that feeling too. It just doesn't look like it's going to be very interesting, but it always, the August is always like so unpredictable. So I'm also kind of hanging on to that right now. As far as Pioli, I think he's going to have a really good team. Now, is he going to have the kind of team that he can say, "Yeah, I'm going to win the Champions League right away"? No, but I think
better than the previous season.
Yes, I think so for sure. Yeah, for sure. Well, one thing, because all the players grew and have one more year of experience, and these are young players, so it's not like they're all wear and tear. You know, these are players that are just still developing. Their body is still developing. So that's one thing. The other thing is I'm pretty sure that Maldini and company are going to put together a competitive team. I mean, you know, Gazidis, Maldini. You have to imagine these guys are going to put together a competitive team.
Yeah, I hope so. But the reports and all these websites that say they're giving us really poor names. You know what I mean? Not incredible. There's no enthusiasm over there.
Yeah.
These names.
And also,
yeah, go.
Yeah, let me just get rid of this. And I heard someone say something about that, which was quite interesting actually. And it's basically that the real targets, like the big names, are the names that they don't talk about. They keep it kind of secret, you know, that they keep it on the down low because they don't want to start auctions, mediatic auctions. You know, Milan is after this player, then Real Madrid wants him, then this other team wants him, blah 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 blah, and they don't want to you know, let's say compromise the process by making it too public. So I've heard people say this, people that I think I trust, and I think that is maybe true. You know, maybe they are going, like Belotti, Berardi, Vlahovic, all these players. They're probably dealing with them, but it's just not in the newspapers.
Yeah, let's see. It's really hard these days to get a player from a small team from Italy.
Yeah, that is true.
They don't sell. They prefer to keep it at the end.
And this would be the perfect time to exploit that, because of COVID and all that stuff. Now, I think that Milan is going to get a really good right winger for sure. I think they're going to get Giroud and a really good striker. Çalhanoğlu. Now, did you see this report about Çalhanoğlu being offered $3 million from Atletico Madrid?
Yeah, man, that's the value of Çalhanoğlu. I know. That's it.
That is funny. That is some funny stuff.
I mean, what about Donnarumma is getting $8 million from PSG at the end?
Donnarumma getting $8 million from PSG. Like, what are these two players thinking? Man.
And Raiola is not getting even his fee. He's not getting the 20 million he asked to AC Milan.
Incredible. That man, what a piece of crap that man is, huh? He really tried to exploit Milan.
Yeah, no, it's I don't want to hear anyone saying Raiola win against AC Milan, because that's a big lose for Raiola. Signing the same contract AC Milan offer, not getting the transfer fee for himself, and PSG probably is gonna send it on loan.
Yeah, right. To Roma, maybe. To Roma, I heard.
The team probably that is now playing the Champions League, so it's like, what is this? It's a big lose.
Right. I'm definitely not excited with the names we're being mentioned with, apart from Berardi, but if he wants to join Inter, that makes me sad. Yeah, I read a report that he said he wants to join Inter, but I don't know if it was on, you know, Milan has Sempre Milan, Inter has Sempre Inter. So it was on Sempre Inter. Do you guys think Milan will sign quality players like Zic? Yeah, I think so. Because we're just barely half of June. We have to go to the other half. Then we have July. Then we have the whole of August. Man, it's so much, dude. So it's kind of point. Honestly, do it following the calciomercato is kind of pointless, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and Berardi, I don't think he's going to play for Inter because the formation Inter does is 3-5-2, and Berardi doesn't play in the 3-5-2 because he's a wing. He's not a defensive wing; he's an attacking wing. So cannot play for Inter, in my opinion. He needs to cover the whole wing, the whole line.
He can do that position, however.
He's never done that in his career, and he's too technical, and he's not so fast. He doesn't have that stamina, that run to do it.
It's not in his love at all.
He's
perfect. He's perfect for the 4-3-3 or for the 4-2-3-1.
Exactly. That's I see more Juventus probably getting him.
Yeah, I kind of have that sensation as well.
Juventus have more chance to get him because Juventus can actually get rid of Ronaldo and put him on.
Yes,
and he has all the wings they need. They have Chiesa, they have Berardi, they have Kulusevski. They put Dybala as a attacking midfielder or as a striker. He can play both the positions.
I mean, I know some people won't agree with me, but if you have Chiesa, Berardi, Bernardeschi, freaking Kulusevski, and Dybala, I mean, geez, that's so much quality.
Yeah, that's perfect, man. You just
you need a big striker.
I mean, Morata is a second choice, third choice. So I think Dybala is going to be the first striker. Or you can put even someone like Dzeko over there, and he's going to score goals because they create a lot. So I'll see Dzeko going probably to Juventus.
Yeah. Dzeko could. I guess he could land. Juventus could definitely land him. Shit. I had that sensation too that Juventus was on Berardi. I hope they don't get him. Ziyech would be sick, Berardi too, and Icardi also.
Nah, I don't like Icardi, man.
Icardi has been linked pretty heavily with AC Milan lately. A lot of people talking about Icardi.
No, I don't see our managers or who is running the club dealing with a player like Icardi.
Okay, and you know what I heard? This is what I can't remember from who it was. Was either Pellegatti or one of these guys. They said that Pioli and Maldini like Icardi, but it's Gazidis and the other people that don't want to deal with Wanda.
Well, I don't even believe that Maldini likes Icardi, to be honest. I don't think Maldini likes Icardi because Icardi, there is a problem. His wage is so high, man.
Yeah,
he earns a lot of money, man. Right? And he's a loose cannon, so it's dangerous. It's quite dangerous.
Yeah, I'm not. I actually would not be very excited about Icardi. And also from a technical point of view, not just his the baggage he comes with. Even from a technical point of view, it's not that he's that impressive. I mean,
it's quite slow.
Yeah, he's
fast during his Inter period. You remember?
Okay, I haven't watched him at all against PSG. So he looks like he's slowed down in PSG.
Yeah, he's really slow. He's not fit at all. It's not.
Okay.
He's not a big guy as well. So I understand you can be slow if you are a big guy. So you're like dominating the box. It's not impressive, man.
Yeah, it is not a very exciting name to me. I would like to see a player that is capable of also being a regista in that area, which is it just makes our football look so much nicer.
Yeah.
Like what Ibrahimovic does, It would be nice to have a player that is capable of participating in the play, 2 touches, slowing the game down, organizing. Icardi is a player that, for the most part, he does the last touch. He's a last touch kind of guy. He'll do the last tap in. He'll maybe do a pass, then he'll run into space, create space. You either go back to him, or he's a tap in player. Dzeko is a little bit similar, more Ibrahimovic.
Yeah. It's hard, man. It's hard because, as you say, August is gonna be the real month. Stay tuned, guys. August is gonna be 100% calciomercato.
Right. And that's the thing, like I did this live a few nights ago. It was late, and I was just thinking, it's like, what's the fucking point of doing this, dude? There's no point.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so Ziyech, right? We're hearing Ziyech this week. Then next week it'll be someone else. Then it'll be someone else.
It'll be
Berardi. Like it was Berardi. Now it's Ziyech. Then it's Papu Gomez. Then it's
again Papu Gomez. Yeah. They need to sell, man. They need to sell. They don't have a real job like me and you, man. They need to sell.
Right. This is their job is manufacturing shit in order to
exactly.
Sell.
We should manufacture shit because we have like 8 viewers at the moment, so we need to say something to put it to 12. And they're actually doing that. We are more honest than that.
Right. Integrity doesn't pay off, man.
Exactly. But actually, I love our community because they interact a lot. They understand the vibe, AC Milan.
Right.
And I like when is the calciomercato on. I like more to talk about if he's the right player or not. Probably it's not gonna happen. So when you tell me Berardi, I'll say yeah, he's the right player. Definitely can work for the Pioli system and AC Milan, what he wants to do.
Yeah. And speaking of which,
yeah. Vlahovic, again, 40 million. Fuck you, Fiorentina. Seriously, man. What is this name? I mean, for example, a lot of people were talking about Leao. There is a chance we can sell Leao for 20-25 million. Now, listen to me. Why Scamacca value is 40 million and Leao's value is 25 million? What is the logic here?
There is no logic.
There is no logic. The guy Leao plays for AC Milan. He's done 7 goals this season and a few assists. I think 5 or 6, something like that. He's played a lot of games, a difficult season, contribute to help AC Milan to go in 2nd place in Serie A and bring it back to the Champions League. I know in our eyes, we see the guy that is a bit lazy, is not consistent. But if you see numbers and what he's putting in the pitch and how much he's contributing, his value should be at least 30-35 million. You know what I mean? Because he does an important job for a squad.
Okay, I was thinking, for me, it's not that Leao should be worth 35, it should be that Scamacca to me is worth much less.
Yeah, that would be a normal world. In a normal world, a 20 years old, promising 20 years old should be 20, 25 million.
Right, exactly.
Not 40 million.
Yeah.
Even Vlahovic. Okay, you've done 20 goals with Fiorentina. That's impressive. And believe me, but Fiorentina should be happy if they get 30 million. They should be like, we've done it. We took the guy for 0 and we're selling it for 30 million. That's insane. But Fiorentina doesn't want to sell. That's another thing. And a lot of players want a lot of teams want the players. So that's why the price goes up like crazy.
Yeah, and then these guys, they know that there are these teams in England that will spend 80 million on a defender called, like Maguire or whatever. So they're like hoping to slap these huge prices on them and hoping that some English team or some Spanish team comes in and splashes in the cash. But then that never happens. And then these players get stuck in those teams, and they never advance their careers. Kind of like Belotti and Berardi. It's just, I hate that. I really hate that. I can't stand it.
Are you watching the game? Are you watching Spain?
Yeah, I'm watching Spain.
How they're playing?
They are looking a little bit slow. Their rhythm is a little bit slow. They are controlling the game pretty much. Sweden has they're doing a very interesting thing. Sweden is not wasting much energy in the press. So it's a very interesting. What I'm seeing right now is very interesting. Something that I don't think I've ever seen or ever noticed. That you have two teams that are pretty much not wasting energy, and Sweden is not like, oh shit, Sweden just made a terrible mistake. Oh wow, almost a goal for. But Sweden just really not wasting energy on the press. So it's just Barcelona playing Torello pretty much, but not very penetrative. Just kind of like Allegri. Okay, they look like Allegri with Juve.
Spain, I don't think is good enough to win the competition. To be fair,
Yeah, well, they definitely don't have the same team they had. That's for sure.
oh, today I saw an interesting stat on Twitter from IFTV, and they were counting how many players in these Euros were coming from the Premier League and how many from the Bundesliga, how many from the Serie A, La Liga, and Liga 1. And it was quite interesting because, of course, Premier League was the biggest league. 120 players basically were coming from the Premier League.
That's a lot.
Bundesliga was 90 players, roughly 89 players. Serie A third with around 70 players, something like that, 69, 70 players. I don't remember the exact number, but 71 I think was players. And La Liga was 39 players. That was, of course, Liga 1 really poor as well, 29 players. But Liga 1 had, there is a reason. Liga 1, there is a lot of young players. They go for the under 21.
I wonder if that is because in Spain, the teams are very Spanish. Like there's a
Yeah.
lot of Spanish players.
There is a lot of Spanish players, and there is a lot of South American players as well. Like a lot of them from South America. They play.
I wonder what the stats look like when it goes to the Copa America.
I would say probably Copa America.
Italy and Spain have to be up there.
Spain is gonna have the most.
Portugal, Italy, and Spain probably. Those three teams
Yeah.
are gonna be. I don't know what order, but
Yeah, it's But was an interesting stat.
what do you think about that stat?
What do you say?
What do you think about it though?
The stat. Yeah, I was. Italy is not bad. 71 players is a lot for the Serie A in Europe because Premier League is insane. It's a lot.
Now that says that there's not many English players in the Premier League.
There is not many English players, or it's impressive how they are starting to buy more in Europe as well. I think.
My God, sorry, Sweden almost scored a goal. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's impressive. 120 players is a lot, but Bundesliga and Italy 71 and Bundesliga almost 90 players. That's a lot as well. That says a lot. Considering they don't have the money of the Premier League, and they still have a lot of good players. They are playing in Europe. That's interesting. But I would say Juventus and Inter, they have a lot of players that actually go in this competition. I would say Juventus and Inter probably they cover 40 players, 35 players.
Yeah, but also we have a lot of teams that are mid-table teams with a lot of Eastern European players.
Yeah,
like players from Slovakia, players from North Macedonia. So those players also must be included in that. Who else? Russia, Ukraine.
Yeah, there is a lot of them. If you think Italy has 26 players now, and I think, if I'm not wrong, 20 of them come from Serie A, roughly. So 50 players comes from, that goes to other national teams. It's not
Yeah,
a
well,
lot.
it is half of England though. I mean, it's I don't know whether this is a good stat or a bad stat. To be honest with you, I can't tell whether it's a good stat or a bad stat. Um,
I remember Italy was on top of 15 years ago. Every international competition, Italy was bringing the most player.
hmm,
The Serie A. The Serie A was bringing like more than 100 players.
yeah. And of course back then Serie A was much more successful. So you'd have to say this it's a good stat for England, not so good for Italy.
Yeah, it's a stats that shows you which one are the most stable leagues in terms of money and appeal.
Yeah,
That's simple as that. There is a lot of African players in Italy as well. So
right. The African Cup of Nations, but I think more so in England. England probably is the country with the most African players. Um, so
what
yeah,
do you
the
think
Copa
about Belgium?
Belgium,
Yeah.
they looked good. They are missing Witzel and De Bruyne, so those are two super midfielders, pretty much. They
Yeah.
look good. Lukaku, man, looks great. Lukaku looks just. Lukaku right now is the most. Well, maybe I don't know if he's the most, but he's definitely in the top three, top two, top three most informed strikers. Um,
Yeah, Lukaku, it is at the moment is the striker to buy, in my opinion.
yeah, their formation a 3-4-1-2 kind of thing, kind of like Atalanta. They yeah, no, they look good. They look like they're a team that look like that can win it. England to me looked like a team that can win it. England had some moments that looked really good. Like they play with so much. England plays with so much speed all the time. It's like even the slowest thing is done with so much speed. It's just the Premier League. This Premier League is just speed, speed, speed. It's like it's crazy. Um, Italy looked really good. Belgium looked really good. Spain looks. Spain doesn't look bad. Spain looks okay. Spain looks like what Spain usually looks like.
Well, Spain used to be before the
Yes.
Galacticos of Barcelona came
Yes. Spain
into
looks kind of
Barcelona.
like what they used to look like before the Galacticos, right? Then what else? Holland looked really good, but defensively they're missing their two best defenders, Delete and the big guy there, the Verge, whatever his name is.
I just want to answer this comment. I want to say that, yeah, I usually have glasses, don't worry. Just this time, I don't know. You're not crazy. You see me with glasses, that's true.
Modric looked amazing. Modric is what a player, man. I would take Modric in a heartbeat. If Modric wants to come to Milan at his age, yes, he's the best player I saw so far in this tournament.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
insane, man. And he's old, man. He's 36.
he can do whatever he wants with the ball, and he can doesn't matter. He can slow down the tempo. He can go fast. He finds every pocket of space. All his dribbles, all his touches are correct. His touch ratio must be 99% per game, like correct ratio.
And he tries difficult passes, man. It's
Yeah,
not like, yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, I'll just play simple like Jorginho does for 90%
right.
of the game. He's always putting the difficult pass over there. So, no, he's impressive, man. He's insane. He's been doing this for 20 years now, probably.
Oh, actually, the second best player that I saw that could be a potential target for AC Milan is that English player that plays in Leeds, Wright Phillips or something like that. Something
Oh,
like that.
yeah, but you cannot buy him.
I know, I know. I mean, from England, it's impossible.
It's
But
impossible because a lot of big clubs in England wants to buy him already. So,
yeah, yeah, like he looked very good. Like he looks like a Gattuso kind of player, very, very tough. So the two best players that are potential targets for AC Milan, if I was the whatever director, would be Mbolo, the guy from Switzerland, the striker,
mhm.
and that British guy there from
Calvin Phillips. Yeah. Even Declan Rice, he's good. He plays for West Ham. He's a great holding midfielder. He's really young. He's 23.
Did Declan Rice play on?
Yeah, he was playing in the middle with Calvin Phillips. He was a tall guy that was waiting in front of the defense.
Got you. Okay, yeah, I remember Mount because he was very impressive. Mount looked really good.
Do you think we're going to flop this transfer window, Roy? Some people say
no, it's not gonna flop. It's just the same. The thing about it is that what I've realized as someone now, like I spoke about it a few days ago, now that we have this channel, or we're part of this channel, and we have to talk about Milan every day, we're kind of forced to follow it and to read the shit every day, and you just realize how much of it is just names. And essentially, the official ones are going to come. This, and it used to be like when you didn't have to follow the Calcio Mercato every day. Like you just live your life, everything is going fine, you're thinking about other things, then all of a sudden, ufficiale, this guy is at Milan. In the span of 3 months, it just seemed like a short thing. It seemed like it went by really fast. But if you have to follow it every day, you just realize how fucking stupid it is and how much bullshit it is, how much strategy and just journalists wanting to sell newspapers, name after name. They're going to do their job. They're going to get their job done. So I have a lot of faith in Maldini and co.
And what I realized on the previous, when they bought previous player, they go for the player straight away. When the name comes out, they're actually doing something about it. They get the player. You remember when Tomori came out? Everyone was talking about Simakan. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, almost there. Blah blah blah. But when they say Tomori, they went and got him. In a week, the deal was done. The guy was in Milan.
Right. Yeah.
So I feel like AC Milan, when they're going to say, okay, I will go for that player, it's just gonna go. It's just gonna be like done. This is the money. This is what you want. Let's go. So even Tonali, everyone was saying, they just went and got Tonali. It was done.
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, so I was listening to a journalist. So we're going to put these journalists to the test. Tonali should be either official today or tomorrow. I guess tomorrow. Tomori should be official this week. So let's see if these journalists know their shit. Like these journalists are saying for sure Tonali is going to be official tomorrow, and Tomori this week. We'll put them to the test.
Do you know who are these journalists? So at least we don't need to follow them the next day.
I know who they are. And I have them on I'm testing them.
Okay, let's see. But yeah, it's interesting. Players I would like to see for AC Milan. I didn't like the center back of England. I would say Tomori is way better. Tyrone Mings, I don't think he's incredible. Tyrone Mings.
He was a very big guy, right? Very big.
Yeah,
very
tall.
I didn't really pay attention to him too much, to be honest with you. But hey, look who we have. What is up, my man?
What's going on, man?
Good. How you guys doing? Good evening.
Excellent. How are you?
Good.
Not bad, man. Just a bit bored with this transfer market, and Euros is exciting, but still, no big matches. Still, we're waiting for the big match. Is France playing against Germany tomorrow?
Tomorrow, France versus Germany.
It's gonna be the same game. That was really a cool game.
Yeah. How are you following Skillert? Are you following the Euros?
I sure am. But one thing I just want to say, guys, is that the lack of excitement in the first half in terms of the goal scoring, it doesn't really interest me in terms of anyone that stands out that we should get. Because what I think is a good plus in last season is that once we scored the early first goal, it was much easier to build on that rather than come back from a deficit.
Are you talking Are you talking about players in the Euros or in general?
Yeah, in the Euros, because I really want to take this opportunity to see if there's any players or anyone that we haven't considered before that maybe that we were hoping that the management was taking a good look at. So they would be good, like a scouting opportunity, you could say.
Right. Laird and I.
Yeah,
Oh,
go for it. Sorry.
Oh, Laird and I were seeing the Swiss striker. He looked very good. He looked like a guy. He kind of reminds me of Lukaku a little bit. He can bulldoze his way through defenders. He's got speed. He's got power. He's got goals. He scored a header. He looked like he was very dangerous. So that's a player that is, and he's very young, 23, 24. That I thought was a very interesting player.
Yeah, I like this comment because I mean, I don't think we already knew the value of Lukaku, Barella, Skriniar. So I wasn't surprised. For example, Brozovic, I don't think he played a great game against.
No, I don't think. No, I think he was very poor.
But still, he's a valuable player. He's a good player in that position. It's just England was better. That's it. I don't think Inter is still the team to beat at the end. But what the club says, they're gonna sell at least one or two players, so that changes completely. And the manager is different, so there is something to consider there. So I don't think they are unbeatable.
No,
It's going to change. It's going to change a lot.
yeah, and I really think that Inzaghi is so much inferior to Conte. That's gonna be. I mean, Conte, guys, every time he freaking plays a league, he wins it. You know, you can criticize him all you want, but the guy is a winner. Like, you're going from a winner to a guy like Inzaghi. That's a huge difference. Huge difference.
Yeah, Inzaghi is soft. Inzaghi, for example, is not brave enough to go to Lautaro and tell him to fuck off. I don't think he's gonna do that. And Lautaro can do whatever he wants with Inzaghi as a manager. With Conte was different. Conte is telling him, you know what, fuck off. You're doing what I say.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So definitely Conte has that. Conte prefers to go on war with the player than actually let them win. So yeah, that's a huge difference when you're talking about 38 games an entire season. So it makes sense. I don't think Inzaghi is going to be different between Conte. But yeah, Europe, I didn't see any incredible game, you know, those games that a team is actually winning and something happened and the other team wins after. So
it almost happened with Holland versus
Ukraine. Yeah, almost happened.
Ukraine plays very nicely. Shevchenko, I was unimpressed. I like how Ukraine plays.
I was rooting for Sheva, to be honest. I really wanted him to win.
Yeah, I was looking. Okay, let's see how Ukraine plays. They play nice football, man.
Yeah. What about the Dutch team? How's
They look good, man. They play really.
They look good.
Oh yeah. They have really good. I mean, the problem with the Dutch is that they're just not well oiled. You know, they're not a well oiled machine, but the pieces are there. And the thing about the Dutch is it doesn't matter which generation it is, they'll always be technical. It's just in their DNA to be technical. Total football, you know. They're missing Delete and what the fuck is the other guy's name?
Van Dijk.
Yeah,
Van Dijk, right? So they're missing their two center defenders. They don't really have a big number 9, so they're kind of like they're kind of depending on like a falso 9 kind of situation. But they play nice football. They keep the ball. They held most of the possession. But then, you know, the Ukraine's also played really well and scored one of the best goals of the tournament, maybe the second best goal of the tournament after Sheik today scored a big one. And the defense is kind of, you know, you can create opportunities against Holland, but they will create opportunities against you too.
So what are you telling me? Because in my opinion, the weakest spot, for example, for Italy is the center back. In my opinion, if you can give an evaluation to the entire team, the weakest spot is the defense. And I'm not saying it's not good enough. I'm just saying it's weaker than the midfield and the attacking.
Yeah.
And the Dutch probably is the same. England as well. The center backs are the weakest part of the overall team. German.
Sorry to interrupt. The Dutch team would look different with Van Dijk. I think the defense would have been way different with him there, because he's not only just a defender, he's a captain as well. So he would have sorted them out.
Yeah, and if you have Delete and Van Dijk in there, I mean, how are you going to get through that?
But I'm talking about in this tournament, they don't have it.
Right.
Germany, the center backs are not impressive, are quite weak compared to overall the team. So France actually is pretty good on that. France and Portugal, they are pretty good on that.
Yeah. As far as I can say, Italy, when it comes to defense, I would put us maybe in the top 4, somewhere around there. My problem with Italy is not so much for defense, to be honest with you. It's not so much for central defenders. It's that we don't have defensive midfielders. It's all midfielders that are kind of more, technical midfielders. We don't really. There's no Gattuso in there, and those Gattusos are very important. So that's kind of where that's one of the things I'm kind of like a little bit worried about.
Oh, that's true. France has Golo Kante. He's the best one at the moment on that position.
Right. Exactly. France has everything: goalkeeper, defense, midfield, attack.
Since France are one of the favorites, do you think, other than Mike Maignan, sorry if I mispronounce his name, do you think there's any player in the French team that Milan can afford?
Well, Mbappe is living for free, so technically we can afford him. But I don't know if he wants to come to play for AC Milan. I think going back to what we were talking a week ago, I think our problem at the moment is that still the big players don't want to come and play for us. Still, we are not appealing for them to say, you know what, I want to build a career and play for AC Milan, or do my next 5 years of contract for AC Milan. And that's the most sad part in my life, because there's a lot of great players that are going for free, and they're not even considering AC Milan.
I don't think AC Milan is even in their C list.
Exactly. That's so sad.
Yeah.
But what? Sorry.
We can give him 8 million for sure, Depay. But he's not even considering AC Milan in his lifestyle. That's insane if you think.
Oh, actually, you know what I heard about Depay? Very close to Juventus.
See, Juventus did an awful season, and still they think more about Juventus than Milan. They get shit-faced in Champions League every season, and they still think, oh, I'll go for Juventus. That is crazy, man. It's I don't know how it works, how the people think.
Well, in that case, what I think the market for Milan is if you can't get the first 11 of a national team, we got to look at their bench. And out of those bench players, I'm sure some of them may have the opportunity or the potential to be better than one of the starting 11 and need some game time to break into that first 11.
I think Giroud is a great move, but let's see if it's going to be a move. If he's going to happen.
So like Giroud, he's not. I don't think he'll start in front of Mbappe or Benzema. Well, unfortunately for Benzema, he's injured now, but he wouldn't start ahead of them. So he's the kind of player that would be interested in the move to Milan. Try to get some game time, try to get into the first 11. Those are sort of players that we got to target. If it's going to be any one of the stars, I completely agree with you guys. It's near impossible.
Yeah, it's not possible right now. No, maybe next year, maybe, but most likely in 2 years if things go upwards.
Yeah.
Now very different. Now it's more like the Belotti, like these, not like Neymar, these kind of names. We're very far away from those kind of names.
Yeah. I see a lot of
Guys.
people are talking about Szczesny. Why are they talking about Szczesny in here? I mean, that's
I think he got scored on with a crazy goal, like a very
Yeah,
embarrassing goal.
that's life, man.
Guys, it wasn't a few days ago, but I think last week Paqueta scored the second goal in the lead up to the Copa.
Yeah.
Are you guys feeling any regret over that, or because he seems to be, if he's scoring goals and he's starting alongside Neymar, he's on the uptrend.
Hey, let's say it the way it should be said. Okay, all right.
Say it, Roy.
Paqueta is starting for Brazil. Locatelli is starting for Italy. The fucking not Thiago Silva, the Portuguese guy is starting for Portugal. Man, these are three big players that could easily be in AC Milan right now, starting for three of the best teams in international football.
Well, I'll tell you, Çalhanoğlu started for Turkey. Started for Costa d'Avorio, and Benacer for Algeria. I know it's not Brazil and Italy, but it's something still.
No, yeah, but imagine if we had that. We had Turkey, Algeria, Costa d'Avorio, Brazil, Portugal, Italy. Man, that's a team. That's how you build a team.
I'll be honest with you. Paqueta was. I regret him a bit, just a bit, because I'm not a guy that regrets a lot in general. It's just I think Paqueta this season would have been amazing. Way better than Casti, way better than Krunic. Would have done a lot this season. Play more as a midfielder. That period that Benacer wasn't feeling good, Paqueta, Kessie would be great. Or Paqueta playing instead of Leao as a number 10 when he played number 10 some games. He would have done great. But that's life, man. We need cash. We sell him. That's it. End of the story. Finished. I hope he's doing well. He never felt loved in Milan. That's for sure. I think.
So, out of those players, is there anyone you would take back in a few years' time? I mean, not immediately, of course, because they have contracts. But
I would take back all three of them.
Really?
No, I'll take.
Guys, if you are the starter for Brazil, that means you're good. Okay, that means you're good.
Well, this Brazil, I'm not sure.
Any Brazil.
Not sure, man.
All right,
but it's good.
I would take all three of them back. Yeah, all three of them.
Paqueta, I will take him back, but Locatelli, yeah, he's okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we are good midfielder. That's the thing I hate the most. We are actually good in the midfield. Our problem is the attacking midfielders, the right wing, left wing, and the striker. That's where we're gonna get those people. You need 200 million to cover all that part of the pitch. We're not gonna get this.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to make a comment, and I made this comment I think a few weeks ago, and Eastbourne, he's on the comments. He shot it down, but I'll just say it for everyone again. I know he's a bit washed out, but Coutinho is one of my, you could say, on my secret wish list. Well, it's not a secret anymore because you guys know. But if he wants to join, even on a loan, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, my wish list is Gareth Bale and Coutinho, both of them.
Even Bale now in his current form.
Yes. Even Bale for the Serie A, more than enough, man. The last 30 meters is completely different than Casti. He's another player.
Oh, well, of course. If you're gonna, yeah. Bale.
Gareth Bale, Coutinho. These type of players, they put us again in the map. Because they are big names. They come to AC Milan. Maybe they perform really well in Champions League. and then people start thinking, oh shit, there is AC Milan over there that's playing the Champions League. There's 90,000 people in San Siro, and the team is competing to win the Serie A and is doing well in Champions League. Those are type of player that actually bring something to the game and to the marketing side.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, we do have history as a club of taking players that have not really excelled. I mean, you could say possible. Some even may say washed out, but they have come and really have done wonders for us. I mean, we've had players like that. Well, I don't know if you consider Seedorf as washed out before he joined us, but he wasn't that impressive.
Seedorf wasn't washed up. Seedorf was still in his 20s. It was just like an exchange that Inter needed, like a certain position. Mexes was like that.
Inter thought he wasn't adapting really well to the Serie A. So they thought he wasn't good enough for the Serie A, or at least he wasn't performing in Serie A. And AC Milan gave a shot because Seedorf at Real Madrid and Ajax was impressive.
He had already won 2 Champions League at that.
Yeah, he had 2 Champions League at that point. And he was pretty young. He was 23, 24, something like that when he came to AC Milan. Or maybe a bit older, but I get.
Maybe like 28, 27, I think.
No. He played.
Won it in 95. Won it in 95 with Ajax. And then he won it in 2000 with Real Madrid.
I think he won it straight away, not the year after, but 2 years after, something like that, with Real Madrid.
In 2000? It was in 2000?
I don't know when Real Madrid won the Champions League with Seedorf. I think it was. Did Real Madrid won something in 1998?
1999 was Bayern. 98 was.
Wait. What about Man United? 99 was Man United.
Man United, yeah.
98. I know Borussia Dortmund won after Ajax. 95.
96.
96.
Real Madrid 98.
98. Huh?
Real Madrid 98.
98. So Seedorf won it in 98.
Gotcha. And when did he move to Milan?
The year 2002. Summer 2002.
I know when he won it with Ajax, he was a youngster.
Yeah, it was 17, something like that. So basically, he moved to AC Milan at the age of 25.
Wow.
Something like that. But yeah, Seedorf was technically washed up. And Pirlo as well. He was
This is what I meant. I mean, to judge them based on saying that, okay, they didn't make it in a particular team, but we've seen them.
You're saying players that weren't successful in a particular team.
Okay,
because
let me.
Washed up is, to me, that means players that are like, old and ready to retire.
No. What I meant was that they weren't stars in that team.
Okay, yeah.
They could be, but they weren't.
Gotcha, yeah.
But when they came to Milan, they performed and they were stars and they became legends.
Yeah.
Got it.
But AC Milan did the same mistake with, I remember, Kluivert, David, and Vieira. But they came too young at AC Milan. They couldn't adapt quick. And in Serie A, you have to adapt quick. And the level was really high at that time. It was a really high level. So you cannot blame them.
Yeah, so that's why I'll take players like Coutinho, who were stars. You could say he dropped out star status in Barcelona. Could come to AC Milan on a loan, possible option to buy, to regain that star status. And he would be, immediately, based just off his name. You would know that there is quality still there.
Yeah, no, there is talent there, and he performed with Bayern Munich. So
he scored against them. Scored against Barcelona.
Yeah, he's good. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what he wants to do. I heard how it's called. Leicester City wants to get him, Coutinho.
Yeah, but isn't that a bit disheartening? I mean, even for me to hear that, is like our brand, even money aside, our brand is below that of Leicester.
Yep.
But
That's
this
insane.
is where Maldini is. I believe he can make the difference. You know, we may not have the money, but look at the sort of star status, and money can't buy you, the legend status at any club.
What do you think about the game tomorrow, France against Germany? Do you think Germany is going to beat France? Because everyone in the world, as this comment says, everyone says, is saying that France is going to be the favorite. Roy, I think your audio is making a bit of noise.
Yeah. It's crackling a bit, Roy.
Yeah, I think it's perfect. Perfect.
What about now?
Perfect. Okay, it's good.
What do you think, France, Germany, Roy? Tomorrow is winning.
Oh, what do I think? So yeah, France on paper is probably the favorite to win the tournament, but Germany has such a great tradition, great school of football, so solid, just like almost it's waterproof. So honestly, this game could either be a draw or win for France or win for Germany. It doesn't. Nothing would surprise
me. Yeah. It's going to be an open game. It's going to be interesting. I don't think it's going to be easy for France to win this Euro. They are the favorite, for sure. They have a solid team. Deschamps is not an idiot. It's his decision is quite straightforward. He's never risk it. Doesn't overthink it and stuff like that.
What we've seen... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, what we've seen of the Euros is that you don't need a star-studded team to win. I mean, we saw it with Greece. So anything can happen, and it's there was a comment I don't remember where I read it. It said that the Euros are more difficult because you don't have such lower-ranked teams from other regions who are forced into the World Cup that are in your group.
Yeah, no. Euros is the real World Cup. With basically, it's a shame that there is not a teams like Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, or the African teams. Because unfortunately, I don't want to say it but Asia just puts the level of the World Cup a bit down. Just in terms of there is few teams that actually suffer, or even sometimes used to be United States or Central America as well.
You guys remember North Korea? How they got in?
Yeah, I mean,
they didn't have to be the whipping boys. It was a free win for the group.
Exactly. So fair enough, it's not their sport, and but World Cup has to be everyone participate.
Yeah, no, the Euros is definitely a more difficult tournament because I mean, when it comes to football, the center of football economically is in Europe. So of course, just by that, it's obviously going to be the most difficult tournament. South America is probably the second most difficult tournament. Africa the third, then Asia the fourth, and then maybe North America and Central America. I don't think there's much difference there between Asia and those two regions. I mean, you do have countries like Japan that are very, very competitive, that could easily play against the U.S. and Mexico, these kind of teams. But I mean, when it comes to the economic powers of football, they're all in Europe. So you obviously, like the NBA is the strongest in the U.S., it's the same thing in Europe. So it is going to be a more difficult tournament. But when it comes down to these national tournaments, because there are sprints and because, these are not games that you're allowed to make any mistakes, right? It kind of can become like a roulette. You can play against like a Saudi Arabia, and then Saudi Arabia beats you on the day, and then you're out of the tournament. You can't come back and fix your mistakes. So these tournaments are kind of like poker in a way, but some players just have more cards, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's. Let me see if there is any comment. Some people say Paquetá is good for the Liga, but not for the. Some people say Salam Aleikum. Tulat and Roy. Thank you, guys.
What's up, Saif?
What's going on here? All right, guys. Oh, good. Sorry, guys. I'm so tired. I'm actually working out to lose some weight. So, yeah, I can't spot if Paquetá was playing. Yeah, I think so. But Pioli didn't like him, probably. He left because Pioli didn't like him. So I don't think I'm not sure about that.
One of the issues I had with Paquetá, and it's very similar to Diaz, to be honest, it's he doesn't have the physicality when it comes to the attack. You definitely need that in Serie A. Defenders just going to outmuscle you. You saw how many times in the first half of the season that Diaz just got shoved over. And to admit it, guys, it was me who started calling him Paper Diaz for this reason. He kept getting shoved over.
You were the one. Paper Diaz.
He fell over and he kept appealing for a free kick. It's not going to happen. If you're half the size and you get nudged and you fall, no ref is going to give it to you. I mean, look at Insigne. He's had to learn. He doesn't have the height for it. I think he bulked up a little bit, but he stayed on his feet and just ran through the defense.
No, what I see different from Paper Diaz and Paper Paquetá, I see that Paquetá used to play like Casti plays. He holds the ball a lot. He does that useless dribbling and and
more flashy.
Exactly, it's not effective for the game in Serie A. On the other side, Diaz, every time he does a dribbling, every time he tries to, he's trying to get dangerous and to go forward and create something. So that's the only difference. That Diaz, when he does something, he puts all the effort in that game, in that play, and tries to be dangerous. The other two, they just do it for the sake of doing it. And that's not good for Serie A. You cannot do that in Serie A. Brazil, that somebody disagree with you, Roy.
Starting for Brazil doesn't mean you can play in the Serie A. Well, I don't know.
He's a mate at the end. He's actually a bit sarcastic. So.
Well, no, I mean, I think Brazil, when it comes to Brazil, Brazil is the biggest powerhouse in football there is. So if you're playing for Brazil in the Seleção, you are playing for the most prestigious national team in the world. So, of course, you can play in the Serie A if you play in Brazil. Paquetá could have easily played for any other team in Italy.
What about these other comments? Neymar would screw in Serie A for the way he plays.
Neymar would be screwed in Serie A? No, I don't think so. Neymar would score maybe 30, 27, 28 goals.
No, are you sure?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I disagree, Roy.
Wow.
Neymar is a bit paper. He'll be paper Neymar after a while.
I'm not sure.
These players that create all these moments of magic, like they don't create them out of nothing. They have the ability to do it. I mean, Ronaldo, guys, came here and he scores 30 goals a year, and he's 35, 34. He doesn't even have the speed he used to have. Like Neymar would come here would just against like some of these teams. You say you want players like what Pioli said. We need players to unlock Udinese and Cagliari. Neymar would unlock these teams with ease. That's why you pay. That's why you pay 30 million for these players, Larry.
No, man, because I don't agree with you. Because first of all, Ronaldo physically is in a good shape, and he's always looking for the goal. And Ronaldo is a player that has done 60 goals in Spain, so of course he's gonna do at least half in Italy. It's like a statistic thing. It's not even if you can do 60 goals. I remember Bobo Vieri did 34 goals with Atletico Madrid one season. Came in Serie A, he did at least 22. So it's like it's about numbers. So if Neymar does 20 goals in Ligue 1, he's going to do 10, 12.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
That's how it works, because he's not a player that looks for the goal. He's not a player that actually goes and creates chances or looking. I think Neymar is a flashy player. He's kind of a Robinho style.
Listen, Larry, when you're the best Brazilian player, you're one of the best players in the world.
Man, look at around him. There is not decent Brazilian players around him. If Paquetá is his competitors, just makes the things a lot.
Well, okay, let's just put it this way. Since we can't really prove it, if Neymar comes to Milan, I'd be extraordinarily happy. I'll throw a party.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about myself.
All the tequila is on me.
I'm not sure about being happy with Neymar at AC Milan. He's definitely had more quality than Çalhanoğlu, and it's definitely more like how can I say? He knows what to do with the ball in the last 30 meters. He's really good at that. But in Serie A, he's gonna get a lot of.
Larry, Serie A is like maybe the 6th best league in Europe. It's not. I mean, Serie A is pretty poor. I mean, Premier League is more difficult than the Serie A. Spain is more difficult than the Serie A. Portugal is more competitive than the Serie A.
Don't even go there. Spain is not more difficult than Serie A.
Of course it is.
No.
Of course it is, because look at the results. The UEFA Europa League says it, and the Champions League says it.
Doesn't say anything, man.
It does. I mean, okay, you're saying because in Serie A they played park the bus, but when it comes to football, Serie A is maybe 5th, 6th.
Man, Villarreal had nothing to play for the last 3 months. They concentrated on Europa League and they won it. That's it. They didn't have any injury for 3 months, any problem. They didn't play for nothing. AC Milan had like 1 injury every week.
Okay, what about Roma? What about Roma?
Same. Roma has to fucking go in and play in Serie A and try to get top 6 or top 4, and they cannot make it. It's really competitive, man. When you play in a competitive domestic league, it's really hard to perform in Europa League or in Champions League. Example: Paris Saint-Germain did great in Champions League. Doesn't mean Paris the Ligue 1 is more competitive than even Bundesliga.
No, it's not true. Sorry, Larry, it's just not true, because when the Italian Serie A is the most competitive, they're winning in the Champions League, they're winning in the World Cups, they're going in the finals in the Euro Cups. Right now, the Italian teams can't even go beyond the quarterfinals. Like between the 90s up to 2007, 2008, like Italian teams were winning always. They're always going all the way to the top. Now it's like they can't even beat.
But it's not a league problem, man. It's not a league problem.
Let me wade in a little bit. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So, sorry. Let me wait a little bit, and let's take some of the players that have joined us from La Liga: Diaz, Morata, Samu. I know there's more, but I'm just taking those 3 examples. Have they performed much better than the guys already in Serie A? Personally, I don't think so.
No, come on.
And look at Papu Gomez, who spent so much time in Serie A, went to where is he now? Atletico.
No,
Atletico? Sorry,
to Sevilla.
Sevilla
went to Sevilla, won the UEFA, and won went top 4 in Spain. Are you telling me that actually Spain is more difficult than Italy?
Right now, yes.
I don't think so, man. It's so
right
judging on the players. The players from Serie A.
Guys, I don't like. For me, you're the best when you win. For me, words are cheap.
No,
words are cheap. If you win, you bring trophies. You're the best. If you go to the finals, semifinals, every year, you're the best. When you have the best players, you're the best. Does Italy have the best players in the world? Like the Serie A? No. La Liga has more quality than Italy.
No,
Germany, just Bayern has more talent than the whole of Serie A.
Yeah, but the whole league is a joke. The whole league is a joke. Bayern can be the strongest team in Europe, but the whole league is a joke.
The German league is a joke.
It's a joke.
Larry, please, come on. The Germans are after Brazil, they're the best. After Brazil, they're the best.
I don't mind. Still, the league in Brazil is a joke, man. Even Brazil won 5 World Cup. The league is a joke in Brazil.
The league is a joke, but the players don't.
The players doesn't matter.
No, well, South America, we can't count South America because economically is just two worlds apart. It's like, but no. This is crazy to say that right now the Serie A is more competitive than La Liga and EPL and Bundesliga. It just not true. It's just not true.
Tell me how many managers from La Liga went from La Liga to Premier League and won the Premier League in the last 10 years or 12 years. How many managers from La Liga moved to the Premier League and won the Premier League? Because I'll tell you, Ancelotti, Conte, Ranieri, and probably Allegri, if he goes tomorrow, wins the Premier League. And they come from Serie A, which is one of the toughest leagues in tactical way.
This is exactly what I'm saying. Those coaches are not in Serie A. They're in the EPL.
The nature of Serie A didn't change. It's really tactical. It's really difficult. It changed with the players. We have less stars.
Yeah, but it doesn't make.
But it's still difficult.
But difficult means nothing. Hold on. No. Difficult doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, it means
what really means is competitiveness. Who is the most competitive? It doesn't matter that it's difficult. You think if Neymar wouldn't be competitive in the Serie A? Are you kidding me?
No. That's the thing. Do you think the La Liga with Real Madrid that spend $1 billion and Barcelona that spend $1 billion and they're playing with each other all year trying to win it, that means competitive for you for 10 years?
Yeah.
That's not competitive in my opinion. The other
well, Italy has only been one team for 10 years then. It's only been Juventus.
But that's the problem of Italy.
You see, there's a problem. That's what I'm saying. Italy has problems.
But it's more.
Spain has less problems.
No, Spain is not so difficult like Italy, man.
I don't know about that. I think if you go in Spain and you don't know how to play football, they're not even going to look at you. If you go in Italy and you're kind of crap at football, but you can run and you can defend, you're going to play. Today, if you want to win, you got to play football. Like the whole Catenaccio thing, like it's good, but if you want to win, you got to play football. This is the new era of football. Is this La Liga, Serie A? To say that Neymar couldn't play in the Serie A is just crazy to me. It's crazy. It's impossible.
I didn't say he cannot play. I'm sure he's not gonna do 25 goals. I'm sure.
25 goals? No, he can't.
No way.
Yeah.
Maybe
look at Inzaghi. Inzaghi wasn't even that great of a technical player, right? But he was smart. He was intelligent. He wasn't that impressive, but he was always in the right spot. If you know how to play the game and you're good at what you know how to do, it doesn't matter where you play. You're going to be successful at it.
I really believe the Premier League and the Serie A are the most difficult league at the moment. Are really difficult, man.
Okay, I don't agree.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, I put Serie A maybe after Liga. I would say it's EPL first, Spanish League second, Bundesliga third, Liga fourth, then the Serie A. Maybe Portugal a little bit better.
No,
you would put Serie A almost last?
Yeah, Serie A is, to me, Serie A right now has been shit for about 10 years. It's been really shit for the past 10. Ever since Calciopoli, Serie A has just gone down and down and down. Now I think we're at the lowest we've ever been.
Roy, look at our own Europa League performance. We almost went toe-to-toe with Manchester United with a depleted team.
No, but that's Milan. That's Milan. Milan is the only team in Italy that thinks outside of the box, that plays European football.
All but the other teams in Serie A. So it says that the league is difficult.
No, they struggle to say. If Milan had Neymar, they would win those games against Udinese.
Okay, Andre Silva is not performing at all for AC Milan, and is going to to Bundesliga, he does 30 goals.
Yeah, that says that we lost the play, and he's the player of Spain. The Portuguese were telling us, "Yo, this is the next number 9 of Portugal. He's going to be the best 9 of Portugal." We didn't wait for him. We didn't wait for him. We got antsy. Like, we're waiting for Leao. Why didn't we wait for Andre Silva? Now, Andre Silva also, to me, seemed a little bit impatient. He seemed like he if he didn't play, he was tough to manage.
But Roy, so it's not just the club. I think so many fans shit on him. After a while, just got impatient and absolutely shit on the guy.
The fans
to a player, yeah, and to a player at the stadium, if you're constantly being booed, and I remember a few games where
well,
they were completely on his case.
Well, then the fans are pieces of shit. Then the fans are pieces of shit, and I think the fans have contributed to a lot of bad decisions that this club has made in the past years, with how they treated certain players and all this crap. But come on, are you kidding me? We're talking about the best number 9, Portuguese number 9. We're talking about Portugal. Portugal is another powerhouse in football. We're trying to buy Giroud. This guy's towards the end of his career. He plays in the bench when we could have had the number 9 of Portugal. This is bad mistakes. These are mistakes the club is making or made.
For me, Andre Silva is an average player. I don't think he's going to do an incredible career. And Çalhanoğlu is an average player that was doing incredible in Bundesliga. I came in Serie A. I just realized football is actually difficult. So that's the thing.
I'm going to accuse you of elitism.
It's not elitism. It's a fact, man. It's a fact. I haven't seen a league that actually creates so many managers. If it's a simple league, it doesn't create so many class managers. If it's a simple league, you don't need experienced player to play. You can put young players. Why young player doesn't perform? Because it's a difficult league. Why experienced player perform? Because it's a difficult league and they know how to deal with that. Why Ibrahimovic did his record scores in Liga and he never did a record scores with Inter, with Juventus, with AC Milan and Barcelona? Because Liga is not difficult like Serie A. It's a fact.
No, but I think Liga has got a better mentality, which makes him more competitive.
Forget the mentality. Football is a...
No, it is the mentality. It is the mentality.
Football is a different mentality. You can win the World Cup like Brazil does, or you can win it like Italy does.
Yeah, but no, hold on.
See, that's a different mentality.
Hold on. Because their teams, it's the mentality that you put in the expression of your football. Like, the French are just superior to the Italians right now. Like, it's so obvious.
Forgot about the mentality. I think when you say a league is more difficult than the other one, you have to see the type of game you put there. It's really hard, man, to win in Serie A.
But to me, I know what you're saying, because teams play catenaccio. That's why.
No. Forgot about the catenaccio. Some teams play even well. Spezia dominate against AC Milan.
No, okay. Larry, Italy is still going to be one of the best, but let's just be honest, Larry. Spain has been Spain has surpassed Italy a long time ago, and Italy isn't catching up. England has surpassed Italy a lot. Bundesliga. I mean, how can you not see that? You're saying difficulty. So you're saying that Neymar can be a star in England, in Spain, in Germany, but when he comes to Italy, he becomes an average striker? Like, that means that in Italy, then the football players in Italy are just the best ever that have ever existed.
No, I'm saying different. I'm saying that Neymar cannot play in Premier League, one. I think he's going to play poorly in Serie A. And the last time I've seen him in a competitive league was in one of the best teams with the best player, Messi, Barcelona, in a game that was perfect. He could have given the ball to anyone. That player was a top class, a top 2 of that position. That showed me Neymar cannot drag a team by himself. If he comes in Serie A, if he doesn't have Xavi, Iniesta, Messi around him, he's not going to get a ball in Serie A. If he plays with Betancourt and Rabiot, he's not gonna score 20 goals, man, in a season because he's not so good to do that.
This is where I agree. I think that if he plays with Betancourt and Rabiot, Betancourt and Rabiot are going to score more than what they usually score, and Neymar is going to keep on doing what they keep on doing. Quality is quality. Like, you can't, in football, when you have quality in your team, you can't dispute that. You can't dispute that. If Insigne, this little guy that weighs nothing, can play football and nobody touch it, you can't touch Insigne. You can't touch him because his spacing is always perfect. You think Neymar can't do that?
I think Insigne, if he goes in Ligue 1, does more goal than Neymar. That's my opinion. That says a lot about Neymar.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, Insigne is great. Don't get me wrong.
Well, no one is saying he's better than Neymar, but he can go in Ligue 1 and scores 25 goals. He did 19 in Serie A this season.
I don't disagree with that. But for me, Neymar, if he comes in Italy, he'd become the MVP the next year.
Yeah, I think the league is becoming more physical because you look at the sort of players, and I'm seeing it maybe from an economic standpoint, is that they are playing players or showcasing players who are very physical because these are the kind of players that are attractive to other leagues. And I know a lot of teams in France, they just want to give players minutes to sell them. I mean, that's you can't dispute the fact is that the league's almost selling almost everyone they can. So it's as it gets more physical, I think players like Neymar will find it more difficult, and like Insigne, because he's already used to such a hard rock defense, he'll probably have a easier time.
About this comment, I just want to answer this comment. That's actually you proving my point. Everton is in 10th position, man. Everton is in the 10th position in Premier League. So now, if you are Neymar, you want to be in 10th position, yeah, you can play in Premier League all your life. If you want to come in Serie A and play 10th position with Lazio, you can play all your life, man. Of course, anyone can play in these leagues if you want to compete for the 10th position. If you want to try to win the league, the Serie A league, the Premier League, Neymar needs an incredible team. He cannot drag a team by himself.
By the way, do you know in the Brazil game, Richarlison, who plays for Everton, he was playing as the false nine, I think.
He's playing as a striker.
Yeah.
And now plays for Everton number 9, which is not saying Everton is not a good team, but it's really competitive league, the Premier League.
Yeah,
I feel like
I agree.
I feel like Ligue 1 and La Liga, in my opinion, apart from 3 teams, when a league has 3 teams, it's not a competitive league, in my opinion. That's simple as that. Serie A had Juventus winning at 9s in a row. That's true. But we know how Juventus deal with difficulties.
But the issue with the league, from my perspective, is that there's, other than PSG, the other teams, and I said it just now, they're selling. So if you look at Monaco, remember when Kylian Mbappe played for Monaco and they won the league? Where's Monaco now? Are they competing for the title? They're not.
And another thing I hate to say, but there is a correlation that people think Serie A is not a good league since the financial fair play came in. So the clubs in Serie A, they are not allowed to spend money. They cannot make money anyway because the situation doesn't let them make money. They don't have their own stadium and stuff like that. But the financial fair play doesn't let them invest. And Serie A looks a shitty league. Juventus is the only one that can spend money. We saw that Inter spent the same money Juventus usually spend. They won the Serie A straight away. So it's clearly the issue of the Serie A, why Juventus is winning and always, is not the tactical knowledge or the fact that the Serie A is a shitty league. It's just because Juventus has the money, man. Every year Juventus used to put a big player or invest and take the best player from the competitors, like Napoli, they took Higuain. But if you take off the financial fair play and you'll allow the AC Milan to invest 200 million, Inter did 200 million, won the league, and Lazio is going to invest, Roma is going to invest. I want to see how easy it's going to be and how difficult is the Serie A when there is different type of games as well. Because in Spain, Real Madrid and Barcelona plays similar philosophy. In Italy, there is 6 teams with 6 different philosophies. It's really complicated. It's a tough league.
Yeah,
But like
also,
at that point, we had 200 million. We've been through that. Where did it get us?
Çalhanoğlu, Rodriguez, Conti. But that is one of the reasons why Italy, to me, has lost so much ground, because of these rules, and because Italy is not a country that is very appealing when it comes to marketing, when it comes to these big, rich people coming in and buying these teams. That is part of the issue too. But my biggest criticism to Italy is how Italy has just no school anymore. The school of coaches is great, but the school of players is complete shit. It is shit. It is just fucking awful. It is vomit. Like, it is vomit mixed with shit. That's how bad it is right now. If you look at France, it's incredible. It's incredible. If you look at Spain, it's amazing. If you look at Germany, incredible. England is a little bit different. England is a country that relies on foreign talents a lot. But when you look at Italy, it's like, man, it's so shit. And that is another reason why I just can't put Italy being this difficult. I don't think it's difficult. I honestly don't think I think it's average. I think it's average.
By the way, this talking about which league is the best one is growing the followers. There's 20 people actually interested in the topic. Thank you, guys. And some people think some agree with me, some not, but I don't know.
Actually, I want to since for people thought, if you guys tell me what you guys think in the chat, which are the best 5 leagues, in which order, because I want to see how many people are going to put Italy even in the top 3. And if people do put Italy in the top 3, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
Roy, let's clarify something. I want to just clarify my point of view. I don't care which one is the best league in the world. I really don't care. My question is, which one is the hardest league in the world?
Yeah, that too.
When you go to the pitch as a player, Messi, Ronaldo, whatever you are, Lewandowski, you go to the pitch and you don't know what's going to be, if you're going to perform that day. And I think Premier League and Serie A are in that situation. If you take top players, you don't really know if they're really going to go and get the goal against in a big game against Verona, against Sassuolo, or against Lazio, Roma. They are going to play and they really don't know, because it's a tough league, man. It's really tough. The opponent on the other side is studying you and is putting all the effort, all the tactical effort to stop you. You are Ronaldo, you are Lukaku. It's really hard, man. It's really hard.
Honestly, this to me means nothing. It honestly means nothing.
Ronaldo,
do you mean
he's
hard or
killing it with
competitive?
Crotone. He's not able to score against other teams. He's killing it with small teams. He's not managing to score against Inter, Juventus, Milan, and all big teams. Atalanta, he's struggling. He struggles, man. He struggles. Ronaldo struggles.
Ronaldo doesn't struggle.
Yeah, he did 29 goals or 27, whatever. But he did all the useless goals. If a team finished with a player that has done 30 goals, like Juventus did on the 4th position, if we had a player with 30 goals, we could have won the league. So Ronaldo did 30 goals, but most of them, they were quite useless.
Yeah, but with Juve, come on, a little bit different. They're missing Dybala's 15 goals, and we're missing these other guys. They didn't have a regista. Juve this year was but Ronaldo played still in a team like that with a coach that literally had no clue what he was doing, still scores 30 goals. I mean, imagine if a team was playing good football, he would have scored 40 goals.
But like,
I cannot. Guys, listen to me. Unless you win, you're not the best. You're not the most difficult. You're not the best. You're just bad. Whatever. Unless you win, I want to see gold. When I see gold, I can say, yeah, Italy is the most difficult, etc. All right, let's see what these guys are saying.
But do you mean the hardest for players or the most competitive for teams? Because I say it's 2 completely different things. When it comes for the most competitive for teams, what we saw in Serie A, Inter was going to win. Okay, fine. They won it. But we had, what, 5 teams competing for 3 Champions League places? If we talk about La Liga, you only have definitely Atletico, Real Madrid, and Barcelona definitely going to be top 3. So you have all the other teams competing only for 1 place. So on that context, you would say that actually Serie A is more competitive than La Liga. But for players, I mean, it's different because, and I don't want to use Ronaldo as an example because
Skiller.
Yeah.
Real Madrid, just Real Madrid. The value of Real Madrid is just as much as the top 3 clubs of Serie A.
Okay, so
Milan, Atalanta, and Inter. Real Madrid probably cost the value of Real Madrid is probably more of those 3 clubs combined.
But you know, the value of the club doesn't equate to the performance on the pitch because there's other factors.
Does.
Yeah, there's the marketing, there's the branding. It's just about the money.
No, because it means that the team is successful. It's winning. It's winning big international tournaments.
But based on that logic, you would say that if Real Madrid were to play Atlanta, AC, and Inter, if they were to play them 100 times, they would win 100 times. I don't think so.
No, I don't. I'm not saying that. I think, look, the margins are always kind of like, they're not, well, in this case, they are kind of big, I think. But
okay,
I'm not saying that.
What about this comment?
Okay, let's see if these comments. All right, let's go.
How the fuck La Liga is more difficult and more competitive than the Premier League?
I wouldn't agree, but I see why.
Why?
I see why you'd say that.
Because I don't see it.
Because in La Liga they play football, man. In La Liga it's football. It's real football. It's not tactics and strategy and ways
so
to.
You think bad defensive is real football? Because I can argue that the defense in La Liga is awful. I think there is a joke. There is 10 teams in La Liga. You can score in any moment. There is holes in the defense. There is holes. You can go there. Çalhanoğlu can be an incredible player with the space you have there. Suso is making the difference. He's going top 4 with Sevilla. It's a joke. La Liga is a joke. Ronaldo can score 60 goals. Ronaldo was scoring 15, 12 goals in Premier League. He goes to La Liga. They build a team around him, and he scores 60 goals.
Okay, but like when I saw Real Sociedad against Napoli, I mean, I think it was Real Sociedad. Correct me if I'm wrong. When I saw Real Sociedad against Napoli, it was clear that Real Sociedad, this team that is mid-table, a Spanish team, was balling against this team that almost was top 4 in Italy, and Napoli couldn't fucking play. Napoli had to play defensive football against a team that in Spain is a mid-table team. Football, calcio. If you play football, you're. It's just today you need to play football.
I don't think bad defensive is football, man. I think having a bad defensive is not football. La Liga, there is a lot of bad defensive. They are really bad organized defensively.
But
yes, but
guys,
okay.
Don't you think that playing the Liga, and I would say for the mid-table team or even those who are like 5th or 6th position, in one season you're playing against 3 solid Champions League quality teams: Barcelona, right, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid.
Which if you're in Serie A,
the only solid Champions League team, maybe it's Juventus. Inter has a chance to not make the Champions League.
Thank you.
AC Milan is the same thing. Atlanta, maybe you could arguably recently is a solid Champions League team. But this is where I see the benefit in La Liga for those lower placed teams. I mean, you're going to have to play tough teams, and you're going to have to like man up at one point. And this is why eventually you'll be able to raise your level.
And as a matter of fact, Hansen, that you brought a great point. I used to think when Milan, Inter, and Juventus were all 3 teams that could have won the Champions League, then that's when the Serie A was the shit. That's when, because all the teams below them had to really fucking bring it if they wanted to get anything out of it. Now we're playing against teams that can't even fucking play in the Europa League, man. Serie A teams get destroyed in the Europa League. Come on, we got to be honest here, guys. We can't rest on our laurels. We have to create the next laurels. Those laurels are gone, and now we can't rest them.
I disagree, man, because it's simple as that. When Serie A was big, still there was no Italian team was winning seven Europa League like Sevilla did, and Serie A was big. I really don't consider Europa League as a competition, man. I'm sorry. Playing Thursday, and you are a team that are trying to go top 4 and trying to play Thursday. I don't give a shit. Is Napoli? Napoli doesn't care. Napoli wants to go top 4. Doesn't want to beat Real Sociedad. Real Sociedad in March doesn't have nothing to play for, so it's going to beat Napoli. It's simple as that. It doesn't matter anything, man.
No, come on,
man. It's 0. Tottenham went
you
to
can
the
see
final
the difference, Larry. You see,
Larry,
but you see the difference on how they play football.
It's not. La Liga is not a league, not even close to Serie A, in my opinion.
Oh, come on, Larry. Are you serious?
I'm serious, man.
La Liga in the last 10 years has won 2 Euros, a World Cup,
No La Liga. La Liga. It's Real Madrid and Barcelona, which is different.
No.
That is
okay, but then you have to say the same thing about Serie A. If in Italy, if Juventus starts winning Champions League, then it's not Serie A, it's just Juve.
No, man. I'm saying that Serie A is a difficult league. I'm not correlating the difficulty of the league of winning World Cups and Champions League and Europa League. That doesn't mean anything, in my opinion. Well, I see football. I have 2 eyes, and I watch games. I see defense in La Liga. I see defensive football in Serie A. I see the Premier League. I see the Bundesliga, and my eyes can see that the Serie A is a difficult league. The La Liga is, they play football, but you can score. There is no struggle over there.
But you got to play football against them. But if you don't play football.
But we are not talking which one is the most beautiful league to watch. I'm talking about
it's more mistakes.
I'm talking about tactical mistakes and all these things. Football is a 360-degree thing. It's not one.
Nice.
And also, sorry, Hans, let me just say this. Let me say this. And also, like we're saying, Ronaldo scored 60 goals and he can't score 30. Okay, but on Neymar, when he scored, 40, 50 goals that season, he had Suarez, Messi, Iniesta, and Xavi. Just those 5 players is twice as much as the Serie A has right now.
Yeah, but
and then you have the rest of the league competing against that. It makes you better. The more you compete, the more you become better. The better you get.
Guys, hey, I think I have a way to resolve this.
I want to read some of these comments, guys. Sorry, because I didn't go through. I want to read the. All right. Leo says, in his opinion, 1 Premier League, 2 La Liga, 3 Bundesliga, 4 Italy. All right. Now, I can agree with that.
Okay,
right.
I just want to ask a question to Lyot. Lyot, if you were to combine Serie A teams with La Liga teams, what would be your top 6? Imagine they're all playing in the same league.
3 Serie A. Okay.
You know what I say? The Lazio of this season could go top 4 in La Liga without any problem. No. Inter, if Inter was competing La Liga this season, he's going to win La Liga. Not Atletico Madrid, not Real Madrid, not Barcelona.
What?
Yeah. He's a team. If you look at the 20 teams, if you look Conte as a manager, if Conte plays with Inter in La Liga, wins it this year.
Right, okay.
That's my opinion. With Lukaku, Hakimi, Barella, and all the team playing with the tactical knowledge he has. He's not playing in Champions League, so he's not even struggling like Barcelona, Real Madrid was doing it. He wins La Liga.
Okay, hold on. But
Atletico Madrid is parking a bus for the whole season, won La Liga, man.
Okay, but hold on. Like, going to this now, we do have an example of seeing Inter play against Madrid. We saw that Madrid, even the bench players from Madrid, are just technically better than the starters of Inter. Even the players that are no names, they go in, they're more technical. So what makes you think that Inter could do so well in the La Liga when it was clear that the bench players of Madrid technically are better players than the first team players of Inter?
What? No. Listen, There is two players they are better at the Real Madrid. They are better than Inter players, and those two are Modric and Toni Kroos. In my opinion, those are the two players that Inter doesn't have.
Yeah, that's like +5, bro. Modric.
No,
Casemiro, Modric.
No, Casemiro is an holding midfielder. You can find 20 in Europe like him. It's simple as that.
Light, I must disagree with you slightly. If we talk about the season, in the first half of the season, we talk about them being in the same season. First half of the season, Inter was shit, okay? Even we beat them, okay? So I think they will be completely demolished. And the only reason they won Serie A is because they managed to string together a winning streak towards the end. Which, if they were playing in Spanish teams, they would have...
Skiller, their winning streak wasn't towards that. They had a winning streak all the way from the beginning up until the end. Inter did a great season.
Inter lost just against us and Sampdoria, man, from the beginning until they won the Serie A.
And we were leading the table most of the time.
Yeah, but we had the same similar winning streak.
We did a great thing, but what I'm saying that even us we won against Inter. Doesn't mean one game you can win against Inter. But I'm pretty honest. In a league, Inter could have won the La Liga easily.
Damn, that's a big word.
Not Atletico. That's my opinion. The Serie A is a complicated. For example, I'll tell you something. First of all, leagues depends on season by season, so it's not like an overall thing. Next season, maybe La Liga is more difficult than this year, for sure. But Bayern Munich is a great team, so I wouldn't see any team going to Bundesliga and win it instead of Bayern Munich. So that's for sure. But if you see Mönchengladbach, they went top 4 or second. I don't know what they finished. I think AC Milan, Lazio, Juventus, Atalanta could have done it without struggle. No struggle at all. And they struggle because until the last 3 games, the top 4 wasn't done still. It was done just the winner. In Bundesliga, we could have go easy. Already been in Champions League 5 games before.
Wow. Okay.
That's my opinion. That's the type of football I see when I see the Bundesliga. It's beautiful football. They play football, whatever. Something you can talk about all this shit because it's subjective. I cannot intervene on that. But in my opinion, which is still subjective, but still is my opinion, I think the Serie A is way more complicated.
Okay, let's put it this way. The only way I would agree with you is this. If one of these teams will go to the Bundesliga and adopt the German mentality, German way of playing football, then yes. But because today in Italy, you have to adopt the Italian mentality and the Italian style, and you have to, then no.
Oh, no, man. The Premier League is the best, the most competitive and tough league in the world because they adopt all the mentality. You have the Italian mentality, you have the English mentality, the Spanish, the German. You see Liverpool is playing a really exciting and attacking football. Man City is playing more moving the ball and more Spanish football. The other one, Chelsea, is more pragmatic and tough and defensive. The same Man United is quite defensive and quite solid. So they approach all the mentalities. That's why it's the most complicated. After that, the mentality that actually won historically 4 World Cups and I don't know how many Euros is the Italian one.
Wait, say again?
I think the Italian mentality, the Serie A mentality, is really hard to win. It's tough.
It's tough.
That's why it's after the Premier League, in my opinion.
But you got to admit that the advantage of the Premier League is that they got the money. So in halfway through the season, if they want to get a world-class coach in, they'll fire the current one and bring in a new guy and change completely the mentality of the squad. I mean, that's what happened with Chelsea, right? Yeah. I wouldn't have picked them to win the Champions League. They brought in Tuchel. I don't know how much they paid him, but they did it. He got them over the line.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, guys, I can't go along with this, guys. Italy has to be like at fourth or fifth at least. There's no way. No way. Like, I know what you're talking, because Italy has this reputation of tactics and strategy and all this, but I honestly think this is an argument of elitism in a way. And today, like England is so advanced, so more advanced. Germany is so more advanced. I think Portugal is even more advanced. I think Italy is 6th, 7th. It's below France, below Portugal.
So
What? Portugal is just a less publicized league. Come on, man.
So Roy, let's say madness happen next year. That is happen the something crazy, that Juventus, Inter, AC Milan, and Atalanta go forward to the Champions League. Let's say it happened, and they go, like, let's say to the quarterfinal, semifinal, some of them, and they quite show great character. The Serie A is a good league now. In basically 10 months, the league completely changed.
No.
The nature of the league completely changed.
What to me determines whether or not a league is competitive or the most difficult is consistency in the span of 5, 6 years, 10 years. And right now, the Spanish and the English have just surpassed, and the Germans have surpassed Italy by far. At the national level, in France has surpassed Italy by far. Portugal has surpassed Italy by far. Even in the under 21, and from basically the academies to the senior teams, if Italy has to go back to those levels, they have to start winning, and then winning, and then winning, and then maybe lose, but then win again and lose. That's what determines whether or not you're top. Yeah, one season, no. One season is just a one-off.
What is this comment? I don't understand this comment. Pirlo won 2 trophies.
Is he referring to the Champions League? Or?
Is it trolling?
Oh, he's referring to the Copa.
Guys, look at this comment here. Come on.
I don't want to hear.
Let's be real.
I don't want to hear the K word again.
Krunic, man. Krunic is going to be stuck with us for a long time.
I don't know, man. That's the problem of the Serie A, that Inter and Juventus has done shit in Europe, and people think is a farmer league. But it's not true. I think it's a tough league. I think it's a really tough league. I've seen enough football, and when I see a Bundesliga game or when I see a Liga 1 game, I'm not convinced, man. There is not enough tactical knowledge. Yeah, they run, they move the ball, whatever, but doesn't mean it's a good league. I think the Serie A is a tough league. It's really complicated, in my opinion. That's what I see. People wants to talk about players. Well, we can talk about players all day, but it doesn't matter. I'm talking about tactical knowledge and how difficult is the league. It's not my. I don't have any power if Real Madrid and Barcelona buy everything in the market, or PSG buys everything in the market. Doesn't mean the Ligue 1 is a difficult league compared to the Serie A. No way. Just because PSG is buying everything.
So would you say then it's just only a matter of money to make Serie A the undisputed best league in Europe?
No, it's a matter of money. If Serie A has money, people realize it's actually a difficult league, because big player goes there, they struggle, and they say, "Oh, actually, it's a difficult league." I'll tell you now, they are not going now in Serie A big player. There is a difficult league. In 5 years, when they're going there, it's gonna be too late. I'll tell you already now, there is a difficult league. You don't need to wait for the big players to go and struggle, then realize there is a difficult league. I'll tell you now, it's a difficult league. And it's not going to change anything in 5 years. It's still the same league. It's just difficult. And it was difficult 10 years ago, and it's still difficult. That's why everyone says, "Oh, Allegri out," because Juventus is doing shit. And Allegri goes out, and Juventus disappear from the map. And people realize, oh, actually, Serie A is a difficult league. You need a proper coach to win it. That's why Inter get Conte and wins the Serie A, because it's a difficult league. You put Koeman over there. That is, last time he trained a big club was 15 years ago, and he goes top 3. You bring Mourinho to Roma. Let's see what he's going to do, because it's a difficult league. He's not going to manage to do great results. That's my opinion.
Gotcha. I want to. So here, Carlos says, Roy, Italians are winning the PL. Yeah, but
not with Italian teams.
Italian teams are not winning anything. Nothing, guys. Italy didn't even make the last World Cup, guys.
But because we don't have the money to win it, man. Forgot about the World Cup. It's every 4 years. You cannot really judge a league every 4 years. But you're not making the money, man. Juventus, for example, went to the final twice, no?
Yeah.
Juventus, Allegri, went to the final twice, once against Real Madrid, and the second time, I think, went against Barcelona. The time Allegri went to the final and played against Real Madrid, at that point, by Benzema, Ronaldo, Rodriguez, Modric, Kroos, Ramos, Varane, Casemiro, they basically bought everything. They bought the world, and they won the final. Juventus didn't have the power, money to buy those players, and still managed to go to the final. Against Barcelona, still they had Messi, Suarez, Neymar. I mean, Neymar, they bought Neymar 100 million. So they win because they have the money. At the same level, if they have to spend, if it's in a hypothetical way, they spend the same amount of money, they're not winning. That's my opinion. Spain, if they don't spend the money they spend, no one cares about the league.
Now this here, there's a lot of things I agree with what you said there, for sure. Because I honestly do think that if in Serie A that we have the same resources, then the playing fields would be equal. And then so there I definitely agree with you there. But I also want to remember that Spain's success came from what they built from what Barcelona and Madrid built from their canteras. And that, to me, merits so much praise, all right? Because all that team that spawned Spain and the La Liga and Barcelona came from what they built from when these players were children. And it was this process that lasted a long time, and it paid off. Now, that, to me, is football, guys. That is, praise to Spain for doing that. Italy is fucking sleeping. These guys are fucking sleeping. What are they doing? What are they doing? They're fucking sleeping. I don't give a shit, guys. Until I see gold, I'm not gonna fucking praise Italy, all right? Because Italy used to be, hey, it's top 4 or nothing. Top 4 or nothing, top 2 or nothing. Now it's like, okay, let's hope we make the quarterfinals. Fuck you. That's not what it used to be for me. This is fucking, we downgraded. It used to be either top 4 or top 2 or you win it. Now it's like, okay, as long as we play well in the quarterfinals, it's good. This has become the new mentality of the Serie A and of Italy. Hell no. This is, hey, unless you go, I can't respect that. I cannot respect that. I only respect if you decide to play for number 1. That's it. And that's what it used to be. Now it's not.
I wanna correct you something now. When you say Barcelona bringing people from the cantera, that's not Spain. That is Barcelona, man. Don't confuse the thing.
No. Okay, hold on, Larry. But it doesn't have to be the whole. It can be one team that does something that then helps all the rest of the league bloom. And Juventus, Milan, and Inter are institutions in Italy. And a lot of clubs look to them to see how to make football. Same thing in Spain. I mean, yes, I specified Barcelona and Madrid.
Well, Madrid didn't bring anyone from the Cantera. They went and bought the best players in every single position. They went to AC Milan, they bought Kaká. They went to Manchester United, they bought Ronaldo.
I'm talking about the Spanish players mostly.
Well, but that's how they do it in Spain. They buy players. Real Madrid buys the best players every 10 years. They ask $1 billion loan. They buy the best players, and that's it. That's how they do it. Now they don't have the money. Now Real Madrid doesn't have the money. They cannot do that anymore. I want to see them. I want to see what they do. I want to see.
And they might get kicked out of the Champions League.
Yeah,
but you guys got to admit that every team has got to go through their cycles, right? I mean, you could argue that we've gone through our cycle and we're on our way up. So the other teams have got to do it as well. And the same will apply, I would think, to Italy. They weren't doing so hot in the past, in recent history, and maybe they're on their way back up. So it's got to be with the cycle. And I think in terms of the cycle, France is at the peak of the cycle with all the players that they've got. So it's bound to happen.
Well, France, when it comes to the youth and the academies and how they produce players, is very good. Very good. Very, very good. Like, really good. Like, maybe the best in the world right now.
Yeah.
I don't see France slowing down anytime soon.
No, France, there is a lot of talent. To be fair, when there is a lot of talent, the generation after, or a few generations after, it slows down. It slows down because it's normal. I want to see now the talent that Barcelona is going to bring. How many players out there Barcelona is going to bring? Because Messi is winning the lottery, man. It's not like that comes from the Cantera. And that's winning the lottery, man. Having a 16 years old on your youth team like Messi is winning the lottery.
Okay, hey, Lion, now that you bring that up, that made me think about other things. Another reason why Italy is so shit is because Messi had the opportunity to play in 2 Italian teams, but these owners in Italy say, no, he's too little, whatever, this kid won't add up to anything. But Barcelona said, what? Are you fucking kidding me? Let's take him, let's develop him into a superstar. Another example of how they think backwards in Italy. Another example, Ronaldo. Parma wanted Ronaldo, but they took their time. No, maybe not. No, and then Ferguson came in, saw him one game. Ferguson saw him one game. He said, "This guy's coming to me. Tomorrow, I'm going to go get him." While at Parma, they were thinking about it. Should we get him? I don't know. Maybe he's going to be a risk. Fucking Parma. Do you understand like how behind they are in Italy when it comes to football? It just. What Mancini is doing is the correct thing. If now they take Mancini's idea of football and they bring it forward, then I have faith. But from what they have been doing in these last 10 years, to me, it's embarrassing.
I think Serie A is a difficult league, man. And people that put us on the last league, the number 4, they haven't watched enough football.
I put him at 6, Larry. At 6.
Well, man, you have to watch a bit more football. You don't watch the other leagues, clearly, probably. Because I watch the other leagues as well, and believe me, I don't see incredible things in the other leagues. I don't see what a great football, but yeah. Oh, guys, we're neglecting the comments. What's going on here?
All right. Let's go to the comments. I'm sure a lot of people.
You're better than me, man. I got to.
All right. Let's do the comments. Let's take it from. Well, okay. Let's take it from here. Lazio beat. Okay, no, we kind of went there. Let's just take it from the bottom and go up. All right. You can blame the mentality of all club owners, but it's not the only thing. It really started getting worse when the lost golden generation started retiring. Okay, it's not that they lost the golden generation. It's that they didn't renew it. They rested on their laurels, kind of like what Berlusconi did. He didn't renew after 2007. They kind of rested on their laurels. They did not adapt. At that time, after 2006, football changed. football changes. It always changes. And at that time, Spain had created this new way. Well, not created, but had pretty much perfected this way of playing football that
please, boy.
You can't beat it. You can't beat it if you...
Beckham, Figo, and what is else?
No, I'm talking about
Cassano, Van Nistelrooy, and all the stars around the world. That's not football. Just you own the bank and you do whatever you want in the country you want. That's the of France. They do whatever the fuck they want. They do whatever they want, man.
It's not just that. It's what they... It's their philosophy.
No, that's not football. You open the bank, you buy the all-stars in the world. We are not allowed. In Italy, no one is allowed to do that, man. There is a democracy in Italy. You cannot open a bank and say, you know what, I'm getting 1 billion and I'll buy everyone in Europe and I win the Serie A. No one gives a shit. No one lets you do
Okay, but that's not where I was going. I was going after the 2006 generation of Italian players, because this is the question.
Oh, sorry, Italian players. I thought we were talking about the generation of Spain and whatever.
Right. Well, the next generation of great players came from Spain, and they kind of like now set the tone. And Italy did not evolve. Italy just stayed behind up until now. Now, finally, Italy kind of is catching up. All right. France cycle will never end because they're bringing the talents from Africa, so the process will still continue, plus with our home talent veterans. You see, I don't agree with that, Eastbourne, because it's not that France has the players of African origin that they can rely on. You still have to teach your players how to play football. You still have to teach them the tactics, the technique, the charisma of that. It's a school. It is a school of thought, and I saw it. I worked in it. I saw what they do. So it's not that. It's not that at all.
But there's a point there. I mean, the French players, they spend a little bit of time in France, then they play all over the world. Can we say the same for Italian players, where it's quite a significant number of them do, you could say, reasonably well in Italy and go play all over the world? Definitely not.
No, and that's because Italian players, for some reason, really struggle when they go abroad. I don't know why. That's not what happened with me. I mean, it's not what happened with Laet. But a lot of these Italian players, when they go abroad, they can't speak the language. They miss their family style of life in Italy, and they need to be in that environment in order to succeed. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, look at Cutrone. Cutrone is like one of our academy products. He went to Wolves, and where the hell is he now? Even I don't know where he ended up. He's like floating in between clubs maybe now.
Yeah. Cutrone, I think he was in Spain, and now he's back in Italy.
Not good enough, man. Not good enough.
Laert, where do Leicester City and Everton finish in Serie A? And where do Inter Milan finish in the EPL?
Top 4 Inter Milan. But no winning it.
In the EPL? In the EPL, do you think they'll make the top 4?
Yeah, top 4. I mean, Liverpool and Chelsea was shit this season. They were completely awful. I mean, Liverpool, for the reason of all the injuries and stuff like that, they were like they lost against everyone. Chelsea, Lampard did a mess, fixed it. Man United played basically like Inter this season, but without Lukaku. I don't know who played as a striker. Cavani played a good half season. So I would say Inter will go top 4, maybe 2nd or 3rd, but no win in the Premier League. Man City was perfect this season. They was defensively and in attack perfect.
Let's see. Let's read some of the comments here. Laird, just check the biggest spenders over the last 10 years. Juve and AC Milan are top 10, and look at the trophies they got. None. Only Juve used to compete because they had quality players.
Okay. I want to specify this thing. In the last, if you buy in 1 year Benzema, Ronaldo, and Kaká, the year after, you don't need to buy on that position. And because you are Real Madrid and you're playing in the Champions League, you can spend as much money you want. I don't remember the last time AC Milan spent 100 million for the best player in the world. It was Van Basten in the 30 years ago, and we won everything. We killed it. We won, I don't know how many Serie A's and how many Champions League in that period. No one could play against us. So Real Madrid has spent maybe the same amount of AC Milan, but they spend everything in that short amount of time, and they pay a lot as well. It's not my fault. I'm AC Milan. If UEFA doesn't allow me to go and spend as much as I want, I have to buy Bonucci and not whatever player, or Van Dijk, 80 million. That's not my fault. If I had the position of Real Madrid in 2010, I can buy all these players. You'll be talking another football now. But we didn't have that position. Berlusconi was selling. We were loaning Ibrahimovic from Barcelona because Barcelona was buying Suarez for 90 million from Liverpool. That's our position. I think there is the factor money in La Liga plays a big part. Without that money, La Liga, it's not Serie A. It's not even close to Serie A.
But like, it's actually more than that, because it's got to be the constant inflow. Like, you can't deny Real Madrid has made a mistake. Look at Eden Hazard, how much they spent on him. He hasn't done he hasn't done enough. I wouldn't say he's done much, but he hasn't done enough for them to justify the amount of money that they spent.
Basically nothing. He's done nothing. No, don't worry. He's been shit.
Oh, well, so I don't take it all from him.
He's like, they want to kill him. In Spain, they want to kill him. And again,
Yes.
it looks like I'm trying to say that Real Madrid and Barcelona are not good enough as a team. I think Real Madrid and Barcelona are top class team, are in the top 5 at least, or top 10, whatever you want to put it. The league they are playing is easier than the Serie A. That's my opinion.
For them, yes, because they have the financial ability to keep reinvesting and keep fixing mistakes. And no one's ever going to say that they're going to fight for a Champions League spot, because they're always going to be in it. So I agree with you. But for other teams outside of these three, I think it's super difficult to get into that top 4. I mean, it's only one position, the 4th place, to be divided amongst the rest of the other 17 teams.
Yeah, that makes it difficult for the other teams. But for the 3 top teams, it makes it easier to go in top 4. It's guaranteed. The top 4 of La Liga next season is guaranteed. It's going to be Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico. It's the only league, and you see it, and you say, yeah, that's going to be the top 4. I'll bet all my money. You don't know who's going to be the 4th one. Sevilla, Villarreal, Valencia, you never know. But today, all of us in that comment section can say that Real Madrid, Atletico, and Barcelona is going to be in the top 4. And that explains it about the league. How difficult is the league for them? It's a monopoly for them. Do whatever they want.
All right, Mattia Caldara, good to keep, or should we sell him? I never saw him in a full match, so what's your opinion? I mean, I don't think anybody ever seen this player in a full match. He's always in the hospital. So I really don't know what to say. You guys have any opinions about it?
We can play for hospital league team. I'm sure he'll do well there.
I think the problem of Caldara is not he's good or not. The problem is he's always injured. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think the issue is going to be when you need him, is he going to be available? I'm sure there's quality in him. I mean, he's not going to forget football overnight. But imagine we have some injuries and you're expecting Caldara to start or sub in. Is he going to be there on the bench, or is he going to be in the recovery room?
Recovery room, I think.
Yeah, actually, I heard today from Pellegatti that Milan's dream defense would be the following: Dalot, Calabria on the right, in the middle, Tomori, Chiar, Romagnoli, Kalulu, Gabbia, and on the left, Teo Hernandez and the Spirpo guy. So take it as you please.
That's a good defense, man. I don't know. That's pretty good. Not a lot of teams have that depth in defense.
Yeah, that's quite solid. But I just want to say one thing with regards to the news. I still see some players being linked with our right back position. Kalulu is there. Why is this news still coming out? I mean, how many right backs do we need?
As far as the right back, what I've heard is that Milan wants to keep Dalot. Dalot has obviously had a great year, under 21. Now that Cancelo is out of the tournament because he was positive for COVID, now Dalot took his place. So Dalot took Cancelo's place. Dalot is a player that is considered highly. Manchester United is not playing easy. You know, they don't want to sell him easy. But Milan now wants to keep Dalot. It seems like that's what they're saying, that they want to keep Dalot, and they're trying to negotiate for Dalot.
But Roy, this is the Hauger mistake. We want to get players because we think they're good, not that we need them. Look what's happening with Hauger. We got him because he's good, no doubt. How many minutes did he get the whole season?
Dalot is going to be your second choice after Calabria.
Then how about Kalulu? This is the issue I have with the selection. When are these players going to get minutes?
Okay, but Kalulu is like your third option, and having a third option there is good. It's good.
I think they're ready to sell next summer, man. That's why they want to get these players. A big name. Probably next summer, Theo Hernandez, they're going to sell him for 60, 70, whatever million Paris Saint-Germain is going to offer.
If Cantona would have taken a course in medicine while at the hospital, there is a higher chance of them becoming a good doctor. Work for Milan than football.
Chiara Capitano. Comment of the night.
Can I say something about Chiara Capitano?
We said that before.
Weren't you the first person to say this like a few weeks ago? And now the whole media is saying, yeah, make Chiara. Laet said this before anybody else, and I agreed with him about making Chiara the captain. And now the whole media, because of this event, which we haven't really spoken about, I guess, the whole thing with Ericsson. Did you guys see that?
I didn't see it. I saw some footage, and it was really scary. I've seen it before in Serie A. I remember there was another player in Serie A, and the player from Sevilla as well. Yeah, I think he died. He couldn't make it.
We had Morosini in Italy, and then Huarte.
Yeah, and I remember Inter player Fadiga. He had a heart issue, but they stopped him. They told him you cannot play in Serie A. He did the test before the season started. Inter already bought him, and they told him, no, your heart is not good enough to play in Serie A. And it's, thank God, I mean, Chiara, like a proper hero, man. He saved his life.
Puerta.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember when the thing with Puerta happened, the captain of Sevilla, or one of the players of Sevilla, I think he was, I don't remember his name, but I think he was from Serbia or something like that. He went straight away to take his tongue, so he can still breathe. Hair can go to and get oxygen. But they couldn't save him. I don't know. I think at that time they didn't have those. What is the machine?
Defibrillator.
Yeah, he wasn't. He didn't have to have one in the pitch at that time. But I'm not sure about it. I'm just speculating. And after that thing happened, where the ambulance, it took a long time to come in and everything. They completely changed all the stadiums in Europe. They made sure that an ambulance can get in, and they have, every time they have one. Each stadium at every professional level and amateur level, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, here, great gesture. Some people are complaining about the broadcaster. They show everything, you know. I don't know, man. It's ugly to see stuff like this, but you working for a broadcaster, you want to film everything. You want to document everything, because you've never been in that situation. So what do? You film. You don't know how to handle that situation. It's such a rare thing when happen. So you have to document it.
Yeah, it was pretty. So basically, I think it was a really nice gesture of Chiara, and very like on the spot, you know, like very calm and like, you know, to give him privacy. And so basically he had all the team surround the players, and they got the cloths and stuff. That was very like what's the word in English? I know it in Italian.
Well, I think it was responsible for sure as well, because Ericsson at that point, he was a dead body. So basically, they were trying to make the heart start to beat again. So he was a dead body, and it's really ugly to see a dead body and two guys trying to reanimate it. So he was really sensible to cover everything, because there was kids in the stadium, there was normal people. I wouldn't see something like that, and I would change the channel. I wouldn't be like, and that's the point when you see the players covering his teammates, you should stop as a broadcaster. You should just put the stadium far, you know, the camera out the stadium. And
But don't you guys think that UEFA, I mean, having organized this competition and other competitions before this, shouldn't they have a procedure for all this? I mean, do you really expect the players of the national team to cover what's going on? I mean, is this part of the responsibility?
I think the procedure of UEFA is that the captain who is actually playing, it needs to be ready for a situation, because the closest person can save your life. The doctor cannot be always close to the pitch. It's something someone in the pitch. Even a restaurant in London has that procedure. You need to be, who is working needs to have that ability to save the life of someone, because it can happen everywhere when a doctor is not there. So
no, what I meant is from the broadcasting point of view. I mean, why do they have to show? I mean, they would know that anything like this could happen. So why would you want to show it? I mean, is that really part of their standard operating procedure or something?
Yeah, definitely they should have that. Probably next time they're gonna have one.
Hey, what's up, Saif? How you doing?
I'm doing fine, guys. How are you?
Great, man.
We're good, Hamla. How are you doing, Saif?
I'm doing fine.
Do you have something you want to get off of your chest?
No, I joined when you guys started talking about Kier and the gesture that he's done. I don't want to make this about Kier so much, because it's bigger than that. It's a life of a person, but it's I'm honored to have a player like that in my team.
Yeah,
I will personally, even not just the management, his teammates should do everything for him to become the captain, because most people, rightly so, would just freeze. They don't know what they would do in that situation.
Yeah.
But his personality really shines through as a captain and as a person. Him comforting his wife and saving his life in the crucial first seconds, that's very important.
Yeah, he put himself there in a position of responsibility, in a very crazy way for what was happening. It was quite impressive, and thank God that Ericsson is alive and he's okay. I saw the moment. I was watching the game, so I saw when it happened. It was harsh to see the stadium. And it was a nice gesture from the fans. You had the Finnish fans chant Christian, and the Danish fans Ericsson. That was really cool. A moment of solidarity between the nations because of the player. It was a crazy moment in football history.
Exactly, and that just shows you that not just in football in general, your life could just be taken just like that, just by a snap, anytime. So just appreciate everything you have, and just thank God. Ericsson was dead. Let's face it, he was dead. But what happened was a miracle, and I'm very thankful for that. When I saw him on the floor, I saw it live, and his eyes were open. He wasn't moving. I was broken. I was heartbroken. But just, I'm just trying to tell people anything can happen at any time. So just live the moment,
Yeah. When it
But do you guys
happened,
think that the game should have... Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you guys think that the game should have restarted? I thought that was poor also on the part. I know that they said that both teams wanted to play out the remaining minutes, but I mean, as we mentioned before, it's got to be bigger than that. I mean, why would you want to continue playing after such a thing has happened.
I think if he would have been declared dead, for sure, no, it wouldn't have continued. But because he was okay, they said, all right. Whether do I think they should have? I don't know. It's tough to say because you had all those people in the stadium. You have Eriksson said he wanted them to play. I think no, they shouldn't have played because Denmark was definitely not in the condition to play.
Yeah, it's really tough decision, man. It's because maybe the day after you can be in a better mindset to play football than actually straight away after that shock. I don't know, but yeah, definitely you should be, the authority should choose, not the player. The player is in shock, man. It's like asking somebody who had a car accident what he should do, what he should eat for dinner after in the hospital. You know, is when you're shocked.
Sorry to cut you off, sir. Can someone explain the comment made here by Oli? Because I didn't get what he means by this comment. Like I know the idea of it, but I don't know what exactly he means.
So I think there was a player that came first and tried to help Eriksson, but he kind of didn't know what he was doing. And Kjær came right away and kind of just took charge of the situation and did all the right things. I think that's what he's saying.
And you have to remember that Kjær played for Sevilla in the past. And I'm sure the club has a policy that actually everyone needs to be, or most of them needs to be trained to deal with a situation like this because they lost a player. So
yeah, that's a good point.
For sure, I'm 100% sure about that. I don't know, but for sure, when you have such a big loss in the field, you tell everyone, you know, guys, needs to be at least five team staff know what to do in this situation. So yeah, good for Eriksson and for everyone, because dying like this is bad, man. It's awful.
Do you guys think his career is done? Like he's not playing anymore?
If he doesn't have any heart disease, he can still play football.
Yeah,
well, in my opinion, it's not for any one of us to say, but I mean, who would want to take the risk? I mean, if it happened to you, would you want to take the risk of it happening again? I mean, it's obviously a concern.
Of course, it depends on him. You can easily say I'll retire and that's it. But if he doesn't have any heart disease, any heart issue, he can literally play. That is actually something that is a casualty. You know what I mean? That's a casualty. Your heart just.
But I don't think any club would take the risk, because if he did, I mean, and he's entitled to say that he's fine and wants to keep on playing. I mean, that's within his right. But would the club wanted to take responsibility that they want to be the club to be associated with him coming back and taking the chance of it happening again? I don't think so. It's
you can always insure yourself. So basically, an insurance cover, but who is the insurance gonna take the risk?
And it's not about the insurance money; it's also about the reputation. I mean, you don't want the fans to be on your case saying that, oh, you know, you're the one who let him play, and this is what happened.
If the player wants to play, there is an opposite situation that no club is giving him the chance to play. So you are the bad person, the club, because he wants to play. He decided personally. He's saying, I want to play. So it's up to the player. If the player says, I want to play, and he doesn't have any heart issue, Inter cannot say, you know what, I don't want you to play. I don't care. I'm being selfish, and I don't want that risk. You know what I mean?
But normal for a player, like he's been playing football his whole life, he loves football. It's more of a moral thing for the clubs. The clubs themselves should not take him, because it's a risk. It's still a risk. I haven't heard of a player having this issue, living and returning to football. I haven't heard a single case of it.
Yeah, there is a lot of things.
And I know it's not going to happen, but he should retire. It's not the risk. He already has the money from football. He's won the title with Inter. It's all good.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, man?
Who's this?
Hi, Noah.
Hey, Hasni. Oh, we know each other.
Yeah, we do.
It's Rock Nation Disney, by the way. Yeah, it's a neon. It's a neon Milan logo and with the Forza Milan. Now
That's
more than ever,
nice.
guys.
Nice. What's up, my man? How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Live from Casablanca, Africa.
Awesome. Morocco, right?
Yeah, sure.
أنت مغربي؟
Nice, nice.
Pardon?
أنت مغربي؟ مغربي؟
Is your name Anwar? Anwar?
Anwar.
All right, Anwar. So get it off your chest, man. Tell us what you.
I was having
Amazing.
the discussion on the comments with Laird about the Spanish league and the EPL.
Oh, okay.
The La Liga.
Yo, man, the thing is, I think we share the same point. I think it's fair enough to say. Do you hear a dog barking a lot, or is it just
No,
me?
no,
not a
Okay,
lot.
okay, safe, man. So what I'm saying, man, is tactically, I think it sounds to and safe to say that Italian league is the best. There is no option in that. Even Ronaldo said that playing in the Spanish league, in the EPL, and at last in the Italian league, that's the hardest one of each leagues. I would agree with that on you. However, when it comes to results, it's also a competition. You're playing sports to win something. And if you have like the not even the top three in the Spanish leagues, but I would say the top 10 clubs in the Spanish leagues doing so well in the Europa League and getting to qualifying stages in the UCL, that's quite an achievement for the league itself. Besides Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid being on the top three. And my belief is winning the league against Messi in Barca and against Real Madrid, it's a hard achievement. It's not so easy to be done. So even finishing on that top three, finishing first, that's a hard achievement for those three clubs. Barca going for it, Real Madrid going for it, and they don't know who's going to win it at the end. They even played it to the last minute. So I would agree on the fact that Italian league now is waking up. They are understanding modern football a lot more. They are taking a different approach, and they're adding a lot more marketing to their league. But sometimes the what you're watching does not match what your expectation of the league can be. I don't know. Have you seen any faults in the league this year besides the last four competing in the last week? Have you seen anything a little bit out of the blue, like we always see with all these ref schools and the fixtures of the matches? And I mean, it's always the same story, I would say, in Italian league, and that's why not only Inter but also Juventus do not do so well in UCL, because they stick to the same approach of playing football, defend and build up from that. That's not how modern football works nowadays. And even Ajax, who did not invest anything, and they still made it to the semifinals. So it's not really a question about money. It's mainly a question about choices. And I think Italian clubs now are waking up to that calling.
No, it's in terms of culture. I agree. The culture needs to be better because I think all of five of us wants to see great football. We want to see teams attacking and being strong and not parking the bus. So definitely we agree with that. The only thing is it's really hard. For example, we all know that Inter, without playing the Champions League, had an easier journey to winning the Serie A. If they had played the Champions League, they would struggle in Serie A. That's an answer of what I say. Basically, the Serie A is so difficult that if you concentrate just in the Serie A, you can win it. If you play in both the two tournaments, you're gonna struggle in Serie A and in Champions League. I think it's impressive how Premier League team, they actually go through competing to win the Premier League and competing to win the Champions League, because they are quite strong. They have 22 top players. The Serie A is so difficult. You cannot do that if you don't have 22 top players to compete in Serie A and in Champions League. La Liga is different, in my opinion. You can still compete in Champions League and win La Liga because it's a weaker league than the Serie A. Just my opinion. Tactically, you're not gonna find team parking the bus, so you can win it easily.
I wouldn't agree so much with you because I'm watching the three leagues, to be honest, and I'm watching the away games of Barcelona and Real Madrid. They're not so easy. They get greedy. They get very messy with the refs, with the fans, with a lot of things. And I mean, the same problems Italian clubs are going through, I think Spanish clubs are going through as well. Like they have the coronavirus crisis, they have the financial fair play problems, and yet they still managed with Sevilla. I don't know. They didn't spend a lot of money, but they still win the Europa League for 5 years or 4 years. How do you explain that? Like Roma and Lazio, for me, have better chances at winning the Europa League.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why they're better. Because
it's not only Sevilla, but also the other Spanish clubs.
It's very simple. It's the way you practice your football, the way you train your football, your philosophy, your attitude. That's what it is. The Spanish are more advanced when it comes to the practice of football, to the craft,
and also like, smart recruitment. Because in the last 10 years we've been spending money like absolute idiots, and it's all gone for shit. And we didn't get any resale values for our players who left.
Well, Sevilla bought players from us. They bought Sousa from us. We couldn't go top 4 with Sousa.
It's not a rotation player. It's not a starting guy. Like if you look at Sevilla, they beat Inter in the Europa League, and Inter spent a lot of money on that team, with Conte getting 12 million a year. And still, Sevilla can beat them with Anseri, with Bono, guys from Morocco who grew up in the Moroccan league. So it's not really a question about soccer here. It's only a question about your choices. Where do you put the money? I think Milan has spent a lot of money. Do they get the same sales as Real Madrid is making on Theo, or their third choice of a rotation player? I don't know. Like they're trying to sell Adriozola for 50 million or 40 million. That's not even a starting guy in Real Madrid. And we're trying to sell Romagnoli for 15, and that's our captain. But do you see my point? In terms of choices, I don't think that we put the money where we should.
I think
Maldini now is doing a great job for sure. He's doing a whole lockup of the locker room. He's going through all these players that he don't want to see in the long term, and he's trying to get the youth to go through in this team. I'm sure he's doing a positive job with the budget he has, but still, I think over the last, with the Chinese also management, we put a lot of money in Rodriguez, in some players that we didn't actually need at that time. We could have invested in one big name, build up on that, invest in another big name, build up on that.
But no big name wants to come in a league that reputation is the last league because it's not good enough.
But Higuain came for a salary. So I think it's a business also. If you put the salary there, I think players are going to grab it.
So you're telling me if Barcelona and Real Madrid, they invest the same amount, or at least they buy the same players Inter, Juventus, and Milan buys, not the top players in the world, because Real Madrid and Barcelona, they buy the top 3 players in that position. If you think,
but let's go over Real Madrid, for example. They bought Cruz for 25 million. They bought Modric for 30. They bought Casemiro for 5.
But because
that's the whole midfield deal. It's not even 100 mil.
But because you have Ronaldo, you have Benzema, and you have big top names. You have Xavi Alonso. You bring Modric. If I ask Modric, "We want to come to AC Milan?" He said, "No, I'm going to play for Ronaldo."
But how much they got Varane for example? They got Varane for 10 million or not even that?
This is why this is why I stand by it's not okay, the players, but it's not just that. It's the football. It's the training. Because you said Modric, Cruz, and freaking what's his name? Casemiro cost less than 50 million together. But you put them in the context of Real Madrid and play that kind of football, the philosophy, the way they train
they develop
football.
them into what they are.
And then they evolve into what they are.
I don't agree with that. Because you can offer more money, and they're not coming to you. They're going to Real Madrid. Because they already spent, they bought Bale, Benzema, Kaká, Ronaldo. It's simple. It's simple to attract a young talent when you have the biggest player in your team. That is easy. You don't even need to offer a lot. He already talked with Tottenham and say, I want to go to Real Madrid.
No, Leo, what I'm saying is when you take multiple decisions in that kind of way, when you give Biglia 5 million, when you give Rodriguez, I don't know, 5 or 4.5, and then so many players like that, and you end up cutting your budget and you don't have room for a big name. However, what they do, they brought up the youth, they sell them for high value, all of them. Even the ones that they still have, like Isco, Asensio, they're going to sell them.
So sorry to cut in, but this is the benefit that Real Madrid has and the teams that are currently on top. They can take any player. They could even take Krunic, and they could immediately sell him for an additional 5 million next season because they has the brand. They don't even have to perform that well, I think. But when the player knows that, oh, I'm getting a guy from Real Madrid, obviously they're going to at least be able to recoup their cost.
Let's be honest, the players we got from Real Madrid this year have they been like the best deals we made this summer?
Yeah,
over the last 2 mercados.
Definitely. I'm not
That's what I'm saying.
About the recruitment of Real Madrid. The problem is that it's easy for Real Madrid to tell Brahim Diaz, one of the most talented players of Man City young youth team, come to Real Madrid. If AC Milan goes there, Brahim Diaz is gonna say no. Brahim Diaz is gonna do 1 year in the bench with Theo Hernandez, and he's gonna realize, okay, I'll go for AC Milan. But why you do that? Why Real Madrid and Barcelona have that power? Because in Spain they have no competitors in Spain. No one even tried to compete against them. And that makes the league easier for them. They zero struggle. You see the amount of, as soon as the league gets a bit difficult and they don't have enough players, they get a lot of injury and they don't perform. They need to play defensive team football. They need to get an average manager, not the best manager, because Koeman is an average manager at the moment. He used to be a great manager. Now he's not the best manager because now they don't have the power, the money power to do that. Without the money, the La Liga, it loses a lot of value. The Serie A still, without the money, it puts a great show. It's really hard to go in the pitch and win.
No, I would 100% agree with you. I'm just thinking maybe Serie A could do better in terms of getting the right players.
But there is another thing to realize that the Premier League, the TV rights is being divided in a wrong way from to the Serie A, La Liga, and Bundesliga. They changed it 45 years ago, I think, something like that. So now they are following the Premier League type of business because everyone wants to get that level, the Premier League. Definitely Serie A, there is a lot of work because there is a reason why big stars don't come in Serie A. There is a lot to do. Stadiums, Spanish teams, I think they all have their own stadiums or anyway, they are paying them. Even the environment is more safe and it's beautiful game. That's true. They play beautiful game. They try to play football. There is a lot of things to do in Serie A.
I think in terms of country-wise, I think Italy is the most beautiful of the top 5 leagues, to be honest, as a country, as a place to live in and to have a happy life. But do they get the right involvement in that? Not really. They only started marketing their league this year, I would say, with Ronaldo coming and Lukaku and the coaches in every big team and so on. But I think they need to do more. They need to also reach the outer world in English, not only in Italian. And I'm seeing positive results from that, but I'm expecting a lot more.
I believe when financial fair play is going to disappear, there is no game for no league. Serie A is coming back.
Do you really think that the Super League is gonna happen now? Because
No. It's not gonna happen. The Super League.
They halted the punishment against Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Juventus.
I think
not punishing them anymore.
I think they proved the point that UEFA doesn't have any power on these institutions. They can do whatever they want because the absurdity is that UEFA punish AC Milan, a private company in Italy. They punish AC Milan for business choices because buying a player is a business choice. I want to spend money. I want to buy a player. That's a business choice. And UEFA is not even in the European Union. is in Switzerland and is not running the Serie A. And they're punishing AC Milan for spending more money in the transfer market. That is madness. If European Union allows that, that's an issue. That's a problem. And they show it with this thing. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Juventus show to the world that UEFA cannot do that with the financial fair play. They are not allowed to force a financial fair play.
That's 400 million a year. So I think clubs are gonna rethink this. That's a contract for 25 years. You get 400 million a year for 25 years.
I think it's going to happen.
Nah,
it's hard to say no to that. I mean, collectively speaking, 16 clubs getting 400 million each a year. That's big money.
Yeah, but listen, if everyone in Italy gets £10,000 a month, that £10,000 doesn't mean anything because everyone is getting that money. So that's the problem of the Super League. If everyone gets the same amount of money, it doesn't mean shit. You cannot still buy Mbappe. Mbappe is going to Real Madrid. So that 400 million is nothing for you. You're still going to go and buy Bonucci and do shit. So that's not they realize that.
To be honest, we'll have to see. I wouldn't say no to see like one example of the Super League, to see one season of the Super League, how it looks like.
I fully agree with you, Lai. It definitely is having too much. I mean, what's happening now, because we are a bit, what seems to be a cash trap, is that we are trying to make smarter decisions. Injecting a whole lot of money in a short span of time, I think we're going to make mistakes.
It's not short, Husni. It's 25 years.
Guys, let me ask you something, okay? Just be honest. We always bash teams like PSG. We always bash teams like Man City. Okay, granted, they have no history. We always say, oh, they spent millions and billions. But when we do that, it's okay. No, we're Milan. We're going to compete with the best of the world. How the fuck is that fair?
Exactly. I agree with that. Or do you think Mino Raiola, if all the top 16 club in the world gets 400 million, he's going to ask 12 million? He's going to ask 30 million for Donnarumma. And he's going to ask a fee of 50 million. And that money doesn't exist anymore. And
it's inflation.
Clubs like Torino is going to ask 100 million for Belotti. And again, 400 million becomes 40 million. That's not the solution. The solution is there is an interview at the end of Serie A game, has to be in English. So the world listen to the interview. The world listen to Pioli, what he's saying. And you see it when Pioli talks in English or whatever, the managers of the Serie A talks in English, there is 50 million people on YouTube looking at that interview, not 50,000. Oh.
By the way, Bundesliga, they're doing it, I think. They're having their post-match interviews in English, I think.
Where?
In the Bundesliga. Well, I've seen quite a few Haaland interviews. He's speaking English.
Exactly. There is a lot of business choices to be made. And the relegation system has to be there forever. Promotion and relegation, not like inviting or we're going to be always there and the other ones can be invited. That's wrong. And another problem is, you know what I don't understand? That a big club can come just from a big major league. You cannot have a big club coming from a small league. And that is because of financial fair play. If a billionaire wants to buy Ajax and buy all the biggest player, he's never going to do it because the league is too small to become rich and to actually be sustainable. So I think UEFA needs to create a system, a European system, a confederation league between 46 clubs that can actually compete with each other and everyone can make money. Even a team in Poland can be a massive team because they are making money with the European competition. Doesn't matter, the league is small. So they need to find that solution. I disagree. Serie A should be with 16 teams. The last 4 teams, they play awful football. They park the bus. They have awful players. They don't need to be there. They need to be in the Serie B, and the Serie B gets even more value. When you sell TV rights, you need to sell TV rights for Serie A, Serie B, and the 3rd division every time. You sell it as a package. You don't, and you divided all the money for the 3 leagues. So actually, everything grows organically.
Yeah, and it's always the same teams that get relegated. They go Serie A, they go back to Serie B. They go to Serie A, they go back to Serie B. What's the point? Seriously, what's the point?
Yeah. No.
Just stay in Serie B. Don't come to Serie A.
Come on, we need those whipping boys. How are we going to get our Champions League spots?
Yeah, but if there's no whipping, though.
We are there, man. We're there. Next season, man, it's gonna be a fight.
Hey, I just want to read this quick comment and just go talk about the Sweden Spain game just for a second. So there was also another guy, I guess a Swedish guy came in earlier, just a few minutes before Floki. He said, "I'm sorry, I just joined. I don't know what the topic you're talking about. I just want to tell everybody Isaac is a generational talent." And then Floki came in here a few minutes later. He said, "Hey guys, what's up? Did you see Isaac from Sweden? I've been telling you guys about him before here in the comments, but you had no idea who he is. I like him so much. He got everything to be a top striker." So I saw the game. I saw him. This is a young 21-year-old. He was very good with his feet. He was dribbling around the defenders with ease. He almost had a goal. Man, Sweden should have won this game. They had an open goal. This Isaac guy fed a player a ball, and that was just a tap-in goal, but he messed it up in front of the goal. Incredible. Spain did not look as dangerous as they usually do. Doesn't really mean anything. The tournament really begins after the group stages. So 0-0 Spain, Sweden. Isaac, yeah, very interesting player. Did you guys see the game?
I've been watching Isaac with Sociedad as well. He plays really good. I think that's a great bargain. If we go for a player like this, that for me would be a great choice. Either he's gonna develop into a great player, or you're gonna sell him at a higher value anyway. So for me, just go for players for the take like this. Saelmakers was a great choice. So Saelmakers now you can make 22 millions out of him, and you got him for 6. I think we need to keep building on this kind of approach for at least 2 to 3 years, if we're going with this pace.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what they're doing with Hagway too.
I think even Leao is included in that list. I'm not seeing Leao in 10 years from now, or 7 years, or 5 years from now.
Well, Leao right now, honestly, the prices I'm seeing with Leao is that they're pretty much less than what they paid for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like COVID, you gotta take it for what it is.
Yeah,
but
like
the worrying thing that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
The worrying thing I'm seeing about our transfer strategy is that we keep pushing this loan with option to buy. What I read on the news is that this obligation to buy even though we're not into, and we're doing this low balling just before we're about to close the deal. Those are worrying signs to me. I mean, if we want to get these sort of players, and clubs, no doubt they're going to pay hard to get, and they're going to want the money up front. What sort of talent can we expect when we're looking at free transfers? We're looking at loan with option to buy. I mean, I don't think this is how you get top players.
Yeah, but we're not going to get any top players. I mean, top players this mercato. We have to do well in the Champions League first, and then we can think about top players. I think the players that we're going to go for are going to be players that are going to help us achieve that. I really think we're going to do that. I don't see them not doing that, to be honest with you.
Man, we're going to win the Champions League as an underdog. There's going to be like, fuck, what's going on? Who is this team?
We need to bring back Maldini from the stands, man.
I feel like it's been a long time that an underdog won the Champions League. What is the last time?
I think Chelsea was an underdog, to be honest.
No, 260 million expense. I think Lampard is doing an awful job, but Chelsea.
But if you look at the UCL from the very start, the very first day, and you look at the teams there, do you see Chelsea in the top 4 or winning it?
They were underperforming. They weren't underdog, definitely.
No, they're not underdog. Let's say next Champions League. No, we pretty much.
I would put them in the top 6.
Well, but the top 6 is who is going to win it at the end when you go
Or
out.
top 8.
You know.
Well, honestly,
it's
for me,
really
when I was thinking about UCL this year, I was seeing PSG, Bayern, of course. Maybe I was thinking Man City, and maybe Real Madrid or a Spanish team, Atletico or Barcelona. I was not really thinking about Chelsea going out there with Timo Werner and these youngsters and rocking it all the way to the final. Also, I think they need to change their coach every season because that happened with Demetrio and now it happened with Tuchel. So they need to next year they need to change it mid-season, get a new coach. They're gonna win the UCL.
But that's the thing,
Yeah,
they
man,
can
but
afford it.
Tuchel,
If that's a strategy, they can
Tuchel is
afford it.
world class.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. I think PSG made a huge mistake letting Emery go, letting Tuchel go, and they bought one Europa League and UCL. That's gotta sink for a year.
Like when it comes to Manchester City, Chelsea, yes, Chelsea is the underdog, but I wouldn't count Chelsea out. I wouldn't have counted Chelsea out to win the Champions League. For me, it would have been Man City, Bayern, PSG, and Madrid, Barcelona. Those have to be the favorites. Then you have, maybe Juventus. You have Chelsea. You have Atletico Madrid. You have these kind of teams. What?
For next season, who do you see actually as the top 6 or the top 8 in UCL?
In my opinion, when you invest the money PSG invest, you are the favorite. I don't care if you don't win it or you don't perform. Chelsea invest a lot of money that's the previous summer. You are one of the favorites. You are competing to win the Champions League because you have 24 top players. No matter what they put, you can play for AC Milan anyway. Man City always never gonna be an underdog. They invest a lot of money. Real Madrid and Barcelona, they are not underdogs. Bayern Munich is not an underdog, so they can win it. I see an underdog, Inter, Ajax, even Inter.
Do you trust Milan going there?
Milan is an underdog now. What else?
Do you actually think with this Mercado and the players we have, we can get into that top 8?
Yes, 100%.
The one time we will go on an unbeaten run.
1,000%. 1,000%. I've called it, guys.
We're playing the last minute.
I've called it. I've said it.
With
semi-final. We're making the semi-final next year for sure. And then what happens in the semi-final, I don't know. We can even win it. But next year we're going all the way to the semi-final.
But the thing is about Milan, what I like about Milan, and I think over the 7 cups we have, 5 of them we won them. We were not the league's contenders. We finished 4th or 3rd in the year before.
Yeah, that's always been the thing about Milan.
So when we finish first in the Italian league, these players are very important to Milan. We need some bad luck also. You need to build up the positive and then we get it in their luck.
But Milan has never really been a team that traditionally in these past 40, 50, 60 years that focuses on the Serie A and the Champions League. It's mostly been just the Champions League. And then if the Serie A comes, it comes. But I think Milan, as soon as they play next year, the way they play, the style they've been playing suits European football. We saw it against Manchester United with a team that wasn't that competitive. We were head toe to toe with Manchester United. There's no team I fear in Europe. You put Barcelona in front of us, I think we will play. We'll play with no fear. We can even beat them. Put Real Madrid, we'll beat them. Man City will beat them all. No problem.
We won against prime Barcelona with Traore and Young. So
yeah,
that was a mad day.
But
crazy. Honestly, I think we can cut through the top 8 because the thing is about us. Nobody is expecting us to do well, so there is no pressure. Also, we just need to keep top 4 for next season.
Yeah.
And I want to see them also compete for the Scudetto because I don't think Inter will stay this strong after Conte's departure and also Hakimi. I think there are 2 key important things in Inter's winning the Calcio. So I want to see Milan compete for the Scudetto first and keep top four, and maybe if they cut through the top eight, that's a great achievement.
Yeah, I think that's possible. Cutting through the top eight is definitely possible, for sure. And stay in top four. If the Scudetto, man, I don't know. I'm not that confident about. I'm less confident about the Scudetto as I am about going far into the Champions League.
Madness, man. See what you have
Because
to
I think Milan will still have this issue that we'll lose points in these games that we're just not supposed to lose, you know. And it's kind of been the same thing with Milan for such a long time. And that's the difference. Juventus is always going to win. I mean, apart from this year, Juventus is always going to win against Chievo, against Benevento, against Spezia, blah blah blah. But Milan, sometimes we play these teams and we screw it up. I don't know if next year we will have fixed this just yet. But when it comes to open football, European football, I'm very confident.
I feel like we have just 11 players, if you think. Like 11 good players.
14 to 15 players, and that's not enough to go for the league.
Yeah, for a league, for sure. But for a Champions League, you need 15 players, good players. So you can actually say, okay, Ibra is injured. I can put that guy can actually perform in Champions League. No Casti. Casti's not going to perform as a number 9 against Man United. That's for sure. No Mandzukic, for fuck's sake. We need 15 players at least.
Guys,
I think if we got a better... Go ahead, sorry.
I'm kind of getting worried. Yeah, sorry. I'm kind of getting worried about the striker position, though. I'm not really hearing much news, and only news I'm hearing is Giroud for free. If that's the case, then
Giroud for free and Ibra injured.
Exactly. Like who else are we gonna get? We're gonna keep Castillejo and playing him on false 9 again. I'm not gonna stand for that shit again. Seriously. We have to get a good striker like Belotti.
For a striker in the winter mercato, we could have played the Scudetto.
Yeah, that is possible.
I mean, we were in a very good position. I think Maldini made 1 out of 3 good choices going for Mete, Mandzukic, and Tomori. So maybe betting on Mandzukic at that age, coming from the Middle East, no, bad call.
I heard Pato at that time. I was like, oh my God, I was dreaming already. To see Pato again with the AC Milan jersey, that would be great.
We could have loaned, I don't know, Icardi or someone. You could have loaned Aguero or, I don't know, pay him for 6 months, whatever he wants, and try to go for the titles.
No, but Anwar, the question is, do they want to come? Why would they even want to come?
Honestly, at that position, Husni, at that position where we were top of the country. We didn't lose a game. I think we were in a very good shape to go for the country.
But
you could really go for it.
You're talking about players who want to win the Champions League, not the Scudetto. Why would they want to come to Milan?
Still, Husni, like you have very like Icardi would come. He's not playing at PSG.
Yeah, and there are
and he's gonna win it against Inter. I think Icardi would love to win it against Inter after the way they sold him out.
Yeah, but we didn't have money, man. We had to buy. Our budget was to give $1.5 million to Mandzukic for 6 months. That's our budget. Icardi for 6 months was $3.5 million. We didn't have that money. It's simple as that. That's
honestly, hold on 1 second. Honestly, all we really needed was a striker because we didn't have.
Yeah.
Mandzukic did not play at all. If we even got someone that was maybe not such a high profile as Icardi, someone that could have played that position, it could have been different. Yeah.
You guys are religious because the only solution is to wake up in the morning and pray that Leao is gonna get a decent season next time because that's our hope for the next season.
Honestly, credits for Leao because he's been playing like 4 different positions or 3 different positions throughout the year. So
exactly.
Is that good for development? Hell no. You need to play one position for at least 2 years or a year and a half until you can really see some good results. So kudos for him. I think he's been doing well for what he's been trying to achieve in the role given to him by the coach.
I would
And if
give
he-
him. I would give him at max one more season, bro. Like maybe half a season.
Yeah,
If he
for
doesn't
sure.
perform,
Same thing.
if someone offers now 30 or 35 million, teams of Premier League have money. I would take that. Fuck Leao, seriously. Milan is bigger than one
Honestly,
player.
we could bargain for more from EPL. They pay high prices for less than Leao. So
Right.
why
That's
do we
what I've
ask
been.
for 30?
I've been saying that, like if Italian teams should go to the Premier League and sell these players for 40, 50 million.
Yeah,
They'll
man.
buy them.
Leao does 25
They-
goals, and somebody in the chat is telling me the Premier League is a tougher league than Serie A after. He's going to tell me. And I have to actually agree with that after. No, but you know what is a great player in Premier League? The guy from Wolves, Neto, the Portuguese one.
Yeah, Pedro Neto, he's
Yes.
very good.
Oh, I love him. He's great. I think as a number 10, he will be great for us.
I think
Guys,
also
I got the
Aouar
best
from-
sale ever. We should sell the player who takes a better free kick than Cristiano Ronaldo. This is the first guy we should sell.
Yeah.
Krunic.
Sell this guy first, then you talk about Leao and all the others. Get rid of Krunic, please.
Guys, I swear that if Krunic was in the EPL playing the exact same way he plays, exact same way he plays, and let's say Chelsea or whatever wanted to buy him or whatever the mid-table team, they pay like 40 million for him. No problem.
Yeah.
He's
You know, when
yeah,
that
for
offer
sure.
comes, I would pay for his ticket from Milan to wherever the hell he's going. It's on me.
I think,
Get him out of the club.
for example, if you take Kessié and put him in EPL, he'd be worth like, I don't know, 150 or.
Oh, yeah. If he's playing for Tottenham, 100 million, man.
oh yeah.
Tottenham paid 65 million for Sigurdsson.
Sorry?
I'm not even doing that in PlayStation.
For who?
Sigurdsson, man.
Yeah.
Sigurdsson used to play for Iceland. The guy was good. He was decent.
How much did they
but
pay for him?
60 million or 65 million euros.
Wow.
That's
No,
almost
no way,
like
man.
50. For sure, man. They paid like 50 million pounds for the guy. And he was old enough. He was like 30 or
But that's
29.
That's what happens when you are Everton and not Real Madrid. You overpay for average players.
Yeah, for sure.
That's crazy. But yeah, Krunic can play easily for Everton. Maybe second choice.
Yeah, second choice ever.
Oh my God. Krunic, my
Yeah.
God, man. He's gonna score, man, in a quarterfinal in Champions League. That's
Honestly,
gonna be
how much did we get him for?
Krunic.
Yeah.
We paid him a lot. I think 11 million or something like that.
Yeah.
I see it in my mind. Krunic lifting the Champions League. I see it. It's gonna happen, guys. It's gonna happen.
No,
In-
man.
In
Neto,
2 years, it's gonna happen in 2 years.
What
Man,
are you
Bonera is
smoking?
gonna win.
no.
Yeah, Bonera is gonna win his third Champions League. That's more than Inter and Juve. So you can
But
brag
Maldini
about
will-
anything in Milan. For sure.
No, for sure. Let's read a few guys. I have to go in about 10 minutes. My time, unfortunately,
Amen.
ends in 10 minutes. If you guys want to continue, you can continue. Just letting you know that I have about 10 minutes left. Someone needs to go and compete for the Olympics in weightlifting. At least he will make Spain proud if he wins the medal. Yeah. So Samuel apparently is on his way out.
Finally.
Yeah, guys, listen. We're not going to know anything. We're saying this earlier. Even judging Milan's Mercato right now and kind of being disappointed about it, it's kind of pointless because remember what happened with Mourinho in Roma. Nobody knew. All of a sudden, Mourinho is a Roma. The same shit is going to happen. Same shit. We're not going to know, and then the next day, hey, this player, let's say, Berardi is at Milan. And all of a sudden, our moods change. We got 2 months of this, so...
Do you remember last season when Tonali was like almost confirmed to go to Inter and then he signed for us? Do you remember all that news?
Yeah. Tonali. Chiesa was really close at Milan, and then Juventus snatched him in the end.
Oh, Chiesa, man. That would be great.
I mean, Chiesa was close, huh? Guys, Milan almost had Chiesa. It was really close. Juventus offered him more at the end.
Juventus
This was
and didn't pay the salary for 6 months to the players.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how they did it, man. Inter got Hakimi and didn't pay the salary for 6 months. That's how they bought the players, man.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you know, guys, the fact that Inter can go and win the Scudetto with players not being paid, while we were on first position and having our players asking for double prices, that's a question we need to ask. That's
Yeah,
not
they should be
acceptable.
deducted 13 points. Deduct the points.
Honestly, man, like if you go mid-season, you only played, I don't know, like 15 games, and you're asking for a salary as much as Modric, who won the Ballon d'Or. Come on, no. And I think because of that, also we lost momentum because of all these problems with the contracts, with the
Yeah.
injury of Ibra. And, I mean, it didn't turn out as good as it was supposed to be. So I'm thinking that Maldini needs to learn from this as well. So if we are in the same situation next year or in 6 months from now, I think we need to ask Maldini a question as well. As much as we love him, he needs to learn from things like this.
Yeah, and I've said that. It's like if we do the same thing with Kessie and then these other players, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. This policy of wait until the end of the year for the contracts is a mess. It does not work. They need to stop this right away. I agree with you there, 100%. As a matter of fact, Kessie. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize. Apparently, Mr. Hakan Çalhanoğlu, who we thought, okay, he was gonna sign, he's gonna stay, yeah, no issue. Apparently now he says, oh, Galatasaray, yo, I love that team. Oh, staying in Milan, I don't know. We're gonna see after the Euros.
Oh, really? Was linked with Galatasaray?
Yeah, someone asked him about Galatasaray. He was like, yeah, I love that club. I like something like a hidden way of saying I wouldn't mind joining them. I'm so done with that guy, man. Seriously. I thought for a second that he was gonna stay, but now he's still lowballing us. Oh, seriously, man. Just go. Just fuck off already.
Yeah, Safe, you're right there. Do it, give him the Donnarumma treatment. Bring the replacement, clean out the locker. Fuck off.
Bring the number 10 of Lille, man.
And you know, there are the two key players after Ibra in that team. That's what messes up, I think, this season after the winter mercado, because when you have your two key players not having the right mindset, not playing well for your team, not defending your colors the way they should, you're risking it.
And you saw it, especially with Çalhanoğlu.
I mean, the guy is a ghost. Husni knows my opinion of Hakan. I think he's decent. I don't think he's a Milan player or any top club player. I think he should stay to Bayern Leverkusen and clubs like that. I'm not pissing these clubs. I'm just saying the facts as they are. And if we're looking into the title way and you're trying to get there, we went from Seedorf to that. No.
I disagree with that.
We can also talk about the Benter era, but yeah, the Benter era had its reasons. We were there because we were shit financially. Now we're not shit financially. We have one of the highest hedge funds in the world. They are not trying to invest in the club. They don't want to invest that big. They're putting salary caps. They're limiting Maldini's work as well, because he can't do everything he wants. I'm sure he wants Ronaldo in the team. I'm sure he wants Messi. Can he go for him? No. But when you do that to your own director and you ask him to win the Scudetto, no, it does not match up. Yeah. So
I disagree with you about Çalhanoğlu. I think Çalhanoğlu is good enough, and I think Çalhanoğlu pre-contract stuff was actually really good. And I think if he stays, it'd be great. It'd be great, and a lot of people would regret the things we say about him right now.
Do you know that this season is actually his best season?
Yeah.
As a player, overall, everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not happy with that, to be honest.
Yeah, I would say.
I think he plays for 6 months, then he disappears for 6
months. My opinion is not
year.
very popular, but it is what it is.
I think the same. If his best season is his Kaká world season, it's not the right player.
When he came back from Real Madrid.
Exactly.
I think Kaká was even more influential back then than what we have from Hakan now. And that's not a good comparison.
Insigne is going to come to AC Milan. Romagnoli is going to Napoli.
I would love that. Oh,
We give them 15 million and Romagnoli for Insigne. Things are done.
I think Insigne, if we get like Insigne, Berardi, or Belotti, two of these three, I think we can go for the Scudetto.
Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Yes.
Insigne is going to change completely the face of the attack of AC Milan.
Yeah.
That'll be nice
So,
to have one of those.
Just to add up, my Moroccan brother said something very important. It all goes back to us talking about the investment and fighting for the Scudetto. He had a perfect point. The owners of the club don't give a shit about us. Gazidis doesn't give a shit about improving the club. This is Arsenal 2010-11 all over again. Letting contracts run down, putting salary caps, selling the best players, and that's why I will never trust these owners nor Gazidis. That's why even though we made the Champions League, I'm not that happy or optimistic because I already see what's going to happen in the end. I already see that Kessie is going to leave. I'm being honest.
I have a fear of this. I have a fear of this too. And I have a fear of this too, especially with Hernandez, Kessie, teams like PSG coming in and now, but I do not want to commit to this fear yet. I still kind of have hope that I'm still more on the side that Milan is not going to do that. But I have a fear somewhere in the back of my mind that can happen. Yeah.
I would have the same fear if we were in a normal situation, not in a pandemic. I would have the same fear. But I'm looking at the other teams, the way they're behaving. Barcelona is signing free agent players. They are not buying big players. Real Madrid is bringing back Bale and is hiring Ancelotti to deal with the mess. Juventus got back Allegri to deal with the mess. They are not going to buy big players. It doesn't look like they're going to buy big players. Inter actually is selling their big players. So if these big teams or whatever superpowers in terms of money are behaving in this way, I would expect AC Milan to buy someone for 20 million this year, and that's it. End of the story. We're getting a lot of loans, young players, and a big name, maybe 20 million if you want to call it a big name. Because a 20 million player is not a big name. So that's what I see.
Is, financial fair play will be lifted, almost lifted, or roughly lifted over the next 2 years. So if UEFA is trying to make some changes to adapt into the way people are gonna invest, and as the owner of the club, you're just keeping the same caps. You're trying to, I don't know. I have this fear, but the only hope I have is in Maldini. When I see Maldini there, I know that he's not doing this only for the money. Yes, he cares about the financial, but he wants to see Milan perform. He wants to see it probably more than any of us. So that's the only thing I'm gonna keep about this management is that they roll themselves around legends of the club, and they're trying to take their incentives about taking decisions. They were gonna fire Pioli and try to bring Ragnick, but at the end they listened to Maldini and they keep listening to him. So that's a fair point also to the management. So Arsenal, yes, I would agree on the fact that they are trying to build a new stadium. They're going for these marketing deals everywhere. It looks like Gazidis works. That's what he's best at. But I think we need that also. We need a new stadium. We need these marketing deals. It's not only a question of where we're going. We actually need them now.
Yeah, no, true. And I think it is a good combination. This idea of creating modernizing business, etc. And Gazidis has reminded me. And I even said this in another stream that because Gazidis was taking a lot of credit for the success of Milan in his past interview. He was taking a shitload of credit for the success Milan had when Gazidis had completely different ideas. But the positive thing that we can say about him, like you said right now, is that he did listen to Maldini. He did pay attention to their ideas, and he went with those ideas. Guys, having said that, I have to go, but you guys continue. Forza Milan to everybody. See you tomorrow, guys, for Portugal. What is it? France, Germany.
France,
That's
Germany.
definitely
I'm gonna stay another 5 to 10 minutes just to talk about this. Where are we going in the financial situation? Just to see if we go somewhere. What
Nice.
the people think. But yeah.
Awesome.
See you, Roy. See you,
Yeah,
John.
right.
Cheers. See you guys.
Peace out.
Have a good one.
Bye, Roy.
So going back to that, I don't think they're going to buy Tomori for 30 million. They put the deal for Tonali 35 million. So I think their intentions are honest. Unfortunately, we need a stable economy to start to do something decent. And there is another situation that you need to not underestimate, that even if you have the money, you should wait. I mean, knowing how the owners of AC Milan, they behave in a real world in business, they basically wait for their opponent to die and they go and buy everything. So that's what I actually do as a business. So they are the best at that. So they know how much debt Real Madrid, Manchester United, they know all the debts of the world. They have all
I
that.
wouldn't mind if they go for Inter players, man. I don't.
So they
mind if
know
go
how
for
bad
Barella.
Inter, Juventus are. So when they go and tell Brescia, I'm going to pay you 10 million less, they know the situation of Brescia. So they can afford to do, and they know Roma, Fiorentina, Juventus, and Inter don't have the money to counter offer and get Tonali. So
Yeah.
on the other
So-
side, I'm sure they know the situation of Donnarumma, that is not going to find a team that is going to offer more than 8 million, and that's what's going to happen. Then Raiola is not going to get 20 million agent fee. They know a lot. They come from Wall Street. They buy countries. So they are dangerous people.
You know,
So-
I think the Donnarumma story. I think that's Maldini case. I
No,
don't
but
think
they-
management was.
No,
much
they told
involved more than
Maldini.
him.
They told Maldini, listen, you give him 8 million, and believe me, no one is going to give more than that money in any part of the world to this guy. So give him the maximum he's going to get. And if he's not accepting, it's not on us, it's on him. So they know exactly. For example, Çalhanoğlu asking 6 million all the season. They know no club is going to give him 6 million. They already offer him 3.5, and they know all the clubs in the world, they're not going to give him more than 3.5. So that's what I like about the ownership of AC Milan. Economically, they know what's going on. They're borrowing money to a lot of clubs in France as well.
But
So they-
Mike, if what you're saying is true, then we should just wait until the last deadline day and blitz it with whatever money that we got. I mean, if everyone's desperate,
don't think
you're
this
gonna have
is
to
gonna
make
work,
a deal
man.
immediately,
Yeah.
right?
So technically, they're going like this, man. They're gonna wait until Real Madrid says, you know what, fuck it. Okay, you want Diaz for 18 million? Okay, I'll sign the deal now. Or they know Chelsea is in a good financial situation, so you have to give them 28 million, and that's it. You cannot deal with that. But on other
Like-
deals, they know.
But could you afford losing? I know what Donnarumma did. I hate him for what he did. I think 8 million is enough for 20, how much? 22 years old?
Yeah.
You can buy anything with that salary. Your brother is getting salary for free. Your father is getting a commission. Your agent is getting. So overall, the deal was good for him. Yet he refused. But still, from a management point, you see that you have a long-term goalkeeper that is very hard to find. And probably the only generational goalkeeper that I'm seeing right now. And you could have gone to, I don't know, 9 million and some added bonuses, or 10 million and some added bonuses, and try to keep him for another 2 years, sell him maybe after signing 3 years deal or any kind of deal, just to make money out of that. Don't lose him for free like that.
But see, that's this thing I don't agree when people talk about.
I get the thing is, I just want to clarify. I agree with what Maldini did.
Oh, no.
I see that's very courageous. That's what Maldini identity is. That's what Milan identity is, and we need to respect that as fans, as players, as a structure. But thinking about this outside, and think about this as not being a Milan fan, and look at what happened.
Well, I'm telling you, everyone says give him a contract and try to sell him. He's not finding a club without a fee. How are you going to sell him with a fee? and an 8 million contract already. A club who is going to buy Donnarumma needs to pay 30 million and pay the guy 10 million a year and the agent 10 million. No one is going to do that deal. You have basically a liability in your balance.
I think PSG would go for that if you
PSG,
still had him.
PSG is giving him 8 million like we gave him, and he's not paying
only now. Only now, because they know their situation. But
so exactly, that's the situation. So I think we did the right thing. We gave him what the market can give him. That's the money he's gonna get. He's not gonna get more than what we gave him. That's it. He left.
Yeah, I think you're right. If Donnarumma was such hot property, there would have been so many offers that would have been raining in that we would have heard of. They wouldn't, because everyone knew.
Husni, what I'm saying, if you know now the position of the player, you know he has no contract, you know that no one is willing to pay him what he's asking for. So you know if the media is talking about this, you're not gonna go and give it to him. So because you know you have the information. But imagine you don't have this information. You know that Milan is trying to keep him, but he wants to leave, and he's been offered this much money. No, but I'm talking like from a financial point of view or economical point of view, it changes the environment. When you're in the club, being the captain, you have an offer at your hands, but you're still not trying to sign it. Of course, you're gonna receive offers, and he received it when he was 17 or 18. He received 10 at PSG at that time.
We're not sure about that. We're still not sure. But because
I think it was there.
Raiola was saying that Chelsea is offering 12 million, Barcelona is offering 12 million, PSG is offering 12 million. And now, one club is offering 8 million, the money AC Milan offer, and he's gonna give the player on loan to another team.
Yeah, for sure. I think Navas.
What do you want?
Phenomenal.
We gave him the same money.
No. I'm just thinking maybe they could have, other than a million, they could have find a different negotiation deal with Donnarumma.
I think
Monza, let me ask you something, okay?
Because I think they left it to the very last. They left it to the very last day. They could have done this like a year ago and
probably they offered to him the money. They offer him a contract.
I think they offered 7 million. Only 1 million plus.
Let's say they offered 1 year ago. They offered to Donnarumma 8 million.
Yes.
1 year ago, newspaper was saying we're gonna get vaccinated, everything is gonna come back to normal. AC Milan offered 8 million to Donnarumma. You remember in December, November, Raiola was saying Donnarumma deserves to play the Champions League, and AC Milan cannot guarantee that to Donnarumma. So basically, 1 year ago, we couldn't offer any money to Donnarumma because Donnarumma was saying, "I'm not signing because I'm not sure you guys are gonna qualify for the Champions League. So I'm going to wait until the end of the season to sign." And AC Milan said, okay, I'll wait until the end of the season. Some people say, sell Donnarumma. You sell Donnarumma, you don't go top 4. It's a fine balance. You need
was it true? Was it true? Was he right to be doubtful about us not making it to the UCL?
Yeah, because for 7 years we didn't go to the Champions League, and we had a 39 years old striker. So he was right to wait. And AC Milan told him, okay, let's wait. You are a professional player. You're going to perform anyway. Now, we win against Atalanta. This is the 8 million contract. The fee for your dad is done 30 seconds job to get you. And now, what do you want? And he's saying no.
No, but like Lair, they said Maldini made the call the day after the game against Atalanta. He didn't wait at all.
Now, who? Donnarumma is saying that?
No. The media is saying that. Is it 100% garbage or sure? But he actually made the call. To be honest, it was a few days after the Atalanta game. We made the Maignan signing. It was not
exactly because he told Maldini, "I'm not talking if Raiola is not here." I mean, you really want Maldini won 5 Champions League and is running one of the biggest clubs to wait for Raiola.
But you know these players now. You know the modern player. They're not Maldini. They're not.
No. But in general, can you make a choice without your agent? Is 8 million there?
I think most players do that. Even Cristiano. If you go to Cristiano, offer him a new deal, he would tell you to talk to my agent. I think that's not a bad thing. I don't see that as really as a bad thing, Blair. To be honest,
It's a bad thing when it comes to Donnarumma, the club that gave him everything since he was 16.
I
The club
100%
that
agree with you.
sorry, let me just say, when he was 17, we gave him 6 million, which by the record, let me just tell you something. Marc-Andre ter Stegen, who's been carrying Barcelona for the last few years, is getting like 4.3 million at Barcelona. He's
I agree with
Barcelona fans say that he's part to par with Messi over the last few years. We signed this guy to 6 million. We signed his useless parasite brother. He hasn't played a single fucking game for us. And now we give him 8 million. We guarantee him Champions League. And I applaud the Milan management for what they did. Fuck that 1 million. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve 7.5. He doesn't even deserve 7 million. When guys like Ter Stegen are getting 4.9 and are resigning by themselves in Barcelona, and there is no transfer speculation around them, this guy thinks that he's the new Buffon, or he is already Buffon. He can go fuck himself. I'm telling you, with Yassine Bono, with Mike Mignon, with any average goalkeeper in our team this season, we would not have finished below second place. Donnarumma is not the reason we finished second place.
No, man, I'm not speaking about it as a how do you say that? As Donnarumma being a Milan player, leaving Milan, his adopted club.
I know what you mean.
I'm
You
speaking
said-
about it from the financial way and how you deal with this kind of problems.
It's really
Yeah,
hard
I
to
know.
offer more than that.
Yeah.
We cannot offer more than that.
Sorry,
8 million is a lot of money.
I 100% agree with you. But
It's-
still, you have a greedy agent. You need to know how to deal with that. For that case, afterwards, you need to find a different solution. But for me, I think they could have done more, a little bit, and they could have afforded to keep him. Not 12 million.
Guys.
I don't think they would have offered him 12 million. That's the highest price. So you never give the whatever he's asking for. You always give the mid road or the midway of that. So I think we could have done a little bit more and try to keep him and then sell him. I don't mind it. I don't mind selling him. I think we can
No,
make a lot of
I
value
disagree.
out of that sale.
I think we did our best in keeping him. We gave him everything he wanted. We waited for him. The management made the perfect steps. It's just that he's the only one at fault. I don't want people to blame Raiola.
Would you agree
Donnarumma-
if we do this now with Leao, Tomori, and I don't know any kind of youngster in Milan? Would you agree of Milan leaving them, letting them leave if they do the same treatment as Donnarumma?
But
Guys,
then,
I
where
just
would
want
we
to
end up?
weigh in. I just want to weigh in a little bit. Yeah. So, in my take on the end game, or we could say the conclusion to this, is that it's a lose-lose. Yeah. We didn't get Donnarumma to stay. I'm sure that the club, even Maldini, wanted him to stay. And Gigio, he didn't get to be the best paid goalkeeper in the absolute history of the game for all eternity. So it's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
And coming on to your point, Anwar, I think we have to avoid that situation in the future as well. I agree with you. Lose-lose benefits no one. Yeah, the player doesn't get what he wants, and we lose a player. We got to find someone who's maybe potentially even worse. So,
But in that
it's,
lose-lose situation, we still get off a little bit hurt from it.
no, absolutely,
that's why I said.
absolutely, because
Hurt in which way?
He's going.
absolutely,
He's going. He's going to PSG. He's getting what he wants. You're left with a player where you could have sold him for 50 or 60 million.
no,
5 years ago, or 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
it
We
does.
saved money from his salary. We saved money from his salary, man. We signed Magnon,
No,
who
of course,
earns like
no,
2
no,
million per
but
season.
still, there is an opportunity cost that you left out from this equation. You cannot just tell me that, oh, they did right. No, yes, they did right in the way they treated the situation with him being greedy. But in a financial way, you should not be put in the same position again.
But who dealt
No,
with
but
the signing of Donnarumma when he was young? It's not Maldini or
I agree with you. It's Mirabelli, and
It's
he messed
another-
up as well.
these people are on TV talking about shit. So it's we can only judge what we can do now. No, in the past, if Maldini was working at AC Milan that moment, he would have said to Donnarumma, "You know what? Find another club that's gonna give you 6 million,
Yeah,
or it's gonna give you 3 million. This is the offer: it's 3.5 million a year, and that's it." But the other management team, they say, "Oh my God, this guy Raiola has offers everywhere, so definitely he's gonna find a club for Donnarumma. We're gonna lose him."
I think that Maldini was put into a situation where he had Mignon for 15 million, and every team was gonna come to Mignon for more than 15 million. And Donnarumma without a contract by the end of June. So either you choose, you're gonna wait up this mercado and try to re-sign him, or go for another goalkeeper with a very low value that probably a lot of teams would buy him for a lot more than 15 because of the result he achieved last year or over the last 3 years. So he chose Mignon. Now we gotta say it to Maldini as well. If Mignon keeps performing as well as Donnarumma, there is no problem with that. Everyone, this story is old. No one is gonna keep talking about this. But if it fails and we see big problems in that goalkeeper key aspect of the game, it's gonna come falling down. A huge thing about Maldini, and a lot of people who are saying now, yes, Maldini did the right choice. If that thing does not work, they're gonna say the opposite.
Oh, I disagree. I totally disagree with you.
I disagree. You know why? Because we did everything we could have done.
I don't think we did everything.
Man, the offer we put on the table is the highest offer he can get in the market.
But you have 3 months in the mercato. Yet you chose to decide on 5 days.
No, they've been offering him the.
No, I understand, but now you are in a different situation in the mercato. Let's forget about what happened last year, and he refused, and he refused, and he refused. Now you are in a different position. You qualified. You're second. You may have some funds now. You can make some sales from some players, so there is some room for you to keep him in the club. Would you agree with that or not?
Yeah, I'm sure they wanted to keep him, no doubt about it. If not, they wouldn't have offered him a new contract.
But
So
even
that's why
financially, can Milan go to 10 million for Donnarumma?
No.
Do you think we can afford that?
No,
They can, bro. They can, but he
wanna
doesn't deserve
clarify
that.
this. No, I want to clarify this. 20 million gross for 5 years is 100 million. 20 million agent fee for Raiola is 120 million total for 5 years for a guy that doesn't score 35 goals a season. Inter won the league without Donnarumma. Juventus won the league without Buffon.
But honestly, why does not the management inject more funds to just to higher up the salary cap for this reason?
No way.
Because in
Juve is gonna get 10 million.
No,
in
but
the way I see football, I know there
look
is a
at the
lot of
salaries in
interest
Inter and Juve. No, just look at the salaries in Inter or Juve. 7 million is not a key player in Juve or Inter for salary. For us, that's a key player.
But it's not a key player. The goalkeeper is not a key player. He doesn't bring 40
It
goals.
is.
No,
it is in the modern football, man.
No,
I think
absolutely
in the early 2000, late 2000, I would agree with you. Goalkeeper, yes, was important, but not as important as the midfield or the key defender or the key striker. But now with modern football, you need a goalkeeper who can actually pass.
The objectives of the team is different. For Inter, they want to win the Scudetto at all costs, and maybe even progress to the knockout stage of the Champions League. For Juve, they will definitely want to win the Scudetto at minimum and see if they can win the Champions League. For Milan, the objectives by Gazidis and others is quite clear. They want to be, I know they said financially stable, which is a bullshit word, but they just want to balance the books.
No,
yeah, I agree, but
we can pay the salaries.
That's not where Milan should be.
It's so unfair because it's proven that Donnarumma hasn't won the league still.
Yes, I would agree. But if you give Donnarumma to Juventus for 9 years, I think he would win it with them.
Juventus cannot afford him. He's going to keep Szczesny.
No, but let's imagine a scenario where Juventus had Donnarumma for the last 4 years. Would they win the Calcio or not?
Listen, I won AC Milan in 1 year to keep those 120 million for Donnarumma, to keep it, and buy a striker next season.
I would 100% agree with you, but only if they sell him. Just sell him last year, for example, and go for a.
No, they already saved that money. Not giving that contract to Donnarumma. They already saved 120 million in their balance.
I'm just saying, if you know that a player is very unsure about staying in the club and he has only 2 years left in the contract, do not take the risk of keeping him and playing this gentle and kind, offering contracts and so on. But you either choose a year before either to keep him or sell him.
Now we play the Champions League. Now we can actually promise that player we are going to Champions League. We are playing.
Can we really promise that, man? Do you
But-
think with Roma, new investment with all these
But
Italian teams now
on the
playing
case
for
of Calabria and KC, they're gonna sign this summer because we are playing the Champions League, and we're gonna give them double money they want. We're gonna give the 4, 3.5, whatever double money they want. We're giving it to them. With Donnarumma,
Anwar,
Okay, go ahead, Hasni.
I wouldn't actually bank on the fact that you can ask the player to leave. I mean, you can try to sell him, but what happens if he says no? I'm staying. You know, I'm finishing the end of my contract. He can do that. Right? I might tell him to do that actually.
Then you tarnish him in the media for 1 year. You keep him on the in the subs. He's not playing, and you get a goalkeeper in that
We won't do
position.
that. We won't.
We used to do. Teams used to do that when they know their players are not resigning. Sorry,
we're not so powerful to do that.
Yeah,
we got many out for
don't think
15 million. We could have done that a year ago. Do you see my point? I mean, you could have gone for a very good goalkeeper a year ago and solved this problem altogether.
No, because
and made a sell. And for me, you could have made a sell for 40 million or 30 million, and got a really good striker for your next year.
I don't think anyone is gonna pay 30 million in the middle of pandemic for a guy.
I think if you have Donnarumma, 20 years old, very generational goalkeeper for 30 million, like Courtois. Courtois was sold for 25. Same thing happened with Courtois. He refused to sign with Chelsea. They sold him the year before for 25 to Real Madrid.
Well,
and they got the Kepa goalkeeper for 80 million. And he was shit.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The goalkeeper is not so important.
Let me finish. And then they got another goalkeeper for not
30
even
million.
that price.
Mendy,
No, but they got Mendy for I don't know how much, very low target, and he is much better than Kepa. But still, they made the changes. They didn't lose at all in it. They made 25 million.
That's my point. You don't need Courtois, Kepa to win the Champions League. You need Kai Havertz, Ziyech, Pulisic.
I agree with you.
The goalkeeper. Listen,
but you need to sell Courtois.
On the last 15 years, Andanovic has been the best goalkeeper in Serie A. It is.
Yeah.
He won the league when Lukaku came at Inter. He didn't win the league before.
No,
So
I would 100% agree with you. All I'm saying is that we need to sell these players. If you know that Hakan is not re-signing after 1 year left in his contract, you need to make that decision before. You do not need to wait 1 year again and then decide on the last days of the Mercato. Then he has the power to discuss whatever salaries he wants.
But they don't know that, man. They don't know that because they are human beings. They ask Hakan, are you happy to be at AC Milan? He says, yes, I love this team. But I want to sign when we have the Champions League, and they say, "Okay, we wait for you," and they wait. For
we
him.
shouldn't have been that kind. No, you should have been that harsh from the beginning. You should have told him either resign now.
He's so kind with Hakan, by the way.
Same thing is happening with Hakan.
You remember the performance of Hakan before this season? How you can give him more than 3 million? How you can give him 3 million after looking at?
You should have sold him then. That's what I'm saying there. We should have sold him. If you see that kind of performance, he's not doing well.
But no one is going to buy
either one of these scenarios.
Player. He's an average player.
I think there are teams who are ready to pay Hakan.
We managed to solve the Andres Silva, Paquetá, and still
listen.
We got Rebic,
I think there are 20 teams in EPL and in La Liga, and they will offer money to Hakan and pay for him. I think I don't know any team in the lower 10 clubs of the EPL could offer the salary Hakan wants. They can pay him 8 to 9
so
million.
Get it for free now. Why they don't get it for free now?
Because they know the situation. They know that he can end up without a club. It's like putting pressure. No, but you know, it's COVID time. It's COVID time, man. If I'm telling you you're gonna end up without work tomorrow, that in a crisis situation, of course it's not really helping you. But if I'm telling you that in a very fair situation, when economically all clubs are doing well, they're spending a lot on the Mercato, then yeah, that's different. You can manage like Ramsey, who's been asking 8 million for Juve.
Okay,
or this kind of deal.
Time. Do you go and ask for a raise in COVID time?
Of course not. For me, no.
Donnarumma and Acmilan are asking for a raise.
But it's not only him. A lot of players are doing that. Like Ramos in Real Madrid has been doing that. Alaba doing that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Hakan is not good enough. AC Milan gave him the money. This is the
But-
3 year and a
I
half.
don't like Hakan. I said it out loud. I don't see him in a top club. But still, I think that we finished second also thanks to what he's done in the club. So I'm not just gonna banish him from the club and say he's shit. He's been shit. He's been good. And there are 2 Hakans we've seen. We've seen the Hakan the Rui Costa Hakan, and we've seen the Keisuke Honda Hakan. And you gotta deal with that. But you can make money out of that deal. I'm just saying that Maldini, if he knows that some player is very unsure about staying in Milan, he should decide at that moment to either keep him or sell him, and try to find a replacement, a very good one, out of that money, and probably add some money on that. That's what I'll do, and I think that most big teams do that. Even Real Madrid, when they knew Cristiano is not staying for another year, they sold him for 100 mil to Juventus, and they make good money out of that. Afterwards, yes, they spend it on Hazard. It's not good, but still they took a chance. It's a risk. Any transfer is a risk.
In my opinion, they did the best, man. I cannot ask. Maldini started his job 2 years ago when already Raiola was Donnarumma's agent, and Hakan was already planning not to re-sign because he was trying to leave him for free. There is this problem. Agent from these players, they are clever. They know their player is average, so they can get a better deal if they go for free.
Yeah.
And AC Milan, even if they want to sell them, these agents already talk with all the teams. I told them, don't sign him now. Sign him when he's gonna leave for free. And the COVID happened, and these agents thought, oh, we can still do this game. And they're realizing they cannot do this game anymore. They're gonna get shit money anyway, because Hakan is not gonna get 8 million, 7 million, or 5 million, whatever he was at. He's gonna get 3.5, because all the big clubs, they know what is the situation. And apart from PSG, that actually offering insane money, all the other clubs are not giving money for free. No one anymore. No one made a serious offer to Donnarumma. Everyone hates Raiola. No one wants to help Raiola and take out.
But I think all the big clubs have already good goalkeepers. That's also a reason why he didn't receive a big offer from these.
So that's why AC Milan is not giving him more than 8. That was an insane move. That was a clever move. We saved 120 million, and Donnarumma is without a club. Tomorrow he's gonna play for PSG. Who cares? Still, he's not gonna get more money than what we offer. At the end, he's gonna look at himself in the mirror, and he knows what happened for real. It's not. Don't tell me I'm an AC Milan supporter, and who cares? That's the thing.
Yeah. Just something funny that I thought of is that, as everyone knew, Hakan played shit in the first several seasons, and then it was stunning in maybe the last season. Can we expect the same from Krunic?
I hope we sign Krunic again. I hope he doesn't.
I just want him to score like 3 points on a very important game, the same way he did with that free kick. That's Krunic for me for the whole year, and I'm gonna thank him for that.
Wait for this last season. Come on, he's gonna be the top in Europe assist.
Well, honestly, Krunic as a sub, I think he does well. I don't know. I don't like him. I'm not gonna say he's a very top player.
He does well in games we're already winning.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like even for Mate, that was a good sub when we were winning. If you're losing and you're trying to build up, purely do not put players like Mate again. Just put technical players who can provide to the strikers. But some of these calls can be questioned by Pioli. I think he learns from his mistakes as well.
This is an important comment. For example, AC Milan with Ibrahimovic. Ibrahimovic asked for 7.5 million to AC Milan to renew the contract. And AC Milan gave it to him straight away. They didn't even we all know Zlatan Ibrahimovic doesn't have any offer on the table.
Of course.
AC Milan could have told him, listen, let's do 5. Why 7? I don't
honestly, but Milan before Ibra and Milan after Ibra, even Pioli would agree with us. That's 2 different teams.
No, listen, they couldn't do the game they did with Donnarumma. They could have offer less money to Ibra and ask him a favor. Tell him, listen, we need a favor here. Are you really friends with us? let's do us a favor, 5 million. Why AC Milan didn't do anything for that? They gave him straight away 7.5 million. You know why? Because Zlatan has 40 million followers on Instagram, and for the marketing team, that's gold. That is free advertising. You cannot pay 7 million euro and have every day free advertising for 40 million people. That's
And
much.
beyond that, also the mindset he brings to
And he
the
brings
game.
everything in the pitch, and he scores, and the mentality and everything around. So they give him straight away 7 million now. Probably if he asked 1 million more, they could give it to him. Donnarumma has 1 million followers on
He
Instagram.
still should have paid the salary anyway. I'm sure he sold many.
Exactly. Ibra sells shirts. Donnarumma doesn't even sell shirts. He's not even a guy who's saying,
I have one of the shirts. Come on, man.
That's wrong. That's super wrong, man. I'm gonna
he took it down the day we signed Mania. He took down the schedule.
It's still here, but I have it. It's signed, by the way.
You should sell it.
It's not worth anything anymore.
I mean, Donnarumma is worth dollars only. That's for you.
Signed from who? From Donnarumma?
Yeah, I have a signed jersey.
Man, Ali has a Kaká shirt signed by Donnarumma. So that is a nightmare.
That stinks.
That's so bad. And
but the thing is, even for him, he's gonna be hated now in Italy, I suppose. I'm not sure about how the culture is really in Italian cities.
We knock on him. He played until the very last game. He's not. He didn't do anything.
No, beyond what he's been doing on the pitch. Even for the Azzurri, he's played very well the first game. But I'm speaking about the choices. Some players, they end up being just hated by the fans because of what they've been doing with their careers. And some others, they end up very much respected only because they stayed with one choice.
The problem is, until 1 week before, everyone was saying the AC Milan supporter was hating him because he left, traitor. And the other supporter was saying, oh man, he's money. PSG is a bigger club and he's offering more money, so he's right to go. Now there is not even that excuse anymore. It's not even about money. Now is the excuse PSG is a bigger team than AC Milan. Okay, but he's not even going to play for PSG next season. He's going to be on the bench or maybe go on loan. So not even that excuse he has anymore. So what is the excuse? What is your choice?
We don't really know yet because he hasn't signed yet, to be fair. And we don't know what the coach is going to be for PSG next year because Pochettino might not stay there. So it all depends on their actual lineup. But my choice would be to go for Navas as the first goalkeeper for sure. He's world class. I think he's underdog. He's always been mistreated by the media and the clubs where he's been, and I think Real Madrid won those 3 Champions Leagues thanks to him.
Yeah, they
those big games against Bayern, against Juventus, so many games, and even this year against PSG, against Bayern, he made some incredible saves to win that game against Bayern. They made around 35 shots on the target or something like that. It was a great performance from the guy, and I think that we should have, like, for me, for example, what I in that situation, I would have offered Donnarumma to PSG and try to bargain him for 2 players or 1 player and money, like Navas and money, or another 2 players from PSG. Some subs there can actually play in Milan, and I say that very comfortably. I know what Milan is, and I know what PSG is now today. I think the subs they have, some of them we can't afford them, and we could have made a deal out of Donnarumma. That's my only take on this. I'm just hoping only that Maldini is gonna learn from this. If you have a similar situation in the future, try to make profit out of it. Don't lose anything at all and keep only your face. That's not what I'm only looking for.
Well, but I don't know, man. It's so hard to deal with Raiola. What's up, Lucas? How was the exam?
100 agree with you. Even Real Madrid, they don't deal with Raiola anymore. No player from Raiola is in Madrid.
Players don't come to them. There's a difference.
Yeah, I think Perez told him right away, like, don't come here anymore. And they still won the Champions League, so you still can win the Champions League without Raiola players.
Is anyway, I think AC Milan, the ownership of AC Milan, they have the money. They're just waiting. We start all this thing. They're waiting for
I
all the
think they-
clubs to slowly die and need money. And I mean, everyone is waiting for Inter until the last minutes before they buy a player from Inter, because Inter is asking 80 million for Hakimi. But let's be honest, Hakimi is incredible, but no one is going to give you 80 million, because with that money you can buy Haaland, or you
Yeah.
can buy, with 100 million you can buy Mbappe because his contract is running out. So I'm not going to buy Hakimi. I'm sorry, man.
But you know what Inter problem is that they let out their problems into the media. If they didn't say we want to sell, they just said silent, and people start coming for Lukaku and Hakimi, for sure they would ask for higher prices.
No,
But when you
everyone
let
knew.
people know about your situation, you give them access to actually lower the prices, because you know they need money.
No, everyone knew from the end of last season. Remember, Conte was about to leave end of last season. By the way, he already had an argument with the management.
Was it about the money or about his contract or?
About the money, they were not paying players, man. There is, I mean, during the pandemic, during the first lockdown, I'm not sure about that, but the people that work inside the training pitch of Barcelona were paid by Messi. Messi
I know that they
was paying people. That was cleaning, that was working in the training pitch of Barcelona, because Barcelona didn't have the money to pay them.
a lot of teams started even traveling on bus rather than planes, just to cut the fees
It's
altogether.
such a difficult situation. Inter, and for the investors, the Inter has to tell them we need to sell players, so the investors come in and invest, because they know they are going to cut the costs.
But this looks bad for Inter.
And even if you don't say it, other clubs know that. And I don't think anyone is going to offer 80 million for Hakimi. They're going to say, you know what? Just deal with your debt. I'm not buying a right back this summer. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Because actually no one really needs a right back. I mean, yes, he's a great profile. I'm Moroccan, so I'm defending a Moroccan fellow.
No, he's
But
insane.
still,
Man.
but
insane.
what I'm saying is no one is gonna go and put that much money into that position, only if they have like Conte there, who's saying, if you bring me that guy, I'm gonna win the Champions League or something like that. That team is gonna go and buy him for whatever it is. But if you have a team who's struggling with their finances, saying that, oh, we need money, we need to sell our players, we can't pay them the wages for 3 months, then if you're asking for 80 million, no, I'm not giving you that. You need the money, you still need to sell, or either you're gonna have to bankrupt. So either you need to sell. It's not even a question
Please,
of keeping them.
bankrupt them to that point.
that would be my brioche of the last 10 years.
13 points away. Let's settle it.
They got so hyped over their team, but there are so many problems in their choices as well, because now they have the youths, they're trying to sell them, and they're gonna stuck with Ashley Young and all these Kolorovs, and they have so many of these guys on their locker room, and nobody is gonna pay them, and nobody's gonna try to buy them. So they're all gonna leave for free or end their career there. And if you're selling Martinez, Lukaku, and Hakimi, you only have Barella left in that team.
They're not gonna sell Lukaku because
you don't know if Chelsea offers like 90 million to Inter for Lukaku.
Yeah,
and Chelsea is very keen.
Yeah,
I think they would say yes.
That's true, because if the only offer you get is the one for Lukaku, you have to accept it.
You sell.
It's not your choice.
That's why I told you, like in the beginning, do you think we should really go for the Scudetto? Because Inter is not safe. Juve, we don't know the situation only after we see the first 10 games maybe, and then we can judge them. So only Milan can only actually keep up on what they've been building, and Atalanta. If you look at the others, it's unsure. You can't tell me that next year Juve is going to win the Calcio. I don't know. But even for Inter, that applies.
No, Inter. I don't see anyone offering 80 million for Hakimi. The only thing they can do, probably, they can offer
like a swap deal with players.
Yeah,
and
they
money.
can offer 50 million and 2 players because there is 2 players they want to get rid of. And Inter needs 50 million cash to pay Real Madrid, 45 million for Hakimi. So it's gonna be like a joke for them. They're not gonna get any cash flow, the real cash flow. They're just gonna give the money to Real Madrid. Real Madrid is gonna get the money. It's gonna pay 6 months' salary to someone. It's just everyone is waiting for some money to get in, and no one is putting this money. Basically everyone is waiting for the Premier League teams to start to spend some money.
Yeah, because they're the biggest spenders.
Because no one has money. Literally, everyone is waiting, is praying that Leicester City comes and buys for 20 millions Coutinho and for 40, 50 millions Griezmann, so they can put some cash and give the contract to Depay, stuff like that. They are all waiting for some cash to get in, and Inter as well is waiting for some cash to get in, and the cash is gonna come in at the end. At the end,
I think it's only from sales.
all the market is gonna happen in August.
If Inter's so desperate, Elliot's gonna come in and buy them, man. Come on, same owner.
We own
Imagine
them.
if you make an offer.
Stadium problem permanently.
It's like they started out of Milan, now they're going back in.
But it's weird, man. It's a tough. I've never seen something like that in my life, to be honest. That is something. Apart of the pandemic, of course, that's something no one has seen for sure. But in football world, such a tough economical situation. That is insane. A goalkeeper like Donnarumma not finding a club, that says a lot. He would have found a club in April in a normal situation. He would have signed already a contract in April. And
I think even like they used to pay players from Porto and Benfica 80 million, 70 million every mercato. David Luiz, so many examples of these players sold for João Felix for 130. And this season they finished for all right, but nobody is paying them anything. Even Milan was going for that player Octavio, I think, and they fold on because he was asking for 7 million or 8.
It's the end, man. We are experiencing the Armageddon of football.
Yeah. I think the good thing is that Milan started this beforehand. Like they started cutting out the losses and the fees and the wages way back. But though I think that I'm still go back to when you have key players, you need to bargain something out of that. Don't play too proud. Or yes, we are proud, but it's a business at the end. You can make money out. I'm a financial guy, so that's why I keep thinking about this way. And that's why I keep coming back to this as a way of resolving the issues.
I got a good idea.
He's not
sell jerseys and get a good number 10 when Hakan leaves. Bring Kaká back. It was a lot of jerseys. We will get a reliable number 10. And by the way, I think Kaká is still in decent shape. It's not like obese or anything.
I think Seedorf can still play. I watched him in a friendly last day. I think it was a very small field, but still, the moment he entered the field, he didn't leave. Everyone was subbed off, subbed in again, subbed off. Seedorf played the whole game.
He's back, man. He's last time to bring them back.
But honestly, I still believe that Seedorf could have played a lot longer at Milan. I think he left too early.
Yeah, the banter era came, man. What you can do?
I mean, we went through shit. To be honest, some days I didn't watch Milan. I'd start watching the first 10 minutes and then turn it off because
I stopped watching AC Milan after. I'll tell you which year I stopped really. I didn't watch AC Milan for 3 years, guys.
No, I watched every year, but during the banter era, some very specific years with Chelsea, and those years were very, very sad.
For me, there is like a gap. I kind of been on coma for 3 years and wake up again. You know,
it didn't grow to that shit, man.
if you ask some players of the banter era, I've never seen them in my life. So
you didn't miss out.
I watched the previous year. Not the previous one, 2019, 2020, but the previous one before, 2017, 2018. I watched few games.
That's also okay. A year.
Suso, Bonaventura,
Gattuso,
You know,
you mean?
that was better than the very bad bench here. You know,
Exactly, it was
that
kind
that was
of
still average. We'd still win the
Gattuso-
derby or draw or maybe make it in the Copa or something. That was still better on 1 year. I think we finished 10th in the league.
But the
That was
year
the
they took Bonucci, I didn't watch a game, man. When my dad told me, "Oh, we bought Bonucci," I was like dying inside.
I was pissed off too, to be
I
honest.
was
Also,
so
giving
pissed
him the captain, that was a big
Gi-
mistake.
Giving 40 million to Juventus for an
New
average
player.
for an old player. Oh my god, man! I was dying inside. I was so upset. I didn't watch a game that season. Not a game.
But you know what? That's why I told you in the beginning. Like, if you look at some of these investments, we bought Kalinic for 30.
My
We bought
God.
Bonucci for 40. We
Don't
bought
remind us.
Conte for
Come on,
30.
don't remind us, man.
Biglia for 20. Or so many players. And yet, that's what I told you. Like, we could have gone for 2 key players. And I think if you give them more salaries, they'd still come. It's a business at the end. I think they would come. If even Bonucci came because Juventus refused to give him his salary, and he came to Milan because we offered him what he was asking for.
I was
That's
actually
that's
with my brother, and I think Baca is a player that could play pretty well now to this AC
yeah.
Milan.
I think if we had Baca this year, we could have gone to the Scudetto fight with Inter.
Yeah, I
Because
think
he
so.
was technically very gifted, and he played with a very very shit team. I watched Milan in San Siro with Bertolacci and. I'm not gonna name them because I don't think we have time for that. We've been watching them for
Bertolacci,
years.
25 million.
But I saw the elders watching behind me, the Italian guys. They were like 56 years old, and one of them he didn't say a word. Bertolacci played for like 70 minutes. It was shit game, and he didn't make not even a correct pass. And he stood up, he threw his beer out, he threw all his cigarettes out, and he just started screaming, Bertolacci, Bertolacci, merda. And he just walked out. And I told myself, like, imagine this guy going from Van Basten, so many eras of very good players, and then you have to watch that shit. That must be very hard for him. Because I suppose he's been there in that stadium for every week throughout the years. Yeah. Some of us deserve better than this. That's why I'm expecting more from Elliot. I want them to do more. I'm not saying like buy Mbappe, but buy good, decent players that we can actually make good results out of.
That was crazy, man. Bertolacci, 25 million. I was like,
That's what I'm saying. If you look at it overall, Milan spent a lot of money, but they were all shit targets.
because
We let go of Sharawi for 12 million, and he was scoring. Belotti, Torino was asking for 60, 70 million for Belotti because he finished with 10 goals or 12 goals in his first year. And we can't even ask for 30 million for Romagnoli. I think we should be asking for more. I think we can ask for more. We should be asking for more. We should make more money out of ourselves.
I said about Romagnoli, my opinion about Romagnoli is bring me 20 million or he's gonna stay in the bench the whole season. Go, do your job. You want to find the club to your team, to your player, just bring 20 million or another player we can exchange that actually I want, and that's good. If you don't do that by last day of August, your player is gonna be in the bench the whole season and he's gonna lose the World Cup. I don't care. I have a great relationship with you. The manager doesn't see it. He's not good enough. The supporter doesn't love him. That's it. That's the way
you
to
think
be.
about Romagnoli's situation now?
Because I don't care, man. You took out of. See, that's the thing I hate, man. AC Milan brings up this kid, Donnarumma, from the youth, without an agent. And Raiola comes inside Milanello, takes him, and after a few years asks me 20 million to renew his contract. That's against the law, in my opinion. You didn't bring the player. You didn't do any job.
But
why you want
that's
20 million? You shouldn't be allowed to ask that.
Gigio.
that's the reality, man. We
Yeah.
can't hide from it or deface
If
it. It
you
is what it
take-
is.
If you take Donnarumma from Manchester United, you bring it to AC Milan, I'll give you the fee because you did the whole job. I'll give you the fee. You find the player, you brought it to me, so I'll give you the fee. But you come inside my training pitch, you take a young player, you sign him, and you ask me 20 million. That shouldn't be happening. That should be a law. And you are a manager. Do you want to sign a player from my youth team? You need to pay me.
But
It's
you
my
also
offer.
take out from the freedom of this player as well, because you're forcibly asking him to do this.
Yeah, you
And-
want to represent him?
I'm not sure if that's gonna be possible. I think yes, ideally that should be the case, but realistically, I don't really see that. I think that players are gonna have their agents, and they're only gonna get as greedy as football is making more money. So I don't think that Maldini was making. I don't know what was Maldini's salary back in the day. I don't think he even got 6 million or 7 million in Milan.
What I know that Galliani and Maldini never discussed contract in their whole career.
Oh, for sure. But I'm just thinking about what should have been his, because I remember Kaká was getting 7 million at Milan, and he was a Ballon d'Or.
Yeah, Kaká was getting 7 million, and he got sold to Real Madrid, and he got 11 million at Real Madrid. 12.
Yeah, but we made a great deal out of that. We knew that Kaká was never gonna come back to where he was. I think that Berlusconi only because I respected Berlusconi for this. He had similar situations to Donnarumma. He had Shevchenko and Kaká. Both of them somehow, even if they did not say it out loud, but they wanted to leave. We understood as fans they wanted to leave as well. Even with Kaká, there were so many rumors. There were rumors about his dad talking about Real Madrid and stuff like that. So we know he was gonna be sold, and yet he made great deals, and they were both sold injured.
But they were all.
That's for me. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But no,
like,
you
I want
with a goalkeeper.
No, honestly,
cannot
like
do that
Galliani
with
is unstoppable in these kind of deals. He can make anything possible. But I want Maldini to learn from that. I want Maldini to make the same deal. You know that Donnarumma is going. Try to make money out of that.
You cannot do that deal because it's simple as that. Kaká at that time was the best player in the world. He just won the Ballon d'Or. He just won the Champions League.
Yeah, for sure.
So Donnarumma is a fucking piece of shit.
He didn't win anything. He didn't even play a major league yet. He didn't play the Champions League. His first major league is the Euro. So yeah, we're not comparing, but still, I'm only thinking about it from. Did Milan actually invest that money? Not really, because we got the money and we didn't buy anyone, and we just ended up with losing Kaká and Shevchenko. And so all I'm saying is that there is always a different scenario, an alternative, and how much chance that alternative has, you need to work on that throughout the year, not just only the Mercato itself.
Yeah, but I believe they did the most out of the situation. Last thing I want to say, they're going to steal all the players from Barcelona, Real Madrid this summer. They're going to get.
Who do you think is coming to Milan?
They are going to steal a lot of players. They're going for all the clubs and they're going to say, listen, give it to me. They're going to get a lot of players.
I think it's, for me, if we sell Romagnoli and go for either Ramos or Pepe, I'll be very happy with that. Did you see Pepe against Juventus? He was the guy who actually he played very, very well. He got man of the match in 2 games. Still, I'm not buying Pepe to play. I'm buying him to be a sub. I think he's gonna be happy with that. Playing Champions League, he's a sub. He's getting salary at Milan.
I don't know, man. He's in Portugal at home.
Yeah,
he's playing with Portugal now, and they have a very strong team as well. Both their defenders, he's not 40, he's actually 38, and Fonte is 37, and they're both playing the Euro.
Gabia, if you ask me.
Exactly. When Gabi is gonna play, man? When Gabi is gonna grow?
If you get
No,
praise
I
of
want
Pepe,
Gabia to play as well, but you have also UCL. You have the Champions League. Do not forget that. You need players like Ramos or Pepe.
Nah, in my opinion.
Are you gonna go throw? Are you gonna throw? Imagine if you don't have Tomori. Were you gonna go throw Gabia against PSG or Bayern?
Yeah,
I love Gabia. I see the
throw
potential in him.
I'll throw Gabia.
I'll throw Gabia, Caldara, Kalulu, anyone.
I'll throw Kalulu and Gabia against PSG.
I want Kalulu to play the right back. I really want to see him develop there. I don't want to see him playing two different roles and getting mixed up and not ending up any good in any of them. I want him to focus on one role and play to the best. I think he has the technical and the dribbling ability to play on the right back. Defensively, I think he's very strong. But if you're playing stronger teams mentally, that can be very, very hard. For example, I don't know, if you end up without Ibra on the team, Ibra is only playing half of the games, and you end up playing, I don't know, back-to-back Bayern and Real Madrid, or back-to-back Man City, or you need kind of Pepe experience in that type of game. I saw that experience against Juve. I saw it in 2 games. I saw him stopping Cristiano.
Not even close to Bayern and Manchester City.
But
Pepe?
Juve last year, but Juve in the Champions League, they beat Barcelona,
which is not a good team. If you get 3 goals from Juventus, you're not a good team.
We got 3 goals, man.
But exactly, we had Auge and Calabria midfield. We didn't have a good team. That's why we got 3 goals.
Yes.
So Barcelona didn't put a.
But do you think that Juve was playing at their level, or were they playing under their level?
No
their
way.
actual intrinsic level.
No way you're gonna save the show with the Pepe against Man City, and it's a bigger problem. So put Gabia.
No, I'm not saying it's gonna save. He actually saved it. He actually done that. Just go watch the Porto game.
I watched that game and I was cheering for Porto because Juventus went out. And believe me,
I saw Pepe doing all the right move. He's just there is some reading in the game. He goes where the ball is going before anyone goes there. He makes the right calls every time during the whole 90 minutes.
No.
Yeah,
I want that kind of experience on my team. I only see Kerr having that kind of experience. I don't see Romagnoli having that kind of experience.
You want
and I
that
don't
experience.
think
You want that experience.
yes.
Put Gabia, let him play, and in 5 years he's gonna have that experience.
I'm happy to play. I'm happy to give Gabia games in the Campeonato.
No, in Champions League.
The Copa. I don't think he's ready yet.
He's gonna be ready. One day he needs to be ready.
No. I think you need to start little by little. I think he was given the right chance in the
season.
Scudetto.
He had so many games.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying keep him because he's coming back for a very long injury. You don't know what you're gonna end up with next season. Have you seen Gabia for the last
38 years old?
Year?
Still, you don't know what you're gonna have.
No, but you have 2 players coming back. Caldara did not play for 3 years, and Gabia has been out for almost the whole year. And that's your backup defenders. I'm not happy with that, to be honest with you. I see a lot of problems happening mid-season if we end up with both Tomori and Kerr injured, or some problems with a 6-month injury, and you have to deal with that kind of issue. And
in my opinion, the least problem is defense and midfield. I think we have big issues in attacking situation.
For sure, I think all lines have to be covered up. Not only, I think defense is the last one to be covered up because you still have backups there. But are your backups good enough? I don't think so. I think Gabia has great potential, but coming back from a year, almost a year injury, it depends on how strong are you going to come back. Do we have the time to wait for you to come back strong? These are questions to be asked. Do you think Romagnoli is going to come back to his level? Or is he going to be worse next season?
No, man, I seriously need, you can put Baresi and Maldini in there. If you don't have a decent number 10, you're going to get a goal.
Don't include Maldini and Baresi with this.
Listen, it's a fact. It's a fact. If you don't have a decent number 10, right wing and left wing, good players attacking, You can put the best defenders over there. They're gonna concede.
I know, but I believe in Galliani says that leagues and titles are won with the best defense, and that is very true. When you have the very best defense and you have a good midfield and a good forward, you can end up winning. But if you have a very shitty defense and you have a very strong midfield and attack like Barcelona, you end up destroyed because they lack defensively. But when you have a strong...
Gabi in defense is not shitty. Maybe it's not...
I'm not saying he's shit.
But he's not
I'm
shitty.
saying looking at the circumstances, you have 2 players coming back from injury and only 2 players who played the last part of the season. And you didn't play Romagnoli only 2 games or out of the last 10. So where does that put you? You have 3 players on your backup and you're not really using any of them.
No, it's
For me, I would sell 2 of them. I would keep Gabbia and probably sell Romagnoli and Caldara and try to get a really good defender there. Either a young one or a very experienced one.
This is a concept I'm trying to explain to everyone. If Sergio Ramos is struggling to find a club, Caldara is not going to find a club.
No, Sergio Ramos has a problem with the contract. No. Real Madrid already offered the contract, but it's only 1 year. And if they have the right results, they sign for another year. It's
exactly. You can easily go. The team that won.
But Ramos is asking for 2 years or 3 years contract. He's not asking for the money. He's asking to be in the World Cup. That's where his intention is. So, being in Milan, does that give him a chance to be called up for the World Cup? I think yes.
But that's the thing is the market is offering good defenders. So they're not going to buy Caldara or Romagnoli. Hopefully.
No, you can sell Caldara for Genoa or Sampdoria. Or
they don't have money.
I think
they're gonna say
come on. They can offer 10 or 12 or 15 million. No. I think Lazio can buy Caldara for 15 million.
Well, but Caldara knows that if AC Milan doesn't want Caldara, there is a reason, so they're not going to offer that money.
Guys, do you remember in the first half of last season there was some talk about putting Cassie as a centre back because we were a bit short? Remember that?
Yeah.
I think Caldara is going to end up in the January transfer market for some teams that have some injury. They need a backup. That's the only option for us to save 6 months contract with him. But he's not going to find a club in the summer. If he finds a club in the summer, I think Maldini is a genius. I think Maldini needs a statue.
I heard some rumors about Genoa trying to buy Caldara. So let's hope he goes there. To be honest with you, I want them to sell Caldara, Conte, Laxalt, make money out of these deals. This is not how you compete. This is not. You need to make money out of this.
See, going back, Atalanta didn't want Caldara.
No, but because I don't think that Atalanta, they're smart. I think they've seen his level. They're trying to compete for more. They're not trying to keep the same level or to stay where they are. I think each year they're trying to higher their bar and go for further stages in the UCL. Or this year they could have finished second, and that was going to be their first in history. And they managed to screw it up in the last game against us. And I'm very hopeful for that. But I think they've been doing a great job. They see the value in players. They know they made a good deal when they sold him. And they know they're going to make a bad deal if they buy him. They don't need him. They only brought him off, I think, for backup solution. They ended up the 6 months. There's no need for them. They didn't use him at all. Why buy him?
Why? That's what I'm saying. If they sell it, they're going to sell it for 5 million, like, for a club who's desperate.
Not really. I think like the other Italian teams, they would be happy with Caldara. And I think he would be happy with them as well.
You need to realize there is another problem. That Caldara has a certain contract that maybe Genoa
ends next year.
I
think his contract also ends next year.
Yeah, but if he goes for another club, he needs to sign at least the same amount of money, which is quite high. When
Why?
he goes out of contract, the clubs can offer him whatever because he doesn't have a contract, so he's gonna accept. But at that
No,
moment,
but we,
if he moves from AC Milan, he's gonna move for at least the same amount of money or better. So he's not gonna move. He's gonna say, "No, I'm not leaving." So he's gonna stay
why?
here in Milan.
No,
because
I
he
don't
wants
get your
the same
point.
money.
Why do we need to sell him for the same value we bought him?
No.
His salary.
His contract. He needs to sign a contract.
Ah,
He
you
has-
mean
He earns
Do
the
you-
1
do you
million.
mean-
Genova doesn't have to pay 1 million. They don't want to pay 1 million for Caldara as a salary contract. So he's never gonna accept less because his contract is
But-
expiring in a year.
But also for Caldara, if I'm gonna be honest with this guy, I'm gonna tell him you're not in my plans for next season.
That's fine.
Do you want to play? You're still young. You still can make a comeback and go for a national call up if you really worked for it, because you were at some point with that potential. And if you go there and prove yourself in that team, you might end up being called up to the national team.
Well,
I think
if
players are being called up from Sassuolo, from
but if it's not the case, he's gonna play for AC Milan. He's gonna say, "I want to prove myself to AC Milan." If he is
you're
fit,
not playing. You know you're not the first guy Pioli is gonna go to. You know
Yeah.
it's going for Kier and Tomori, not even Romagnoli.
No, but in preseason, I think a lot of these guys are gonna get game time. Even Caldara.
if
You might
he's
see
fit
him in the
and he's
preseason.
playing well, he's gonna find play time if he's good.
So
That's-
you'd end up next year with almost 4 players or 3 players again with contracts ending up, and it's we don't. If you enter this cycle, it's really bad. I don't see great achievements from this kind of cycles.
No, these are mistakes that are made by another owner.
Yes, of course.
So
But-
the only way you can do is deal with this problem and get rid of this problem. You cannot make money out of a problem. This is a problem. We call it. They give you a piece of shit. You cannot sell it for a gold, man. You have to
Yeah,
clean,
for sure.
clean it up, and that's it. They are cleaning up.
I don't think that 10 million for Caldara is gold. I think that's a
find it
very
impossible.
normal transfer that any team can achieve in the top 5.
If Belotti if they want 20 for Belotti, Caldara his value is 5 million.
Even more, because
No.
Belotti. No, but Belotti is not regular. Half a season he's good, half a season not good. You don't know what you're getting, and he's not that young anymore. He's getting in that mid-age of a football player. So most of the really good forwards, they are really good at a very young age.
Anyway, we're gonna close it now because it's been. But yeah, it's gonna,
Well, we talked a lot, man.
we talk a lot.
Well, let's hope to see something good out of this mercado.
I think the mercato is gonna start in end of July and August. Really, end of July. I don't think anything is gonna happen. And usually, July is all the period of trying to get rid of some players. They're all gonna try to get rid of players or give
After
some
the
more.
Euros, I think most clubs now are waiting after these competitions. Euros, Copa America, they're trying to see if some players can make some value out of that tournament.
They are hoping that some players play well so they can sell them for more money.
Yeah.
Some players are hoping to play well so to sign a great contract.
Hakan.
Memphis Depay is waiting to do a great Euro so he can sign instead of a 6 million contract or 8 million contract.
But
And
if
he
he
knows-
ends up with a very bad Euro, he only has Milan, and now Milan needs to be smart. You only give him the same salary, no
I would still
extension.
consider him.
I think if he had a shitty Euro, he's gonna get the salary they already offer him. They're not gonna give him a less.
Yeah, I think 4 million is that the
That's the
contract
offer.
he's
I
being
think
offered.
4 million. Yeah.
I think that's
Ziyech,
fair
man.
for him.
I think we can do great deals with Chelsea.
Yeah, I think Chelsea is being open now to doing deals with us. We keep our promise. We pay them what they want, and they're happy with that as well. So, and
And
we are
believe-
happy with what we're getting.
Ziyech is coming. Still, even him, he's gonna come at the end because he wants to have a shot, have an opportunity with Tuchel, and during the preseason, he's going to show him how good it is. And
You know,
Tuchel at the end is gonna say, "Listen, it's not He's not a player I'm gonna play a lot because I decided I'm going to play in a different way. Or Tuchel can say, you know what, get rid of Pulisic because I'm gonna play more against Ziyech.
Yeah,
Or
but I'm Moroccan. I've been watching Ziyech a long time ago. He's Moroccan. I've been watching him with the national team and with his club. I love the guy. I think he's technically very incredible. He's very smart. His passing ability is, especially the long balls, are out of this world. However, sometimes his presence is not there. It's like a better Hakan. I don't know. In a way, like some of these
worrying,
big
man.
games. No, I've seen it with the national team. Like some of these big games, you want him to be the guy to do that work. You want him to you can see your team missing him on the midfield, and he's playing, but he's not playing well. I don't want to see him do that with Milan. I want him to play regularly. He can have some poor games as any other player, but not with that much intensity.
yeah, he's a
The good
lightweight.
thing about Ziyech also is that he can play two roles. He can play as a 10 instead of Hakan, and he started his position in Castillejo's place at the beginning. So he can move out of in those two roles. At some point, he also played a central midfielder, but like into similar to a Di Maria when he was playing in Real Madrid. So he can do a lot of things in the midfield. So it's very similar to Hakan. He can play a little bit on the wing. He can play on the central midfield, and I think from a passing ability and creation ability, I think it's worth it for me.
Well,
Yes.
you say with the national team sometimes it disappears, which I'm not worried about that because going after you're playing with your club team, you go to and play with the national team. Sometimes you kind of you're not in a mood or you're trying to recover. You don't
But
push yourself because the money comes from the club and you're not doing insane job. But with Ajax, is he consistent? Ajax, because I've seen
I
him with
think, yeah.
Chelsea, and with Chelsea, he's always there. He's running. He's always fighting. He's always giving everything.
No, the thing is with Chelsea, Tuchel does not play players like Diaz.
Exactly.
Ziyech. Tuchel plays players who are physical, who can run very fast. That's his game plan since Dortmund. So players like Ziyech do not have a chance in that place. And most of his strikers and the wings, they are from the German league. You have Pulisic, you have Timo Werner, you have I don't know, Havertz. They all speak German, and the coach is German. He's not gonna play Ziyech, and they all have quality. So it's all about his choices, and in the end, he end up winning. So with Ajax, I think he plays very well. I think with Morocco, he has a better team in some way because we still have a very strong team. We have Hakimi, we have Bunu and Siri. All of these guys are top performing in their leagues. So that's why sometimes you need him to, because in the national team he is the key player. It's like he is the best player of the national team, so you expect a lot from him. It's like watching Riyad Mahrez with Algeria. You expect a lot from Riyad Mahrez, and he delivers. That's what I want to see from Ziyech. I want to, because from a technical ability, Algeria and Morocco are not very far away. They play very similar football, very technical, skills-wise. It's the same, dribbling-wise. They all focus on that type of play. It's very Mediterranean kind of football, and I want to see him. Sorry.
I know. Does he track back? Because I think that's something that we really need.
No, he does not. It's like a layout kind of track back. He just runs slow. It's not that aggressive Rebic tracking back. You're not gonna see that. But maybe on some games, like if he's playing a derby or if he's playing a very big team, you're gonna see a different guy. I want to see that different guy on every match. I don't want to see him very lazy and laid off.
I
like
guess
the last two friendly games we played with Morocco, it's almost he was absent.
You play against Algeria?
No, they played against Ghana and then Burkina Faso. The game against Ghana, he only played like 15 minutes at the end, and he had a chance. He had 3 guys running in front of him, 1 defender, and he chose to shoot it at the defender. That's a Hakan move. That's why I told you it's like Hakan, but much better. I want to see him do more because he has the potential to do more. I waited for Hakan to do more for almost 4 years because I can see the potential. He can shoot the ball, he can pass it, he can dribble, he can defend, but he does not do that every week. And you need players who can do that almost every week.
We got Krunic for
So
that. Don't worry.
so if we were gonna bring Ziyech, I want to see him instead of Castillejo rather than as a playmaker and having that kind of pressure on the team. I want to see maybe Isco there or Awar from Lyon, or I want to see someone
really good.
Yes, Awar is really good. I watched Lyon. Lyon, when they are shit, he's still very good.
Okay.
That tells you a lot about the player.
Yeah.
And he's the captain at 21 or 22. He is called up for the national team. And honestly, he has a lot of potential. He plays every role almost in the midfield. He can play instead of KC, he can play as a 10, he can play as a central one.
But he has the actual quality to play as a number 10.
Yes.
He has the final
Technically, and from his passing ability, he has a lot of potential. He's like
how much is his value?
Now, the thing is, Lyon, because they didn't make it into the UCL, they are trying to offload. And Awar refused to re-sign his contract because he's trying to leave for years now, but they still keep him there. And they asked for 80 million, 70 million. Nobody want to pay that. They only give them 40, 30 million. Now, Lyon is asking between 20 and 25 million for Awar.
Okay.
I think that's a great deal for Maldini. You have actually the target price on the player, on the label of the player. You don't need to negotiate. You can make it even less, and you have a great relationship with Lyon.
Yeah.
Well,
we gave them Paqueta. They should give us Awar.
Well, that can happen because no one is talking about him. All these reports are not talking a lot.
I saw some rumors, but many
looking at
teams,
more, so.
including Milan. They don't say specifically Milan, but they say a lot of teams, including me. Milan is interested in everyone. Let's
No,
be
I
fair.
know. I know one thing that I didn't know before, but Moncada and Moncada is half French. Half of his family is French, so he grew up in France. So he knows everything about the Ligue 1 and Ligue 2 and all the small leagues in France. So he's super knowledgeable about the French talent.
I would be very happy. Sorry,
He found Malulu and even Leao and all these players that come from France. And Massara as well is his family originates from France, part of his family. And he knows a lot of the French talent over there.
You know, the Ligue 1 is really good because you can get players for cheap prices, and they still have the quality that you will find in the EPL or the Bundesliga.
Oh yeah.
The good thing about there is a really good documentary on YouTube, guys. You can watch it. It's about why France has the most representatives in the World Cup and every major tournament.
Put the
because
link.
Most of the, not France, but French academies or French youth academies. So it's not only French players. So all players that actually are brought to French youth academies and why they are so top performing. And you see the process they go through, the selection they go through, the screening they go through. It's a huge thing, and you understand finally why this team now, or the French team now, they have almost 30 players or 40 players that can go to the Euros.
Well, there is one.
Theo is not even part of that list.
There is one factor that is for sure is important that I am 100% sure that in Italy is not happening anymore. The kids in the neighborhood, they still play football in France. They play street football, which is so important for the talent to grow, because playing street football brings you some type of talent that actually, when you train that talent, is going to be class.
Phenomenal. Sometimes out of this world. Like you end up with the legends from Brazil, you end up with Zidane. All of these guys started with street football.
All the big players.
Ronaldinho still plays street football up to this day. So I think that's a fair reason. But you know that Italy, I think Italy they do have street football, but I think that their academies have not been so well yet lately. I think it's not only a question of of street football. But if you look at the generation of, I don't know, Maldini, all these guys, only at Milan. Don't even think about the other Italian teams. And now with the players that we bring from the young sector, we have Mistur, we have Sharawi, Cutrone, Locatelli, and you compare them to Maldini, who started playing at 18 at the first team.
I think the problem is the street football, because I remember when I was a teenager, my generation was the last one that actually wanted to go out and play football. In the weekends or during the afternoon, we were all about, let's go and play football. The generations after, they started with more like, let's stay home and play FIFA, let's stay home and stay on Instagram, and now probably they are on YouTube listening to us.
But you know, France, they keep building those, they call them the stadiums in les cités. They are the outskirts of the cities, of the big cities, and they build a lot of concrete stadiums there.
Yeah,
and it's, I think one of the documentaries also on Netflix is called Concrete Football.
Yeah, I've seen
and
that
it
one.
shows and it shows how that process goes through. I think that what you just said applies to all of us, even here in Morocco or with Hosni or in the US. With technology and video games, they took a different path with the youth, and we used to play a lot of football. But we still have like the French team with a lot of quality players. You still have Brazil with a lot of quality players, even though they didn't achieve a World Cup, but they made it to the semifinals. Germany, they play every semifinals of every major tournament. Some teams they build up on that. Portugal, who started with Pauleta, Nuno Gomes, and now they are very hard competitors in every league, and people are very scared from them. While in the past they were scared, but not so much. So I think some countries, they really build up on their football direction. I think Italy let go after the 2006 World Cup. There was no build up after that. Even the generation that followed, they were not the Azzurri we used to watch.
It's finished, man.
I mean, even now, I think that the good thing about Italy in this Euro or in every tournament is when they are competitors and they are the prone. How do you say?
The underdogs.
Yes, when they are the underdogs, they end up winning. When they are the favorites, they end up always losing.
Yeah.
And in a dramatic way. They always end up losing if they are favorites in a dramatic way. Either the final or the referee with South Korea or the golden goal with France. But when they had the 2006 and people were saying, oh, it's the retirement house, they're all over 30, they can't do anything, they're going to stop running after 2 games. They end up beating everyone and end up winning the World Cup with Cannavaro.
Yeah.
So I think in this Euro, it's very probable that we can see Italy in the last 4. I'm really rooting for them.
See, that's an issue. If Italy wins the Euro, what the people gonna think about the Serie A?
I think Serie A is only waking up now. But over the last 10 years or 20 years, I think Serie A was not there at all. I think Europa League, over the 20 years, 16 times Spanish clubs have won the Europa League. That leaves only 4 other teams from all across Europe to win the Europa League. In the UCL, they won it 11 times. And they played some finals they lost. That's domination for me. That's not only the top 3 in the Spanish league. That's the top 8 dominating Europe.
Nah, I don't. I disagree.
I want to see why isn't Roma winning the Europa League? They had a chance this year.
I'll explain you why. You know, when we played against Roma was fighting to go in the top 4.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And Roma was playing in Europa League at that time as well.
Yeah. And they
so
lost
now,
7.
Exactly now, at that period of the season, Villarreal doesn't have nothing to play for. And even Real Sociedad, they don't have
even Villarreal had something to play for, of course.
No,
they had to play for the Europa League.
But in Spain, I'm talking about, they didn't have nothing to play.
But
They
you
were
still
already,
make. They were sixth, and they were unsure if they were gonna make it to the Europa League. So they didn't win it the Europa League, so they're not sure if they're gonna make it next year.
but their
And
finals doesn't change if they make it or not in the Europa League. For Rome,
only if they make the final.
listen, for Rome, if they go top 4 or don't go top 4, the finals completely change. So what they do, they don't care about the game in Thursday, and they actually go and try
Do
to
you
win.
really think that Roma had a
Sunday.
better chance at top 4 than Europa League?
So why
Guys,
Italy is the country? Good night.
I think we're gonna leave very soon too.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
see you,
what
man.
I'm saying.
Guys,
When
go ahead.
Italy,
See ya.
see, man, when Italy was the biggest league in the world, they won a few times the Europa League.
Yeah, but remember that Parma, who was not even top 4, ended up winning the Europa League because Parma was very strong. They had Buffon, they had very, very strong quality players.
And-
Crespo, Veron, Thuram.
And Inter as well won it. with
Yeah, but
Ronaldo.
of course, but Inter should have been winning the Champions League with Ronaldo, to be honest.
Exactly. But after that, in these 30 years, let's consider these 30 years, they won it just twice. So it means that it's not because they had a weak league they won it just twice. It's just because there is some situation during the league.
But even when they face each other, even when Italian leagues face Spanish leagues or EPL leagues, most of the times Italian leagues end up losing that tie. I'm all for Italian football and Italian
No, I understand.
identity and culture. But the facts are the facts too.
There is a lot of situations. So Spain relies a lot on what Real Madrid, Atletico, and Barcelona does, especially Real Madrid and Barcelona. Without those two clubs, if these two clubs don't invest, they don't have the biggest players in the world, they really struggle. And we saw that. We saw Barcelona really struggling at the end of the 90s, beginning of the 2000. And Real Madrid without the Galacticos not even getting close to the Champions League.
At that time, just so that we know, at that time, Deportivo and Valencia ended up winning the La Liga 4 times.
Exactly. At that time, La Liga was a better league, in my opinion. It was a really competitive league. And
I think that Deportivo was very strong. They actually beat us down in the quarterfinals.
Exactly. That was La Liga that actually you don't know what's gonna happen for real. It's like
I think from that time up to now, I think that football-wise, it turned towards the British and the Spanish league. I would say before that time, it was domination all the way from the Calcio. All the best players played there. All the Ballon d'Ors were in the Calcio. Even the runner-ups to the Ballon d'Ors were there. Everyone was playing in the Calcio. But after the financial crisis in Italy and those teams losing so much of their values, they couldn't afford the same salaries. They just started selling to the other leagues, and from then they took it over. Also with these new TV deals, they pay. I think there is a huge step from these 2000, from the 90s to the 2000, late 2000. The amount of money put into football changed dramatically and exponentially. It's not even compared. Like we used to buy the best player for 30 million. After 10 years, you need to buy 120. No, even throughout the history of football, there is no growth as big as that. And we didn't follow. No team in Italy followed that path. I would say only Juventus were smart enough to get the best players from other Italian teams, to go for the free deals. But they started from scratch. They started with Matri, Amauri, and they really had a project to build up on.
Juventus, listen, Juventus is owned by the richest family in Italy, basically.
No, but they started with no investment. They got Pirlo for free from us. They got Pogba for free.
They bought Diego for 30 million. They bought Felipe Melo for 25 million. They bought Bonucci.
No, that's way before. That's way before.
Exactly. They did mistakes.
No, that's way before. That's when we still had Ronaldinho But I'm talking about
that is 2 years before, man.
Really?
Yeah,
Not like 6
years.
or
No. It's Juventus went back to the Champions League thanks to Conte. Before that, they were
Conte
all,
and Pirlo, and when they bought
exactly.
Vidal.
But the year before was Felipe Melo playing in that position.
But all I'm saying is that they made good choices. They didn't buy huge players with huge fees at the beginning. They just went for really good players and made a team out of that.
Now, I think Juventus, the power Juventus got is they built the stadium before the financial fair play was starting. They invest a lot of money before the financial fair play was starting. They got lucky because Pogba came for free and they sold it for 90 million. Great talent brought by Raiola. There is a lot of things that come together, and the goal of Montari came as well, which is
Yeah, for sure.
that is something.
I mean,
because
we lost Ibra and Thiago Silva because of that goal.
Exactly.
That's
We
the
win that
reason we
league.
sold them.
We win
We
that
don't sell
league,
the
we buy a
players.
big player. We buy a big player, and we win the other one, and we win the other one again, and the other one, and now we have 9 in a row. But the goal of Montari shifted completely the whole history. Going back to the youth, that is true. In Italy, there is an awful job with the youth. Awful, really bad, really bad, and that is right. And to close the whole video, yeah, they bought Dybala for nothing, of course, because no one could have offered the money, and they just offer. To close the video, Phil Foden, Manchester City. The kid, he earns £600,000 a year, and he's gonna win a golden ball for sure.
But trust me, he's gonna get a lot more from City.
Yes, but his first professional contract with City is 600,000 a year. Now he's gonna renew in 2 years, probably, or in 1 year.
Not even. I think he's gonna renew even before.
But let's say the next contract he's gonna sign is gonna be probably a 6 or 7 million a year.
Yeah.
Donnarumma is asking. He's already earning 6 million. He's asking for 12 to the club that invests on him. Phil Foden is gonna ask decent money to the club that invests on him, and the club who invests on him is the richest club in this planet at the moment. That's how unfair is life in general, first of all.
Yeah.
And that's what you get if you invest on young people in Italy. There is people in Italy in the last period, in the last 20 years, I don't know what happened to the people in Italy.
I don't think that Barilla or Chiesa will do that to Juve or Inter. Do you really see that happening?
Exactly. They did properly because, first of all, the father of Chiesa used to be a football player. So he knows. He's a rich person, basically. So money has never been something for his life, for Chiesa's life. So he clearly wants glory. He wants to win and play great football. And Barella, as well, is another type of person. But there is a lot of other youngsters. They are like Donnarumma. They are looking for the best deal. They want the money. They want to, at the moment they get a bit of power, they tell you to fuck off. And they get the money. So investing on young people sometimes is not so straightforward. You're going to get everything back. That's so unfortunate. And that's the culture. That is about the culture, how these young people are brought up. Just in Italy, you have to pay even the brother so he can sign a contract. That is madness, in my opinion. Now you have a face to come and hire the brother as well. That's Italy. That's cultural. You cannot do anything. Things like this is not happening in England. I don't know if it's happening in Spain. I don't know in Morocco if these things happen. That is Italy.
Morocco, worse things happen in Mercados.
Exactly.
Well, let's not even get into that. But I get your point. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
So it's really hard. I think the country is living a difficult moment anyway. In general,
I think that there must be some cultural shock, and it should be something done by the federation itself. They need to push the teams further enough and not just punish them. And anyways, it's just I don't want to see the Italian league go in the same pace they are. I want to see more from them. hopefully that can change a lot of things. Also, if the Italy ends up doing well in the Euros, they can build up on that. I think that they can build up for the next World Cup.
Let's see. But yeah,
Well, man, it was a pleasure talking to you. We shared a
for
lot.
me. Thank you guys for following the channel. Thank you for liking and subscribing. And Forza Milan. Let's see what we can do next season. But the Mercato is gonna start at the end of July.
Hopefully.
Take some.
All right, take care, everyone. Take care, man. Forza Milan.
Forza Milan.